Hey, my mic is working today without having to replug it. That's good news. So, here we go. Another day, another dollar. Um, well, what are we going to do today? I think I spent a lot of time thinking about these tabs. I would like to make more of like an app-like website, but maybe just getting a simple navigation bar working first is better. It's kind of like this one, I guess. That could work. I do kind of like the Firebase one. No icons, just text. That's the simplest thing for sure. Loading the icon font, it's not huge, but it just adds complexity. You might get some flash of unstyled content. I'd have to make sure to load it and then wait till it's ready. I think waiting for the window to load like I have right now might be sufficient. If I can get the module to import before, it basically just has to be imported or requested before the well, number one, before the event fires. In fact, I haven't really thought about that, but let's write this down. So web load order. I think I already have a note about this, but I want a fresh space here. I don't really do a good job of organizing my notes. They're just for like temporary. I'm looking for something that I know I wrote down. I can find it. I usually find it, but I rarely go digging for my notes. Anyway, it's like one page. Thanks for unfocusing the text. I was having these problems before. Page request, like HTML delivery. Script request, script delivery. Let's just say JS, because that's what it is. So once the JavaScript gets there, it starts executing what it can. It might need more files or more dependencies. So like the HTML just usually just in my system includes the index.js, and then the index.js, once it arrives, at the top of the file are a bunch of imports for other files. So sees imports requests, let's just say requests imported dependencies, which are JavaScripts, and it doesn't start running. Well, so one of those, which awaits window.load event. And so in index.js, we don't run anything until window.load, I think. But the question was, is it possible for the window load to fire before the app.js has properly awaited that event? So essentially the app misses the event and the window is loaded, but the event never fires. I don't think so. I think it's set up so that it automatically does, but interesting question to ask, because you know that could fail at some point if the request takes too long. If there's a network hiccup or something, it might slow down, and then I don't think the browser would fire the loaded event because it's supposed to be everything is there. But okay, so all these layouts, I do kind of like the simple ones better. I don't know, the dark background is interesting. I probably wouldn't pair it with this banner because it's just a little too dark. I don't know if the banner, the spacey banner is kind of cool, but I don't know. I could go with it. I don't think the tabs go well underneath it, so maybe we play around with this one a bit. I don't know. I probably should create a new space. Let's move all this around a little bit. That's the same thing. I could just duplicate this, hit enter, control click the last one. No, that's not what I wanted. Enter. Can I just unselect this one? I don't think it's shift. Oh, it is. Okay. Then just delete all these. And then, so we want to go, whoops, it's not this one, but the one inside it. I should probably put some padding on these just for, just so it looks easier, and also so if there's only one in there, I know whether I'm selecting the inner one or the outer one. The padding is not there for any kind of visual, at least rendered visual. It's just there for like ease of clicking. It's a good idea. I haven't, when I do these up here, having some space in between is all I really need to have it look right like this, but then if there's only one in there, if there's no padding, it's not clear whether you're clicking on the parent or child. Okay, so, well, the little page thing could go in there. If we're gonna have the banner on top, we probably don't need a banner inside. And these, you know, having the, I don't know, these are kind of cool for like a full width, you know, giant monitor layout. What I've always intended on doing is, instead of playing around with these layouts in here in a way where they're kind of like I have to click and drag to throw them all together, I've been thinking about a layout engine essentially where you could, well, first you create a little library of them and then you can swap between them. And frankly, you can do that with components, you know, component swapping Figma has, and I thought about setting something. I just don't think that workflow is like ideal. I think it seems like a good idea, and in a lot of ways it is kind of what I'm thinking, and it would probably work somewhat well, but I don't know how well it would work. So digging into that, setting it all up, not well, and also with that, going down that path, I may have a lot of layouts I could start throwing in there, but I'd have to think through how to organize them all. And so it's not only technically tricky, but like inherently complex, and a lot of kind of, well, I like to think things through and try and figure out a decision that makes sense, and that can be tricky. So, well, I could just throw one of these pages, for example, in here. Probably get rid of the tabs, the whole tab section. Well, so I did the whole thing right here, right? Yeah, that's what I have right here. Exactly the same thing. Let's duplicate this one down here. I think we just get rid of these first two, because this is so much like what I'm trying to do. I just maybe go back to the light background. How light? I don't know. Go kind of lighter and then put a drop shadow on this guy. Is the drop shadow going to work with the corners properly? I think it is. Sometimes you'll see like the rectangle that doesn't apply it in like an alpha mode. Let's add a bunch of blur. Oh yeah, it is doing something funky on the corner there. Well, it didn't look bad when it was smaller. I could also push it to the right side so it's more like a actual drop shadow, and then just turn it way down. That's kind of a cool effect, I think, and doesn't mess up. But I mean, that's all going to be, that would have to be different, and on the web you have to do that a little differently. The page corner thing looks cool, but probably wouldn't stick with that just because it would take too long to set it up on the web. Oh no, what? I must have wrapped it. No, this is the wrapper. What? I thought the wrapper was nice and... I thought the wrapper was nice and responsive. Why is the corner... Maybe I didn't set the the constraints? I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I didn't. Okay, this one and this one. I hope this can have separate constraints from the parent. Let's see. There it goes. So now we go find the bottom padding. I just felt like, so the on top of text you get like kind of extra space sometimes. This is because the line height is cranked all the way up for some reason, and now it's a little bit smaller, so that gets rid of some of the space up there, but still I just feel like oftentimes it seems like there's too much padding on top of text because it, like, maybe it's just the way the letters get smaller or something. But I generally, this is now way too much down there because the other one got smaller, so let's kind of reset that a little bit, but still I think a little more on the bottom than the top can kind of just look nice. So I think that looks pretty good. It's a little redundant on this part, so I got to think through the levels. So I mean, honestly, we just get rid of this one, right? I think that's a pretty safe bet. Let's Control Shift G and then just get rid of this one, so it's just a single container. I think putting a toolbar on a page could be a cool thing, and frankly that's probably what I should work towards, just to have like settings for each note for each page, and then work towards getting the notes to flow a little bit faster. I feel like this is too big. It's kind of screaming at me. Also, you have now 3 kind of headings, and that's not bad, but they're the same thing. And so this could be like web, this could be like Java, maybe this isn't caps for JavaScript. And you know, there could be different types of that's so big. It doesn't have to be that big. I mean, it's definitely competing with the page title. So that if this is like a topic, then you probably don't just want one page. And if it is just one page, then maybe the title, I don't know, or the small category at the top goes away. If it's like a big topic, maybe if it's a big topic, then instead of the web up here, this is just something like that. That looks kind of cool. So that is like the base URL. I mean, the better the system, like the more familiar the system, the more people are likely to enjoy it, right? So like if you have nice clean URLs and people get used to seeing a certain space, well, like let's say I'm streaming and somebody sees me on this page, now they know exactly where to go on my site to get there, especially if, you know, they could just type it in, or just go to the home page and, well, type it in up here. You just type in web up here. It could just automatically display. I think figuring out an autocomplete UX is important. I haven't done that before. I heard somebody once complaining about it. Not really complaining, but just talking about how complex autocomplete is. Well, especially if you're doing network requests to fetch the potential, you know, to query the database as they type in real time. That's some asynchronous, like, callback hell. And I mean, if I got good at like doing the requests and ordering them properly and kind of being able to, so I think you got to figure out the right way to delay everything. Like, well, you don't want to just set a delay and hope things happen on time. You want to figure out how to create the asynchronous like event flow where it's basically the right events are linked to the right events. I should get better at flowcharts because, in fact, this little box here could be a cool flowchart. Whoops, how did that happen? How did that just turn red? That was crazy. Is there something in here that's red? What just happened there? That was wild. I don't know. The original one was red over here. So maybe there's... Does this white paper have 2 fills? No, that doesn't even have a fill. It's not the wrapper that has the fill. The paper has the fill, but it's turned off? I'm so confused. It's the rectangle that... It's really this whole area that has the fill. Okay. Well, why'd it go red? Still don't know. Well, also, I mean, if this... Just thinking out loud, if this were a page, maybe that's the way to do it. But then it's not so clear that this actually means this. And so, definitely got to think that through. I should have probably duplicated that one before. Let's go back in time, control copy, control Z. Well, let's paste. Copy both of them. Control Z, 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 Z. What did I have there before? I think it... I mean, I don't mind the web thing, but I had this set up. Okay, so now we paste these back, and now we have web with page title. I mean, I think this one can then just go. That one, these are basically the same thing. But it's like, yeah, is the web up here, the JavaScript, the, you know, how do these things interact with each other? This is the hierarchy. And, well, so like whatever the first path is needs to have its own page, obviously. So that makes sense for this one. No kind of path word up there, and then this is like the topic page, and so maybe I think, you know, a grid of things actually makes a lot of sense here instead of like a single page looking thing like this. This is also pretty big, or would need to be a single column. If you ever have one single thing that's like, you know, well, let's duplicate this just temporarily at least and make this giant like on my monitor. We're now approaching 100%, right about there. Can I do F11? No. Can I do control backslash? Okay, that helps a little bit. Yeah, so on a giant screen, get out of here, blue and pink. What are those even? I don't even, oh, they're, okay. That's because I was hovering this area. On a giant monitor like mine, I mean, this stream is in my monitor's aspect ratio, which is, I don't even know the numbers, but it's like 3400 by 1400-ish. It's extra wide, essentially, and let's see what print screen does. Sometimes I have to drag and drop to get this thing to work. You guys can't see my cursor and the whole UI thing because it's a little broken. But here's a screenshot that says it's 33. I think it's 3440. So it missed 2 pixels by 1440 and missed 1 pixel. And it's because I have to like click and drag and didn't get all the way in the corners. But can I control backslash width right arrow divided by 2? I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm like, is this 2? What's a 2:1 aspect ratio mathematically? Let's say this was 1000 by 1000, and then you had 2000 by 1000. That's 2:1. It's twice as wide. So it's really just, what I need to do is divide these and figure out the ratio, but I don't think that's super important to figure out the exact numbers, and there's so many numbers, you forget them and changes and whatever, but clearly, all right, let's just get rid of all this crap. I gotta stop making messes of my design space. This big one is the same as the small one, but, well, I could just leave this here as like a reminder to myself we don't want to make shit too big. Obviously, I know that I would see this and be like, ew, this looks like terrible, and you could do different things to kind of fix that, or this is what I've done in the past. Yeah, I mean, you could then pad the whole thing more. I'd probably scale all that up. Definitely scale all that up. How do we... So if we enter, we have to then enter the wrapper. We then have to shift click on the paper. No. I think enter and then control click on the paper. There we go. And then K. And then drag it up. V. Fill container. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. But it looks like it works. So, well, obviously that looks kind of better than it did when it was smaller. But it's still just giant and spread out and way too big for, well, so when you zoom in, now the thing, because it's so big, you only see like a lot less of it, and then you have to scroll through it, and that's kind of a problem, I think. So what am I thinking here? It's basically I don't know if the single page is the best idea. I kind of think getting rid of the paper thing, the torn edges thing is better, and just going back to something like these. I don't think these big red titles drive real well. It's a little bit distracting. So I'm kind of leaning towards just some little UI cards, or this little UI kit, and just try and start building a kit. That's definitely the thing to do, I think. So what of these things could I make really easily? Well, for sure we can make some little lists. Probably just using this body font. Size 20, that sounds like a good size. Can I do it on the page, or should I do it underneath? Or even over here? So I think just throwing a frame in here. It didn't get a background. There it is. That's interesting. Well, because I pulled the thing up, but I think that's actually kind of the effect we want here. And then, well, I could just Control D to duplicate, Shift A to add auto layout, change the direction to go this way. Set the width to fill, so it takes the full width, hit enter, and set the width to these to fill. So now they're basically just like auto columns, so you can just duplicate them and make as many, or delete them, and they just automatically fill. Now, it seems great, but you know, depending on what you put in there, there's different widths of content. There's like narrow content and really wide things, and the way that it all sets up. It's not like you can't always just have one layout that automatically adapts to everything. And as I'm saying that, it's like, well, you actually can. You can like rearrange the icons. You can make all the little sections also responsive, and so it's like a recursively responsive thing. That's like how you do it. But well, I mean, you play around with it. Sometimes you don't need to do stuff like that. Sometimes it stacks up real well, and you know, you just leave it depending on what you're going for. Or well, it's like, how could you make this a responsive grid? Let me see if I can just do this in a real dirty, like, layout only type way. And how would I do this with I think maybe bear with me here, folks. Let's do something like this. It's just going to give a slight differential between each corner, so then when we put this in here, Shift A to make it an auto layout, Control D to just see what's going on here, change the direction to right. These are set to fill already, which is interesting. Enter. Shift Enter to go back up. Let's zero out the padding. and the spacing. So the idea here with these gradient backgrounds is that you can now see them when they're flush. Otherwise you have to put a border on it, and that can get tricky. So it's just kind of a quick and dirty way to see the layout, and we need some things inside there to make it work. I do have an icon list. It's up here. Can I just grab this one and work with it? Let's see how long this takes. I think we make everything in here like a white or even light gray, and then so for these, if we can switch the direction on all these, switch the layout. Honestly, maybe I just kind of copy both of these and just put them on here. I don't know. Let's see if I can. I don't think if I select them all and control paste. Oh, it does work. Okay, easy peasy. Top padding. Nope. Enter and then top padding. Yeah. So that's kind of this idea here, and could definitely play with the scale. I like their sizing better, but it's also just, it's more complete. It's in a whole set. I mean, one of the things about design that I have a hard time with sometimes is like I look at this, I'm like, it looks a little crap, and there is way too much padding. Let's see if we can snug both of these up a bit. Whoa. Okay, so we need these to be, instead of fill, we want them to hug, maybe? No, they need to be fixed width. We can just turn this to fixed, and then, I don't know, I have no idea what 300 would look like. I just guessed, and then shift down to jump it quicker. So the rough size I'm feeling is like, theirs are pretty tight. There's not much space in there, and they kind of just need to be big enough for your finger to click on mobile, or your mouse on. It looks, I don't know why it just seems like more of a touch navigation bar than a mouse navigation bar. I mean, frankly, you see the smaller one more, right? Like, this takes up a lot of space. In fact, maybe this is just a bad idea because of that. Maybe you don't need the big, tall button bar. But it kind of stands out more. This should be then be hug, I think, so that you can have... Well, so I could switch this back, enter, change direction. Instead of fixed width, we're gonna hug. Maybe we fill, actually. I don't know, because filling, then it makes them all equal, and then I can change the width by doing one of these. There's a lot of ways to get the same results, but for this one, most of the time you see the links without any background, and that's another important design decision. Like, do you want to see the barrier of the frame, essentially, is sort of, in essence, what I'm saying here, or do you go in here? You could just get rid of the radial thing. I'd probably take the fill off of the individuals and put it on the... See, that's my color. This one's definitely bluer. These like very neutral colors are pretty cool to get familiar with, because there's... Well, you kind of have to pair them with the other color. Usually you could have you can have two colors, like a accent color, a light accent color, and then like a dark background color. Is often useful, but I'm gonna stick with this-ish color just because that's the space we're in right now, and we're going to chunk down all of these. So I have it, the width is, so the nice thing about having them hug is that you can kind of change the whole size scale by the padding, or I don't know, it kind of updates a little faster is basically what I'm thinking, but it's kind of a cool effect. The problem is that each icon word width is different. If you see settings is cut off there where the others fit, the settings one is bigger, and so if you hug the width, I'll show you, the width of each one of these is different, and then I could set this to hug, but it's not really what I want. I think, well, I could set this to hug. No, I think I want to go back to fill. Just makes more sense to click on the parent and drag it drag one thing rather than click all of them. You could set all these to fixed and then just drag them, but all right, why is there so much padding on this still? I thought I was trying to get rid of that. I think something like this, and then, well, actually, so now what I'm thinking is that this layout maybe should just be naked and then go inside of a bigger layout that has not that one, but this one. Okay, so there's an icon layout, obviously way too much space. Let's auto layout this. I think it's this button, or just Shift A. And control click in here to grab them all, drag them. You can kind of just zero them out by dragging to the side. That's actually kind of what I want. But as I was thinking before, just adding a little bit of padding here just to know that there's like a frame there, inner and outer frame. The inner ones could just have 0 padding just to keep it a little cleaner. In fact, so this is set to fill. Oh, these are all the individuals. Shift Enter is also set to fill. I thought that was set to fix, but that's fine. So now the inner one is filling the outer one, and they all just kind of space out pretty well. Like, trying to think through the different alignments. I was just thinking, could this be left aligned or right aligned or differently aligned? What if you wanted these to kind of snug up against each edge so that the ending and the beginning are less spacey? I think sometimes that would be useful. How would you do that? Well, you could set this one to left aligned, but then you're going to have major spacing issues. Then are they all left aligned? This could be tricky. I actually never done this and feel like this is probably a pretty common thing where you have to, maybe if this one goes center, it just kind of evens. These are closer and then these two are further. That's kind of wonky. So what I think you can do, why are these like triple framed? Can I just, no, I do. I need this frame for the text. It's the icon and text. Okay, that makes sense. And then, but the sizing of all of these are set to fill, right? Okay, so what if we set these to, do we want these to hug? I think maybe, and then we go to the, I have so many wrappers here. This is like the, let's call this a wrapper. A wrapper is often like thin and sometimes even in clear and visible, and that's like this thing here, and then the outer one is, we'll call it the bar because it's actually like a tangible thing. Header, bar, whatever. And then we're controlling layout via a separate inner thing, and that's not actually always necessary. I could just unwrap these and put all the layout, set up the layout on the bar, but using an inner wrapper means that if you then want to have another one or have multiple things that go this way, you can now have 2. And what I was going to do with this is say, whoops, no, not wrapping. We want spacing auto. Boom. That does what I was trying to do before. Let's delete this one and do it to this one, or Control Z and delete this one, and that one will automatically do it there. Now the alignment is flush left, flush right, and we can change like padding on here to, get like a nice little, I'm feeling this is way too big. The size of these are too big for the heading bar, but you don't want them too small. Maybe just a little smaller. I don't know. Sizing is weird. Put that back to fill. Also, where's my logo? And well, so these would be center aligned, vertically centered, and the spacing on all these is now kind of wonky because there's a lot of ways I could shove that around. Whoops, I thought that would work. The click and drag's not working, and it went to the bottom. That was weird. The heck, Figma. Click and drag still not working. I can click in there and shift up. But I don't, that's not the right one. That's not the right control. I want to zero that out. And I could then, instead of having this fill, I could, and then if I put space auto, it'll shove it over. Getting things to just go to the right spot is often kind of tricky. I don't think I want icons in my header bar, so yeah, then I'm literally back to just one of these. I don't know if I want to capitalize. How about just one? Let's Control D, drag it down, select them both, Shift A, hit Enter to select them both, and oh, they are filling. Okay, so they should stick to the container, and we just make some. Well, what kind of things would I want on a button bar? Well, that's not actually that important. What I kind of wanted to do is just one of these menu systems. So that should be pretty straightforward, I think. I mean, I don't know what font is best. I've kind of, you know, having a UI font. Sometimes they're capitalizing things, weren't they? They did on this bar. I think that fits pretty well. It's not too, like, screamy. Caps can be too screamy, like too loud. But I think if you have so many things, you might not want them all caps. But if it's like one thing and it's just like a logo, especially more prominent, more design element. This looks right, I guess. Yeah, I think I don't know if capitalizing all these things is best, or if you go lowercase, like over here. It's a really small. It's probably like a Pinterest thing I pulled in, and it's very blurry. This is kind of cool, but as I think I was saying the other day, where was the, oh yeah, these menu items here, the way this menu bar cuts all the way across is kind of, I don't know, not as fluid. Well, what I was thinking a few minutes ago that I was going to try and do is just thinking through these layouts and how to set them up. And what I'm realizing right here is it's not so easy to just throw stuff around and get it to line up right, especially when you have right align, left, you know, the more things you get and you have to try and figure out a system, it's not like you can't do it, but it's not so easy to just like flow with it and try new things out. I mean, clearly this person who made this was flowing and made a bunch of things. Probably took them a couple days, but maybe not. You could maybe do, well, so like a lot of these are just these little text boxes. So I have these text areas. I forgot to put the thing behind them. Well, how about I bring these back and then duplicate this and then do a separate one. That's weird. That is, well, I can't Shift A this to put a frame around each one. I think that's one of those features that you can't multi-edit because it thinks you want to group them all, which is also a common thing. So you kind of need like a each modifier key. Like if you hold Control, it like applies it to each one, and if you don't, then it applies it to the thing that you have selected. Or sorry, it would. Well, it's really the grouping thing that's actually maybe more, or like less. What you might think would be the default. If you select a whole like three items like this, and then you push a button to do something, would it naturally be doing it like once for each one or once as a whole? Like if the hotkey is to group things is really I don't think all actions necessarily, like adding a fill color. Yeah, these applications, it's like applying one thing to another thing. It's actually kind of tricky because there's a lot of moving parts, and well, you kind of have to set up adapters from everything to everything. And you can't really do that by default, I don't think. I don't know, maybe you could set up a system that works. This is pretty badass. It's a little bright. But if it kind of pops out and it's only there sometimes, and then it's like you don't forget that it's there because it's so freaking bright. And this is like a good jump menu, right? Like just kind of it becomes familiar When you have something that's so unique, it becomes familiar. And then when you see it, you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what all these are and where everything is. I mean, this is equally as easy to understand. It's just not as like prominent. And I mean, it's functionally it's very, very, very similar, hardly different. If you need to click on something, where do you go to do it? But just from like a style standpoint, and maybe from like that familiarity kind of anchoring, idea anchoring, looks very like high tech. I think it's pretty cool. So I was saying yesterday, I think doing the whole thing in one kind of color scheme. He's got many gradient colors going on. That's how a lot of these are. These like dark UI themes that kind of go rainbowy. All right, so some of these little menu items that I'm trying to do here are pretty easy to set up. And by easy, I don't mean easy. I just mean they're not impossible to set up. Why'd that go back to 8? Whatever. Let's just add some padding. We should probably do that first. You just kind of learn how to do that. It's not something you really even need to. The more you do it, the more you figure these things out, right? But it takes a while, even after spending a ton of time in a tool like this. I mean, if you spend all day in a tool like this, it probably doesn't take you all day, every day. Like if you're just a graphic designer and you use the same tool all day, every day, you get really freaking good at it. I'm sort of in that boat, but it's not like a full-time job. It's more of a hobby, and sometimes I go weeks or months without touching it. So, what am I doing here? Side padding. Maybe I'm kind of like studying the top and side here to see, well, it's like the whole spacing, the padding, sometimes scaling one or the other, like either the text alone or the whole thing can kind of have an effect. Well, watch, scale that down. Now it looks a little different, right? It's like kind of the same thing, but gives you just like this different impression in terms of its prominence and what's its purpose. What is it doing? That's really what your brain's trying to figure out, is what is it doing. We're going to leave them the same size for now. They were 20. They're still 20, so we're going to go with that. Maybe I flip the background color to a background and make the text. It's got to go white. I don't think primary is good there. It's not. Make it bold, but it's just not. I think white is best. Primary. I think we click the thing to break it. Then we have to use the color picker to switch it. I think white is fine. Now, if these are going to be these block things, I think using just the normal weight is a little too light. It's harder to see. So darkening it for legibility, but not like too dark. Maybe bold is the right boldness. It's pretty bold, but it could be too bold. It might be softer on your eyes. You can also, to make things more subtle, you can tone it down a touch. So instead of being bright white, which just makes it like a little harsher, you can kind of like make it a little light gray. It's harder to see, but because it still looks white, but it's just less bright. I am kind of feeling these are too bold, but let's just run with this for a second because, well, let's try and do something like this. Shouldn't be that hard. I'm just thinking for this one, we don't actually need the background color kind of set up like this. Maybe it's better to hit enter, remove this background color from all of them individually, add it back to the parent, then nix the spacing, and we could go into these and center them. They are centered, but the text needs to also be centered or set to hug. There's another way to do it. Maybe a better way to do it for these one-word things that are framed by themselves. Essentially, the text can align in several different ways because it has its own built-in frame, and that gets a little confusing. It doesn't actually matter which, you can achieve the same thing two different ways, but that's why it's confusing. Because you're like, wait, I thought there was a different thing going on here, and then I do like the lines underneath these. Maybe I could do a little border thingy. I don't know. I don't want to mess with that. I'm not as familiar with it, and then I'm gonna stare there and look at it for an hour and be like, not sure about those borders. Let's just get the layouts going. I don't know, but you can't see the grid as well. That's interesting. Some of these have lines, some of them don't. The background color shift is kind of nice. I don't know about that border there. That's kind of out of place a little. It's not terrible, but I almost think that shouldn't touch the edge, or there could be more breathing room over there. I don't know. It depends on what kind of size you're on. This is what I was kind of going for. A list of things. And, well, I was also going for this middle one here. Let's try and do them both simultaneously. I don't know. Make this bigger, center it, throw the logo in there. These are all in the same layout, and so it's like 4 identical things. That actually looks pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie. I really like that. 1, 2, 3. Boom. It's epic. It's actually epic. It's so simple and so cool. You could, for example, Shift A these, and it puts them in their own block. It's a really big block, but for this case, it actually doesn't matter. And on the web, you want to think about the click regions. Like, if you make the click area this box, then if they were to click right next to it, or sometimes above it or whatever, then it misses. It's not a click. You might not, on a mobile, you might not want it to be the full thing click zone, because if they're kind of accidentally click as they're trying to scroll or whatever, I mean, here there's nothing to scroll. That would be silly, but in the case that you were trying to scroll, sometimes you make an accidental click. Lots of things to consider with this stuff, but I could put a close button on there and some social links, but that's not really what I'm feeling. I think that's pretty badass. This is set as like a fixed, yeah, I guess that's fine. Does that look better like that? Maybe. Kind of fits the, maybe it's a little too tall, but I don't know. There's a lot of mobile stuff these days. Could be scaled up a bit if it were like that. The placement, like the scale and placement of all these things, and this different zoom level, affects the whole scale. That's like a kind of a moving target. Getting the sense for my zoom levels up here in the top right corner. Right now it's about 100%. I can hit 0 to actually lock it to 100%. But I like to zoom in and out to see things better. But I should probably, you could potentially set up a script that after a certain number of seconds, it just kind of starts transitioning back to 100%. Then it would just kind of teach you, like, I wonder if you could right click to automatically go back to 100%. But then you couldn't right click without going to 100%. You could right click in your quick menu. Yeah, creating those little like dials pop up with some settings. Blender has those. Marvel Rivals has those. Windows has some cool UI stuff, but I don't know, it's like the software space is quite interesting, the way that certain things exist in some places and not others, and sometimes people are copying each other, sometimes that's good, sometimes, there's like, I don't know. Well, let's keep going. We got this one, that looks cool, and then the words only were basically the same thing. Kind of like this even, but let's go with this one. And well, it was left aligned, so let's try that. So yeah, ideally this thing has padding, and if these were set to, I mean, if they're just words, you don't actually need the frames. I went through all that to get this look over here, and now Control-Shift-G, I'm going to undo it. Control-Shift-G, Control-Shift-G. Another one of those grouping things that, well, actually, this one should logically work. Let's see if it applies it properly. Control-Shift-G, boom, okay. Multi-edited that. Nice. and enter, and probably not too light. I don't know. I mean, I'm feeling that's too bold, but like I kind of like how these are just the body font. Maybe I need a new body font. I don't think Montserrat is cutting it. I like it for titles, and it's not a terrible body font. Like, this is all Montserrat, but it's a little fat. Like, it's kind of wide and thin, or at least this is too bold and this is too, I don't know. It's just not as, maybe it's just too wide. What was another one? I mean, I tried Lotto. I kind of like Lotto, but it renders blurry in the browser for some reason. We could try it for now because it doesn't look terrible there. All right, so this is actually just feels out of place now and way too big because we're kind of just trying to make a list of. Let's see if we can clean this up to make it more reusable. Let's hug the. Yeah, so this has an inner. I think honestly for this one, why have an extra layer of frames? I think keeping things minimal is definitely the way to go. I think maybe this is the body font. We don't really want to go smaller than this. I think maybe on mobile it gets smaller, but like at 100%, 0. Okay. Yeah, that changes things. So that's pretty small on my big screen. How many like millimeters is that? I don't know. Shouldn't my monitor have like also have everything in pixels and millimeters? That'd be kind of cool. I mean, how many millimeters is a pixel? It's actually, I don't know, I've never thought about this before. I mean, I think it depends on the device, the pixel resolution. But then what happens is that the device just simulates extra pixels to try and keep a pixel to be, what's the size of the average pixel? Like, this is the real size. I mean, a pixel is a unit of measurement roughly equivalent to 1/4 of a millimeter. So 4 pixels is a millimeter. Yeah, it's going to range from, but as a rough LCD pixel is about 0.3 millimeters. So this one's saying there's more 3 of them per millimeter, but either way, well, so let's make a 3 by 3, and it's white, isn't it? Let's make this red. It looks like there's like a white ring around it. It could just be the way my monitor, like maybe there's some bleeding going on or something. I don't know. Here it looks obviously crisper, but so 0. Select that, 2 to center it, and then 0. Not that that really matters here, but that's 3 by 3. Can barely see it. Is that a millimeter? Holding like the end of my pencil up to the monitor right now. I'd say that's about what I would say. Maybe a little smaller. So let's go with, let's just make this 4 by 4. And so then if that's 1 millimeter, then 10 of these. Let's zoom in. Shift A. Control duplicate. No. Control D. No. Click the frickin'. It won't let me click the box because of the UI is. There we go. Got the box. So how many do we want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 millimeters, which is a centimeter. Right? Yes, I think so. 0. Yeah, it looks about like a centimeter. So what was that? 40 pixels is 40 by 40 is a centimeter, roughly. I don't know. It's probably not. I could try and find a ruler. Probably have one somewhere. Might as well hold it up. This is only inches. That one's only inches. Tape measure is gonna scratch my monitor, but oh, that's only inches. Well, shit. We don't have any centimeter rulers around here right now, but that's about, so it's less than a centimeter, the height of the text there on my screen. So it's pretty small, all things considered. Don't think we want to go smaller than that. Is that too small as the base font size? Man, it used to be 16, and then I decided, like, I think we need to go up to 20. But maybe for giant monitors? What kind of font would I be comfortable reading? Like, that's a little small. It's not hard to read, but it's kind of borderline. I mean, I kind of actually like that. That's kind of cool. That size. Well, how about I print screen and then paste it here, and then well, this one's smaller. What 0? What size? I guess this is a little bigger, but it's about this size. 20, yeah. Okay, so could be smaller in some cases, I think is what I'm thinking, but maybe this 24, like exploring the whole size space, is something that I haven't, there's, well, as you can see here, there are well, let's go from the top, especially if there's one of these preview words on here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 3 are the same, but and then it's a 6th font. Let's ignore these down here. This is from a different setup. But did I say 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all the same font, but they're different styles, like the size and weight and appearance and kind of like the feel of where it goes. Like this is an intro paragraph. There's only one of them, and it stands out as something different from all the rest, and so your eye can scan through this pretty quick and make logical sense of what's there. And yeah, it's I think it's pretty nice actually, but there's like 3 distinct levels there. Is this like the 3rd page in? Like parent topic, subtopic. Yeah, I mean, you could have like this web one here. Maybe it's slash web slash like. I mean, if it starts with a slash, that sort of does mean it's the base one. Like certain modular ones, like I was thinking like a slash like chat or comments or whatever. I think comments maybe. And well, yeah, I mean chat is comments, right? Each chat message you could call it a comment just as easily as anything. Yeah, so but this could be, it's sort of like anything could be a comment. Like it could be slash web comments. Doesn't necessarily mean this is the root. What was that before? The slash web. I guess we can change it. That double slash was kind of cool. It's like extra root. Well, the double slash is sort of like the protocol level, like one level higher. HTTPS : // That's what those slashes would be, either secure or insecure. So usually it's just like wildcard protocol. What does it meme? Okay, so what was I thinking? Well, the size. Is this a good size? Let's go with it. All right, so once we get, let's see if we can do a little Where was that content reel? Was kind of a cool one. I'm not sure if this is gonna work properly, but let's see. It's like dummy content, and it can help your designs like crazy fast. Full name? How about like? Did they? Oh, here's some more. Okay. How about? I was thinking country is kind of a cool one. There we go. No, just get rid of this long ass thing. Who the fuck cares? Random, apply all. Let's try again. Again. Those are some long ass names. How about Russia? Jeez. Alright. That looks cool, but obviously that length problem is like this couldn't be a country list UI if half the countries are too big. Can I just apply all again? Jeez, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Could just nix that whole part, but wait, so why isn't this layout working? This needs to be set to fill. Are these the text layers? Okay, yeah, but that is what you would want. And so if this is like a navigation type shit where they're shorts, they're essentially, you could have names for word lengths, like word lengths. It's kind of what they do for numbers in computers. Short, less than maybe 10 characters. Is 10 a lot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, what? 10. I don't know why I got confused there, but I was kind of thinking like, should it be more? That's pretty small. But like some things could be potentially less than 10. It could be more like 12 or 15 or whatever. Yeah, maybe you want to, I mean, you'd have a tiny one that's like less. But let's make this more like, I don't know, you could even go 20. But it's supposed to be short. The idea is that like it's not gonna blow up your layout and make it look funky. And then, I don't know, maybe you do a double. That's just sort of a next step, and then that's really all you need, because then at that point it's like multi-line everything else. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Because then you could, well, a lot of the times for, you know, these little things, especially these path names or like categories or whatever, what are some other ones that I can think of that are like, you know, I've just thought a lot about, like CPU. Let's shift A these and bring them over here and close this. GPU. Whoa, bro. Alright, we want this, I think, to be fixed. Enter, fill. But are these text layers? Yes, they are left aligned. I think it'd be centered, but I think this is what I want, because there's more that are going to have different widths. And, well, yeah, you can abbreviate a lot of, well, this is what the web domain people had done a long time ago. Not all of these, but like these things are like little prefixes that have meaning. Well, they represent words, basically. Not all of them. These are acronyms. Central Processing Unit, Graphics Processing Unit, I think. Government, organizations, education. Now, business doesn't have a good one. Like BIZ is kind of a biz. It's better than bus, so what it's about. Is that too long? Well, it's a lot longer than these 3-letter ones, but I think that's fine. You know, sometimes like one word is all you need, and oftentimes short words are the good words. Not always, but like put some 4-letter words in here. And it goes on and on forever. There's a lot of freaking words, and I think I could make money selling access to these words if they were cool words, and if there was a whole mastermind community behind each one. I think that's the idea here, folks. I think that's the idea. Still not 100% sure, but these are pretty long. Well, so I don't know if I can copy and paste all of these into there with this styling. What I could do pretty easily, I think, is copy properties and then enter Control-Alt-V, I think, to paste, and then just Shift-Enter to go back up, squeeze this, duplicate this layout, or really, it's more like Control-Alt-C, Control-Alt-V. Does that do all the padding and everything? And I wonder how many of the, it's like copy properties, isn't that what that said, right? Copy properties. Well, which properties? There's a lot of fucking properties. Does it copy them all, and does it override them all, or are there some that it ignores? I don't think it's going to change the kind of sizing parameters like width and height on you, because that's probably not what you usually want. But yeah, that seemed to work. I mean, working with all these text layers and getting everything to line up properly and size properly, it's there's a lot of little decisions, and you can oftentimes hack it together without setting up the layout properly, but then it takes way longer to adjust it in the future. And so creating these things that are reusable is pretty cool and useful. And plugins and content reel. And countries weren't working. They were too long. Full name. Let's go text here. Numbers. These would all be the same. These are pretty simple to do. And well, what if we wanted a grid of numbers? So this is going to take a little bit. I was thinking it's not going to take too long, but if we put an extra wrapper around here. All right, let's just duplicate that first. Let's go sideways. All right, it automatically fills and lines them up. That's not a bad way to do it if you wanted it to just be like more standalone. You can't center it with this because these text layers are set to fill. You can set these to hug, and then they center themselves within the parent. That's kind of cool. If you want this to be a little bit more varied, you could switch them all up. But what are these numbers? What do they relate to? You really need more of a table here. But just in terms of, I mean, this is kind of part of a table. There's a lot of spacing and alignment questions or permutations. Like this one could go this way, and this one could go this way, and how does that work? Actually works pretty well. It's nice and responsive until it breaks. This is like a watch UI. Really tiny screen size. 500 pixels is not a lot, and so that could go anywhere. You just throw a chunk like this somewhere in another design. Why doesn't that go inside? That's weird. What the heck? Why is this floating? That was weird. Whoa. What is going on here, Figma? I'm holding control to drop it in this. Oh, it's going in the paper. Is this paper unlocked? It is unlocked because I was messing with it. All right, there we go. The background was hijacking the drop UI. Now we can put it where we want. It doesn't fill, and as you can see, it has a background, and it's probably the wrong layout. I think centering both of these is probably better. Just if that's all you got, that probably looks more balanced, right? But obviously we don't need the background here, but then it breaks. So, I mean, the more you try and play with stuff and reuse stuff, the more you realize, like, oh, well, there's got to be, you might want to pre-build all the color setups for all the, core blocks so that you can run with something faster. But pre-building things that you don't need yet is kind of a slippery slope. Like, time keeps on slipping. Yeah. So that's it's like I don't want to pre-build too much stuff, but I need to kind of have I need to finalize some of these questions. I think this one's actually pretty nasty. It's like nice and complete and looks good. The problem is it's only 1600 pixels, and so on my screen it's gonna get huge. And I could just box it. I could max width it at 1600 or whatever, and that's it. But still, that would look silly on my giant monitor, and I'm not about to do that. So, how do I get? Well, this was the one to show me how big it gets. What is the width on this? 3200, that's about what my monitor is. And yeah, so having a grid of things, can I just have like each of these pages is just this grid of things, and I can reorder them based on, I don't know, hopefully I can use the UI to do that, to just drag things up and down like I do in Figma. That would be ideal. But we need lots of these cards. I guess tabs could work some places. So I think putting tabs snug up against a different section is just too harsh. I think having some breathing room here is okay, but having such a huge area controlled by such a tiny little tab system, I think that's why it looks funky. So I could blow this up a bit. I don't know how big, but having those a little bit more prominent just seems to be the trick there. I think that looks better. I just don't like this darker gray area that's just kind of wasted space. I mean, you could put other buttons in there, right? Yeah, that could work. Then the problem is, well, how many tabs? If you start getting too many tabs and buttons on the same bar, you run out of space. And the more crammed in it is, like, let's say you had enough space. Well, what happens when you start resizing it down? Then you have less space. And so you gotta think through how the thing is gonna be responsive. And it's not always hard. You just put a little hamburger menu. That's pretty easy go-to way to do it, I think. Because you have multiple hamburger menus, one for like the top level and one for the... That actually makes a lot of sense. Because then you could have 2 rows of navigation and each one has its own hamburger. So essentially on mobile, you could have the same thing where at the top of the page you get like the... Maybe it's just logo and hamburger menu. Maybe there's like a drop down there. That could be kind of cool. Because then you could know... Well, then you essentially have 3 click areas. The top left would be to like go back to the home screen, and that could be it probably should be on most pages just a slide out menu. Like the home screen just pops up, animates in. I think that's pretty easy to do. Well, that's if your home screen is more of like, I don't know, yeah, if the home screen is like this kind of newsletter page or whatever where you just have a ton of stuff on there, then maybe the home page is literally just a jump menu where it helps you get around the site really easily, and it's sort of like one very minimal page of just links. It's like your sitemap. Could the home page be a sitemap? It's not a bad idea, because then you could do that thing. I'm just thinking, well, what would that look like on a giant screen? You go to the home page and all you have is like a sitemap? That would be kind of crazy. So maybe it reduces to that on mobile, where you hide some of the preview stuff that you'd render on desktop. I think that makes sense. Let me write this down because there's so many ideas going through my head right now. I'm thinking home page equals site. What if the mobile header had 3 click areas? Thanks for making me click in here. Notion. Logo. This is kind of the default, what people expect, but instead of well, it could be a real link, but you could intercept the link click and display the jump menu. So this is like on mobile, this is like a long scrolling list of maybe expandable menu items. Doesn't have to be long, but it could be scrolling. And you could have multiple links in different places on there. Like it could be a pretty dynamic like jump menu, but it's sort of just here's all the things, and maybe with I think getting good illustration icons for the things is really, if you have a logo, that's probably good enough, but getting kind of high resolution ones so that on desktop, yeah, this is where those high resolution icons, more detail for mega screens. What else? And then they look right as tiny icons, like smaller. And they don't have to be too small, but like if you take some big illustration type shit and make it too small, then you just can't see what's going on in there, and then it's well, like some of the detail just kind of looks funny. You're not sure what it is because there's, when you zoom in, it's like, oh yeah, that's, I see the detail now, it's clear what it is. But when you zoom out, it's just some strange blob or whatever, because all the detail's gone, and some other probably contributing details in other places that help, you know, I think a lot of times by having big illustrations, this is kind of what I'm trying to do maybe here with these banners, is kind of have like this image map. So it's kind of like, what are the main things within this thing? Like, what are the important parts? And that probably matters what level you're at. Like, if you're a beginner, you know, each person should probably customize their little, call this a stage. Why don't I don't mind these tabs. Didn't I make a new section here? This is the new section. I don't really like what I have in the tabs, so let's just throw away the bad parts. You can always find it later. These aren't terrible, but why is there space above them? Just the layout feels broken there. This might be broken, but alright, so I was thinking a image stage. It is, you know, more typically this area or this type of image here called a banner image, because it's like wide and whatever, and it's kind of to fill space, but it's sort of to, you know, like just cushion the content, make it look nicer. It's a huge area though, but it also could be kind of an expandable area where if you wanted to put a bunch of things in there, then, you know, you could build out your stage, and it's basically a mind map. So there's not a great way I can explain this, but this might look kind of cool. You could basically just put anything you want in here, and maybe it has a text label. Actually, these icon items could look pretty badass. Let's duplicate this. Let's bring this over here. enter, and then flip, and then center, yeah, and then shift enter. Didn't work. There we go. Is this fixed? I think it's fixed. So we just go like this. I mean, that's a pretty dirty way to build a stage. It's like, well, it's prominence. It's like, these are way too big, I think. The spacing between these could be, the drag and drop's not working. I click in and shift down. Pull these in. Maybe I'll leave this at auto. I don't think it really matters. I just feel like this should be maybe more over here. Wait, what? This is an auto layout, so I need to either set this to auto. That's the proper way to do it, I think, or at least one way to do it. These seem to be visually centered, but the rhythm here is, it's a little off. It's not terrible, though. These might need a background or something. They're kind of not, I don't know, we can make these bold. They need to be a little louder. I don't think that that's really the problem. It is more visible. It is sort of the problem. I think having higher resolution things, you can get like little image cutouts. Where did I have those bears repeating? I was just thinking that bear is a good cutout. I need to create a set of, why do I have two things in February that there's like 2 words? I should just delete this, right? I didn't make anything in either of these files. So you get deleted. It's a rare opportunity that I clean shit up, make way more shit. Where is the delete button? File delete? Am I blind? Actions. Move to trash. There it is. Okay. Basic operations like that shouldn't be so hard. I think I was clicking up here, yeah, instead of on this one. Okay, so there was, whatever. I don't feel like digging through and finding that cutout. Well, here's kind of an illustration. Boom. Where was I? Okay, so some a little bit higher resolution icons or imagery could go in these things and make it look kind of cool. Let me just put this up, Mom. You could have them both, sort of like, maybe these are just more appropriate as kind of smaller buttons. And how those fit in, I probably wouldn't just do that. That looks imbalanced and funny, but the stage, the topic stage is like, you know, let's collectively make a mind map of cool topics and try and draw them out in a way that like they're memorable, and then the information and knowledge will flow way faster because people will be interested in it more. And you can create all kinds of opportunities once you create like once you get good at design and start thinking through all of the interactive kind of potential with what goes where. I mean, that's basically the question with software. And with basically everything in life. Whoops. What goes where? It's like one of the most fundamental things. What goes where? WGW. Whoa, bro. No. Why is that so big? It's not right. There's no way that's right. What is going on there? Why? Are there line breaks in there? Is that why? Yeah, I just put the line breaks in there. But why? Oh, it's the paragraph spacing that we need. Right? This is the line height, which is hardly working. This is the letter spacing. Did they put the paragraph hid the paragraph spacing? This is jacked way the heck up. Not a good idea there. Paragraph spacing needs to be more tangible because it's very important and If it's not set properly, it doesn't work. Okay, so what goes where? I probably should have yoinked the whole thing. Enter, backspace, control to get it to go inside. Fix this to be more like this. That's just more, it's like a meme. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it's one of the most fundamental questions of everything in life. What goes where? If you can figure that out, if you're getting good at putting things in the right place, then you can do some cool shit. So this seems all like, I don't know. It's taken me a while to get here. It seems obvious. This is what I've been trying to tell people for a long time, though. Like, I've been trying to make the web OS and make some cool looking stuff and figure out how to do it. I mean, I have to say this looks really nice. Like, I think there's a lot of style there. There's a lot of simplicity. And there's a lot of potential for making, like, a nice website. I should probably just start coding this one out. It would take a little while, and I haven't thought through all of the questions about how to get everything to load. Well, so loading the CSS, it generally works, but I just get into these spots where I'm loading. Well, so, okay, here's the problem. If I load things automatically via JavaScript, then I don't provide an off switch on each individual page, which is not really an easy thing or smart thing to do. Loading CSS. So if I include CSS with JavaScript, then and don't make a config to turn it off on every page. This is why don't include random CSS that you don't need, obviously, but the problem is that I sometimes include, like, I don't know, create little CSS files and whip them in, like view.stylesheet is probably, just a quick search through my code. I can find several places where I'm pulling in a style sheet, and I'm doing it via JavaScript, so it's kind of like this, if you did tree shaking and didn't use a package, it could just disappear, and that's actually is kind of nice, and those optimization steps aren't a bad idea, generally speaking. Using a bundler, in my opinion, just slows everything down because, they're constantly changing and you got to configure it, and that means you got to figure out what you got to configure, and it's just literally like, I've learned cutting out the bullshit is just always a good idea. Cut out the extra fluff that you don't need. It's the only way to... Makes things a lot easier too. Like, you just can skip a lot of bullshit that you wouldn't. So it can save time. It can, arguably take you longer to figure it out a different way. And the thing that is being offered is often like, supposed to be a value added, save some time or whatever. But it doesn't necessarily make the whole situation any easier, because at the end of the day, they're connecting you to some sort of, well, I was thinking, the argument is like, use a tool versus build your own. Well, do you need to know how it works? Like, you don't always, but will it take longer to learn theirs than learn the underlying, more fundamental, more stable, more useful underlying tech? In that case, like, I think oftentimes doing it on your own isn't a bad idea if you got the time to do it. And apparently, I got a lot of time. That's one of the things that I do have right now. So, only probably an hour or so left of useful time where I'm flowing. That's a whole nother thing. I don't know. There's too many options here. There's too much random shit going on. I'm definitely not feeling that, but it's kind of just. I mean, we could just chuck this in here for shits. Maybe we just. Well, it doesn't really. I was gonna say this could just go in here and be cleaner, but make it real big or something. I don't know. What was I doing with this one? I was trying to get some UI blocks to maybe throw alongside something like this so that I could kind of get back to this grid-like thing, creating a dashboard. And I think the CSS grid could be useful to just get these little blocks to flow kind of like automatically almost. Well, I think the more predictable you make the block, like if they're all the same width and you just have like 3 columns of random width things, well then you got to decide which thing goes in which column. Or do you let the, I think the grid, can the grid stack up? It's essentially wrapping, right? I think Flexbox can do wrapping, but does it do it properly? Because now that I have, a lot of my layout experience, the way that I think about the layout, more of my layout experience is with Figma layouts. And generally I can usually figure out how to do it on the web with CSS, but it's not always as clear. And the algorithm, like what it's doing in the background with the Flexbox and CSS grid, it's actually a nightmare. It's like there's a lot of different properties and they're trying to make it easier, but they haven't really figured it out. It has to do with hug and fill, basically. Figma's, mentality about that, or kind of like the way to think about it, hug and fill, is usually, the spacing being auto is actually more of like spacing is fill. You could set which I guess is what auto means, automatically fill. So that's fine, I guess. But, all right, let's see. Icons at the top menu, I kind of like just words. Kind of think it's just way cleaner. You don't need the icons. Let's see what. Yeah, theirs don't have icons. I don't think icons are needed. I think for like a visual stage or something, then they're more appropriate. But figuring out how that works is going to be, I definitely think having these buttons you can click on, maybe they look more like a UI element that launches you somewhere. This one. Well, as long as you just make the cursor turn into a pointer finger when you hover it, then people know to click, and that'll probably work. But it could also look more like a button. Maybe it has a button on it. Maybe it's a little card with a button on it. Or they're just cards. But I don't know. I'm putting a white card on this is going to be way too. The contrast of white to dark to white and all the spacers in between, it's just going to be too much. I kind of think this like spacey thing here is not too much. There's a lot of high contrast, like brights and darks all over the place. It might be too much. Maybe people feel like it's too flashy or something. And it is pretty strong, but I think it works. I think it's minimal enough that it's not going to overwhelm people. Well, what if we get rid of these? Well, just to, have something, those could be like 3 different things. And you could kind of automate what people put on their stage. And you get, it doesn't have to be called a stage. I don't know why. It's kind of like front and center, but it could be an image map. You could think of it as an image map. Image map. Or stage. And it's the way it looks and the way it works. This could be like you could build a whole team around creating the best, like, banner kind of. It has to be responsive and in a strange way. It's like a fixed height that could be extremely wide, or on mobile, who knows how tall it even is. Maybe on mobile it has to lose its fixed height nature. Maybe it grows as you Well, could it just wrap? Maybe it should wrap. Can I set that up in here? Height, hug, wrap. And then, let's see what happens. They shrink, and then they wrap. Now this can work a little differently on the web, but that's pretty cool, not gonna lie. And then on mobile, boom. It's all nice and responsive. So then you don't have to do as much work. If you create these little responsive widgets that just work really well, and your website is literally just a stack of these things, like this is the speed at which we will design in the future. And frankly, with AI, like, it's just going to start generating pure gold, and everyone's going to have like really nice stuff. That's essentially what's going to happen. Now, there's a problem with Utopia that thankfully I've kind of been tipped off to. This is like definitely one of the deeper lessons, and I probably was taught this at some point, and then, you know, saw a video. Jordan Peterson's after school video talks about the problems with Utopia, but I definitely think we're headed in that direction. I mean, it'll probably take a lot longer than we think, and the problems will probably be way deeper than we think, and it'll take a long time to kind of sort through the bullshit, and it might never disappear. I think that bullshit is pretty strong with this planet, and so it's like that evil spirit, and not really sure what's going on there. If I figure it out, I'll try and let you know, but stay strong. Don't give in to temptation. It's crazy fucking life we're living here. I mean, that's probably the most important message ever. Where did this WebOS one come from? Was this like the original one? There's no way this is... Yeah, I think it's right here. It's all filler text. Okay, so I don't have to worry about erasing this. So my notes could start taking more visual form. I don't know if they're evil spirits. Just assume that all temptation is an evil spirit is kind of, you know, depressing or disappointing. Like, do you really have to... I think I was taught... I mean, I was definitely taught about temptation. Be a good person. Like, it's actually better for you. God wants you to be a good person, I think. But temptation doesn't make sense unless there are spirits doing this to you. Why would your brain tempt you? Well, maybe your biology craves things it knows it shouldn't have. But why? Like, I don't know. I like my little checklist. I'll just leave that at the bottom of every page. Well, I could have a button there. Where's my button? Got a nice little pink button. That sounds super creepy. Oh man. Why is it down there? It must have gone under the paper. It's not our community, it's my community, motherfuckers. Alright. That could be bigger and probably should be Control-Alt-C, Control-V, hug. Why is this not working? Fill. Oh my lord. This is fixed. I guess? Okay, I guess I can be fixed for now. Definitely wants to be white. Break. Select. Should probably have a little more... Well, I was just going to scale the whole thing first, so let's do that. Just to make it a little bit... Well, I guess it's... What size font is this? B20. 20. should be bigger. I was thinking it could maybe go over here or something, but I don't know. Maybe these have to be left aligned. This maybe is then too. I don't know. It feels too big. Maybe it should be kind of more. Not sure. It doesn't work. Maybe this needs to be in a box or something, so it's a little bit more separate. It looks just a little kind of out of place, like it was chucked in there, which it was, but it could look a little bit more kind of cohesive. Well, I could just bing, bang, boom, throw some padding on there, give it a black, lightly, a little transparency. I mean, that's probably better. Maybe we just make this kind of one of these. I don't know. Not sure how I like it. It's too. There's just all this dead space here, but this can't really fix it. I could center it kind of like this. I don't know if that works. Is that better or worse? I don't know. Doing these arbitrary spacings, it's like, I mean, maybe it's like a reusable thing, but to me it just seems kind of random, and so it doesn't really stand out as being a great idea. But those content boxes are useful. Like, frankly, a content box is just background and layout. Any background and yeah. I mean, so creating a layout class. This is the templates, BG, color, themes. Images. Definitely need image layouts. Text. Definitely need text layouts. I mean, you could write anything on these cards and it would be pretty cool. I feel like I should post these. The spacing on here is a little okay, so we're using, it's not terrible. Well, I'm not even sure. Okay, so these are all evenly spaced, which isn't bad, but because the line height is tall here, it kind of looks like there's more space here and here than there is like here and here. So I could kind of regroup things or just leave it for now and mess with it later. Maybe I just need more paragraph spacing, which is now, I know, in here. I don't think that's really it. I also feel like more spacing down here, but then I have to like group things and think about it more, and I don't feel like doing that. So I could definitely stack these up somehow. I've done this before. It would automatically makes them fill. It's kind of cool, and then you can just duplicate them and keep going. That wasn't done here though. I don't know if I need to type anything here yet. That's kind of, I don't really remember where I was going with this, but well, I was thinking about call out. Class, like, call out. Or it's really just like a content box, like extend class layout is sort of what I'm thinking, but call out boxes, content boxes, like any kind of thing with a style and a content area. It's sort of like Why is the paragraph spacing so big? I sort of just want bullets here, right? Still a lot of space there, but we'll go with it. I don't think there should be that much space right there. This also is basically like code, but you know, Notion does a nice job of doing quick formatting. I mean, it is a layout, isn't it? Inline. And UI. It's like, it's not just the layout, but it's the controls. When you hover this thing and click on it, you have these little boxes that appear in the corners and the lines and the hover effects and the hints and it's a pretty complex system. But I think once you start figuring these things out, you know, it becomes simpler and you can kind of add the same controls to anything, bounding boxes, and I think putting the important layout like parameters right in the UI. Maybe there's a button you push to activate, you know, to fly open. Or I don't know. Maybe you just hover something or click on it and hit Control. I think clicking on something could do a lot more contextually, like show you as much as you want about that thing. Layout stuff. I don't think the overlays that block other things are necessarily as important when you're clicking on one specific thing. And then you could, maybe there's an X on it, so it pops up, and then you can just close it if you don't want to see it. How would you get it back? You just select something else and then select the thing again, and it pops up again. Or maybe there's a button. Maybe you hover in a certain spot and it launches, and there's an icon that appears, and then you click it and it launches something. Well, it's sort of a standard modal experience, contextual. It's basically an activating it, right? Let's say, how do I do a section in here? This isn't really like an H2, and I do have like this one, Control copy. But actually, this one I think is the one I want. Paste. This needs to go Shift. Well, that'll work. All right, so that's a little conflicting. I think this used to be bigger, and this should probably be smaller. This is a frame, and probably doesn't need to be because it's, well, it could be a section, and then I can reframe it. But all right, so 32. That's too small. I think maybe this just, if we're going to use subsections, maybe we don't do the kind of intro here. Maybe this becomes Control-Alt-C, Control-Alt-V to copy that style over. And then this doesn't mean anything. I was going to talk about, what was I thinking there? Something about the layouts. Fuck. Something about coding the layouts. Oh, the pop-up modal thing. Okay, so contextual editing. So here we do want one of these to group, Shift A to auto layout this. Now I have like a paragraph title block that I can duplicate easier and work on the spacing on that. So when you hover anything that is selectable, it should appear that way, you know, that hover indication. And then when you click on it, you should see as much as possible for that thing. Like, you could move the little thing around. Maybe it's well, if you think about it as a 9 grid, how would I draw that real quick? I think maybe just with a rectangle with a stroke. A 9 grid is just 9 boxes. And it's a good way to think about when you have a rectangle, you automatically have a 9 grid, because I mean, the size of the regions isn't as important and is not actually defined, unless, I mean, you could just copy the, if it's a square, you could just think of it as a square the same size as the square on all sides, so you sort of could do it. But what's important about this, or the usefulness of this, is when you have a rectangle, any size really, alright, let's be careful here. Alright, when you have a rectangle of any size, there's automatically these it's 8 other regions. Top, left, bottom, right, but then the 4 corners. And those regions are, well, you can set up layouts where you actually have like 9 regions based on a central frame area, is I guess kind of maybe the usefulness of this idea. But, okay, so with the modal, the contextual modal thing, maybe I put this, I don't think this would work, would it? Yeah, it's doing something different. I think we want to group this maybe, because it's just floating there. I don't actually like groups because they act differently. I think this just needs to get scaled way down. And then, I don't know if I can indicate that this is the... Can I replace? Oh, this is a group. Okay, so it's not going to work real well, but... This one goes in here. And then I think I can just place it wherever I want, and then... So this is kind of weird, editing a group. It's not, it's sort of like a frame, but not really. It kind of does funky stuff sometimes. I think what we want is to make a box that's the size of this one. Maybe we just go piece by piece. I think we can just get rid of all these actually. Whoa, yeah, see, this is kind of wild, but I think I can figure it out. Oh yeah, that's weird. It's like, can we just center this thing? Why don't I just, yeah, there's 3 little pieces. I'll ungroup it, Control-Shift-G, Shift-A, set this to fill. I don't actually want it auto-layouted. I don't think. Let's just drag this around for a second. Let's make this background, I don't like not seeing the boundary here that I'm drawing in, so we're gonna do that. Putting a fixed size thing in a flowy thing is kind of weird. Like it was jumping all over the place because it was like realigning itself as I was editing it, and that's kind of crazy. But all right, let's see here. So let's duplicate these up to here, and might as well go down with them, and then duplicate this one to here, and then just stretch it over. So, and then I can duplicate that one. All right, so there's the 9 grid. This is going here. I haven't done much of this kind of design before, where I'm like document design. Usually you just get stuck with a shit tool that doesn't do what you want it to, and so you don't have the decision, or you don't have the power to make those decisions. Decision power is a cool thing. I think I don't have much decision power right now, but I think I could work on that. Let's scale these down, maybe. I don't know, I feel like this layout is just a little weird, but let's just write it. Decision, decision power. It could mean a lot of things, but it's like, decisions are important, and decision power could be the ability to make a decision, or it could be the motivation to make a decision, or it could be the results of the decision. Maybe you have a lot of power with your decisions. Maybe you don't have much power over making the decision. Maybe the decision is important or not. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of different variations there, but what else would be a layout? Like anything, basically, like any view. probably should have a layout. View.layout, probably a good way to structure that, I think. So that all of these contextual editing type things go through the layout. Well, I mean, the layout is sort of like maybe you just put some functions regarding all this kind of template, background color. Well, I don't know. No, you probably don't. All right, there's two options here. Either, and I don't know why these sections aren't really striking me as useful, or like, I feel like I want to write over here or something instead of putting. This is more like a note. Could I just drag this over here? Delete this. I think I want to. Did that work how I wanted it to? I think so. Got some padding on there. Add a fill. Add some padding. Reduce this. And what was I thinking? Oh yes, view.layout or view or layout extends view. Like maybe most views should be these like more beefy things called layouts that have a ton of controls about them, and then maybe some elements you keep them as views and they don't do well. It's like the hovering effects. What are all the things that this fancy layout system? It's like hover effects. Could just be like a simple CSS style that lets you know which element kind of bounds. Let the browser do a little outline or whatever. But like layout controls, I haven't really thought this through entirely, but you could have bounding boxes, resizing, scaling, line height, all the padding, margins, putting all that kind of right around the element. This kind of this 9-grid area. Yeah, it's this right here. Figma does some of this stuff for you, so you can just kind of click and drag areas. If I click and drag this one, see it working. So that's padding. There's no margins on this, on the outside really, but so you kind of need to do a 9-grid inside and outside of all the things. There's a lot of regions, right? Like just as much as there's, what did I do here? Well, let's just do this again. Alright, this is pretty big. I'm thinking if I have a bigger one of these in here. Fuck, I don't know. I'm kind of not sure what. I want to put one of these inside of one of these. Let's see what happens here. Nope, do all three of these. And then just this one. And then Control copy, Control paste. Control Z, Control G, Control copy, Control paste. And so if you have like, this is really unclear. If I make this white. Okay, so I could increase or try, I don't know if I can put a stroke around the outside. If I Control Shift G, then instead of Control G to group, maybe framing Control Alt G is probably what I want there, right? Control Alt G. Now if I put a stroke, a big stroke on the outside, there it is. Just to kind of, I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is like any sort of element with stuff inside it, but then you also kind of think about, well, the positioning, where it starts from. You could have a different unique anchor point. In fact, why not put a anchor point? Usually it's top left and goes down. Yeah, so visualizing layouts is, it's not rocket science, but it's not easy. There's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of little numbers you got to get right to make it look right, and it doesn't always look right. So I guess this could just go in here. I think let's see, I was thinking view could have a view.layout that organizes all that stuff. Honestly, maybe it's not a bad idea for this reason. Maybe it's useful to have a secondary view for the overlay container, because you do need to like render out some stuff, right? And it should probably be like, all right, so positioning it could be kind of tricky. I'm just thinking this through. And if you wanted an HTML element, like this looks like an HTML page, everything's in flow. If you wanted to select this text area and then render things in all 4 or 8 regions around it, then you're kind of going into the flow, like the padding of this document. And if you put that rendering stuff inside this element, it's going to push stuff around. And so you can put it inside like the right container, the parent container probably, and then make it absolutely positioned, and that might be the best way to go. And then I think it would or could automatically get nudged down the page. So it's sort of like putting, well, here's a line, and if I put that line, why doesn't it want to go in to, there we go. If we put this line in here, I think I can make that fill. Yeah, there we go, nice. And probably round it off just so it doesn't look so sharp. Probably make it thinner because it's pretty thick. It's kind of a cool line. 1 pixel, 2 pixels. How about 1? Maybe it should be 2. 1's pretty soft. Or I could go 2 and make it my background color. Not a bad idea. That's kind of cool. All right, so if you render some UI stuff in a document, so let's remove this, and then, you know, if we wanted to display a layout overlay around this thing, I could put the HTML, line just went to the bottom. I could put the HTML in the flow and then make it absolutely positioned to take it out of the flow so that but it is still kind of in the flow, so that I don't think this is going to work in here. The line stays where it is, but it's either with like relative positioning, or I think absolute positioning does this, where it'll anchor itself from kind of, it's like semi-flow. Like the vertical positioning is relative to the document. I think that's worked before. I'd have to test that out, but it works differently than here in Figma. And so that could work. But thinking that all through, let's just get rid of this because it's a little distracting and I don't need that on every page. But I could, this could be like the sponsor of my website is like, you know, the thing I'm selling. Join the community. Try and push people into giving me some money. Push them real hard. All right, so maybe it's useful to have a secondary view for the overlay container. Yeah, so if in like edit mode, the entire system is rendered differently so that you have like a wrapper around each element. I could try and just draw that out with. I mean, it wouldn't have to have space between them, but the idea is you could have a kind of utility system. So normally you would just have. Let's get rid of the border on this, or maybe we'll make it dashed. Where is that? In here, solid dash. Okay, and we get rid of the background color. Okay, that looks different enough to make the point. So normally you'd have this flow of, and this could just be, I mean, honestly, this doesn't need a stroke, and this could be kind of like a placeholder, like rectangle, and that's interesting. And then you could have a frame, Shift A, give it just a touch of padding to make it visible, give it a stroke, beef that up a bit. Oh, I guess that's fine, whatever. What does this do? Oh, yeah. Dashed, and now we have this little thing. This isn't really what I wanted to do. What I was trying to say is normally your web page renders just this like list of elements, whatever they are, text, like paragraphs and titles or sections or whatever. You either have a list of stuff going this way or the other way, columns. That's generally what websites are doing, is they're just putting blocks up. And the idea here for this wrapper is not to put one around the whole thing necessarily, unless you wanted to edit the container, which, so let's back up and say actually you probably do want to do that at some point, but you also might want to edit the individual thingies. So if you selected, you could either select the wrapper or you could select one of the items, and yeah, I guess it could just add and remove the wrapper if you were careful with it and it didn't break stuff. The only problem with doing that is if you have some code that gets the parent element and it thinks, let's say this is a widget and inside the JavaScript code it's accessing the parent, which would be like the wrapper for some reason. Maybe it's accessing, sometimes you can climb through the DOM to find something, and that can be hazardous if you rewrap. If you add some arbitrary HTML in there and then all of a sudden the code doesn't work. So that's sort of, maybe not worth worrying about right now. And then if and when it happens, you got to figure it out and fix it. But I was just thinking, all this content that I'm making right now, this thought process, I don't know if people would want to see it. Maybe it'd be better to do conclusion videos. But honestly, to make the most sense of it, streaming through my thought process from one thing to the next might be the best way to kind of build up the last idea, and then run into the new idea. Hard to say. If you just throw something at somebody and they have no idea what context it is and why they're supposed to be, why is it even useful? If they don't know, then that's kind of interesting. You could put buttons up there or something. Putting layouts essentially, navigatable layouts, tabs or whatever, inside a white page is not something I've done a lot of. I mean, you either have to go dark, make it gray. You can't do a white background as easily, you just can't see it. So you might as well just keep it transparent. But yeah, this is kind of cool. This is very structured content, so this is kind of like more curated and polished and edited and whatever. I don't know if you want just random blog posts with the same kind of text. I don't know, it's not bad. It's kind of like it actually. What font was this again? Open Sans? I don't know, I kind of didn't like Open Sans the last time I was really looking at it. I mean, it is a bit plain, but it's not bad. I kind of like the bold one better. Extra bold. It's kind of a decent font. I don't know why it looks a touch blurry at points. The way that these things render out and like put the pixel colors on the pixels, it's kind of crazy. All right, where was I? Well, yeah, I was thinking these videos about layout, posting it to the website with the like if I were making something and then I could like post it in a way where people could see it, and reference it later. That's really the thing. Because if you create a reference like that where it's like a library of things you can go back to, and especially if it's useful, if it helps you think about something in a certain way, then those kind of visual references, like this little video, frankly. The video is probably long and distracting, but if I developed a system to put clips that talk about certain things, it's really about editing it down, I think. Transcribing the video. Maybe I could create a web recording system that can link it all up. That would be actually really cool. It's like a web video log. Where is my notes? Where is me notes? Web video recording times like app actions log. So imagine you're recording yourself working on something on your computer, like I am right now, and like you could record a high resolution video and stream it to YouTube for free, like I am right now. Or you could record audio. Jesus Christ, this is gonna piss me off. Audio only. Well, audio separately. Audio file or audio streaming. And then, but it has to be plain audio streams is kind of a weird thing. I haven't really thought about the underlying file transfer technology for streams, because it's like you usually have like a timeline bar, a scrub head, like a draggable control where you can go from 0 to 100% of the duration of the thing. And if it's a live stream, that there is no fixed duration, it just keeps growing essentially. And the way that it streams it, like basically the buffering, is a pretty complex process, I would imagine, because you have to make sure once you figure it out, it's probably not that hard, but it would take a while to set it up, and there's probably a bunch of like edge cases where packets are dropped, or I don't know, you gotta make sure it all syncs up, the audio and video. Well, so here's the web recording is a timeline of web app actions, and like time-stamped, and basically all the necessary data to reproduce the UX, what the user sees. So you can record your app sessions and play them back with various speed parameters. Like you could skip certain parts, you could zoom through parts. Well, I mean, it should just be like a little timeline thing that you drag, and then you can see, like, visualize the timeline. It's essentially just more space for longer durations, essentially, whether that's actual changes in the file or so this is like real time, like actual spacing, timing, date, time of day, etc. Like actual timestamps, or you might just not care so much about seeing the temporal breakdown and just want to see various stages. You could hit a run button, which plays the, it's basically a play button, right? It plays the timeline. It's basically auto plays at sort of a time-lapsed rate. So a very fast run through. Like, let's say it takes you 3 days to make a design, you hit play and it just in like 3 to 5 seconds does this time lapse where you see the design come to life. Now, in my designs, what I've thought about this a lot, like sort of like watching a flower bloom, you see all this process that you don't usually get to see, and it's step by step, and you can see it transforming, and it's, you know, it's cool. But design doesn't really work that way. It's more like schizo shit jumping all over the place, dragging and dropping to the wrong area, and it just jumps all over, and, you know, undoing and redoing, and it's not so smooth. So that's where I was thinking I could do, you know, the 2-0, whole 2-0 thing is about centering and zooming to 100%, and so no matter what happens, I can always get back to the same consistent view of the thing. Now, if you change size with anything, then it offsets it. You know, it's going to recenter it. Well, and now I didn't have a selection, so it just went crazy. But yeah, time-lapse design is cool. Not quite there yet. I think if I were to build my own Figma, this is Figma, and if I could build my own Figma, then I could do a lot of cool stuff with it. Because I've looked at the API, and it's a little wonky. Like, you have to do a bunch of font loading stuff on every change or something. I don't know. I remember just looking at it, and it was so confusing. I was like, why did they do this? And just to, I think, I'm trying to remember if I got any code running. I think there was a plugin that would run arbitrary code and do some of that, you know, font plumbing for you. But then that worked kind of weird. It wasn't really clear how things were lining up, and I was just kind of confused with it all. I'm like, this is not a good API if you just get stopped several times along your first few steps to using it, and makes you think, well, maybe Figma's not bad, but it's not perfect. There's like these little frame labels. People talk about these all the time. Like, how do you hide this frame label? It's a design app. You could make your own frame labels. Now, they work kind of interesting where they stay small no matter how far you zoom in, and that's kind of useful. I don't actually always, or, you know, sometimes I'll name them, but it looks like most of the time I don't. So it's just kind of useless almost. And frames work differently. Like, if you draw a frame in the main area, it's always by default a white frame, which is probably what you want most of the time. And then if you draw a frame inside there, it has no fill. So it's invisible. And then you could change it, obviously. But the fact that, and selecting frames and the titles. So there's a number of different things that are working differently from frames in the root versus in a frame. A nested frame basically works a lot differently. No frame label, no no background. And in terms of like once you start setting up layouts and do you want it to fill or hug or whatever, like there's a bunch of questions there, and I don't think there's any great, or I don't have any immediate, like insight about the perfect way to do it per se. I just have a general feeling that there's a lot of little things that could be made better, and trying to help some other API that's kind of shit, is just not my idea of fun. It would take way more time than I have. I think the progress I'm making in terms of just designing documents is kind of cool. I haven't spent a ton of time doing it. Like checkboxes are pretty easy. Tables are going to get a little trickier. These memes are pretty easy, but obviously getting the right layout and all the right things in the right places. I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of work that goes into it, but it's also kind of having a vision. It's about like, what is the purpose of this thing? What do you hope to accomplish with it? And that vision and purpose is what drives the decisions between or behind all the content. So designing just for design is, kind of crazy. It's a lot of people are able to do it. I sometimes do it. Sometimes I just try and make shit before I actually need it, just for fun. But it's tricky. Maybe my logo. I should grab it from anywhere. I think I should probably make this a component, but who cares? Logo could go there. That makes it look a heck of a lot cooler. It makes it a little more balanced. It's like 3 distinct chunks rather than just the 2. I mean, yeah, I think that would work. Like, if I just put that kind of as a banner in different places on my site. Oh, it's got a transparent background. That's a smart idea. Whose idea was that? Should this be set to fill? The only real thing that could fill is this one, but I don't think we want that at that size. I was just trying to think how to make this thing a smaller banner. You'd probably just chop this way down and then, yeah. So this isn't a good layout. It's not going to be super responsive in the way that it could, or at least, yeah, this is a little broken, but I'm just going to say screw it because I don't really, not trying to make, could this be darker or should it be darker? Could be a lot darker, but then that text would need to go brighter, and that could happen, but maybe this just goes 100% transparency and flip it over to the BG color, and then in here all this BG needs to go break and then click and then white. That's kind of cool. For some reason this just looked like a 42, a lot more like a 42. I was like, oh, that doesn't even look like an M anymore. That's clearly an upside down 42. That was a weird impression. But maybe we keep a white one and a light gray one. I don't know. How about we click this, control copy, control Z, 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 that, and that. Okay, so this one essentially has to go on white or a light colored background, I think. This is, I think, darker than this because this is on white and this is on this dark, or the grayish, and so, but this one's too dark, I think. I don't really like it. That's why that one kind of looks better, but this could just as easily be white, right? I do think you need, usually with layouts, you want to try out different color variations and try and get like the right flow of brightness and contrast and all those things. I think that one's pretty good. The fact that the check mark kind of just disappears into the white is, I don't know, it's not bad. It's kind of cool. It loses a little bit of that punch, like the 3 colors all in this region. You have red, white, and dark, and it's and so it's kind of like a trifecta. Whereas this one, I guess you do kind of with the text over here, which is different. The check mark matches the text. In this one, it's different. I think they're both cool. think this button should be bolder. Maybe not too bold though. And see now, once you start changing stuff and it's not linked up properly, that's why it should be a component, but I don't like components. I will someday make my own component system that works properly. But getting a little editor to make stuff on the web, kind of like this, only more like Webflow, that is the plan, man. And man, once I get it going, I'm gonna fucking blast off, and I'm gonna start making money with it, and it's gonna be the coolest software in the world, like, because I'm gonna get people to help me. I'm gonna make sure that it works really well, and it's easy, and it's the best web app platform in the world, and then it's lights out, game over. Somebody might try and kill me though, so that sucks. There's a lot of bad shit going on in the world, and if you say talk about it, then they try and shut you down. All right, so well, and the fact that that happens and everybody knows it and nothing's being done about it is crazy. Even the guy that's like, draining the swamp and fixing the government, I don't know. I don't feel like he's really addressed all the issues that I've kind of seen as being crazy. And well, it's like the war and the vaccines and COVID and masks and, well, the vaccines and the vaccine mandates, I guess. Like, there's just a lot of it. People are getting kicked off Twitter for talking about certain things, and it seems crazy, like really bad. But so many people know it, and it's just sort of one of those, well, what are you going to do about it things. And there are people trying to do stuff about it, but nothing's really happening because it's like a legal process, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. Nobody really knows, but this could go anywhere. Either of these could go anywhere. But how about we get a little grid space going? Maybe we get rid of check these. I don't really like the tabs there, but let's go with it for a minute. I think I'm going to Shift A these and put them in their own layout so that it getting this to balance out is going to be a little bit of, why is that like that? There's 3 of them? Holy shit. Alright, let's Control Shift G on that one. I think it just messed up. The layout that was doing the work just disappeared. Add some padding. I think centering them. Spacing to auto, maybe? Or do I want them to fill? I think I want... This one's fixed width. Yeah. And this one's filling. It is filling. So, is that what I want? I want to adjust the spacing manually? Probably. I think I wanted just a lot more padding. But why is that happening? Shouldn't this... Wait, what? Why am I so confused right now? Why is this bigger than the padding? It's not set to fill, that's why. Okay, there we go. Alright, the point is I want to be able to duplicate this one. Whoops, not like that. This one should go this way. Okay. Booyah. Layout, baby. It's powerful. When shit works the right way, then it's nice. Okay, so clearly we need more, like a better grid. Why don't we just put this one in here? That's kind of cool. This is now broken. Padding. The padding doesn't get responsive, and holy crap, let's just zero this out and start over. The padding is kind of funky, and well, you can try and create smart systems that will respond automatically, so you can use like one layout for use one layout for all the things. Kind of feel like the dark one over here could be cooler because we have so much white already. Maybe it needs to be spaced out a little bit more. I don't know, I think, how about 42? That's a good number. It was 41 before, now it's 42. Another nice effect for these guys is to just chop off the corners a little bit. Not that much, obviously. I think just enough to be noticed. This is the subtlety. 12 is a lot, but it's also next to, well, I don't know. I think once, the whole rounded look should probably be very consistent throughout the whole site, and I haven't really been going for that yet. Like, rather than having sharp corners here and rounded there, I should probably either round all of them or stay sharp, but staying sharp is actually way easier because that's the minimalism idea. Like, if you don't need it, don't do it. It just adds an extra thing to fart around with, and it's hardly even noticeable, so. Yeah, so like, this is an image. I could post this image on the website. I could copy it as a ping. To code this out is sort of what I'm, trying to drift towards. Like, how do I create these content systems where I can create new stuff and publish it? Honestly, Notion is an editor, and I don't know why it kind of doesn't work properly sometimes. Like, the unfocusing is really annoying. It happens way too much, and I did figure out a workaround, like using a different hotkey rather than the dash space. There it goes, it's unfocused. Gotta click into it to keep typing. And so it's, I sent them tickets, and it's not fixed, so I don't know what else to do. But one thing I was saying is I could use Notion to host content on my website, and then I could just have like a Lou42 com. That's what it's called on different places, and I could upload the logo. Could I do that real quick? I think I have it somewhere. Upload. I think I put it in here. There it is. That looks like the one. Yeah, let's do it. Add to workspace emoji library, and then it just recrops it. It looks way better zoomed out. That's weird. Why does it do that? I don't know, but fine. I'm logo. M42. Booyah. Sounds like a gang, right? Or some sort of... Don't fireworks have names like that? Or guns have names like that. Alright, so... Thanks for losing my cursor here, Notion. Twice in 2 seconds. Okie dokie. Well, shouldn't I have a page for the mastermind? Obviously, right? Is it just /mm? It's kind of a cool path slug thingy. These three don't really fit. I think the ad sort of needs to be like somewhere else. But here we go. I had to hold control. This is clearly not hugging height-wise. And this doesn't have any spacing, but obviously that's out of place. But it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to fill the space. I do like the kind of paper on gray, but I do think having this must not be set to fill. Oh man, what have we done? I think we just go in here and then hit enter and put all of these set to scale, I think is what we want. It might scale wonky. Wait, what? I thought maybe it would scale funny, but it's actually pretty legit. It's not scaling the text, it's resizing it. So it's not actually scaling it, is it? I don't know. Confused. But it's way better than it was, because we can manually, or I can't really make this bigger without breaking the whole thing. I think we just nudge this down to like 16 or so and forget about it. Oh, that was fill before, pretty sure. Okay, so yeah, I don't think they should all have the little thing there if they're gonna be in a grid. In a grid, they should probably just be plain old boxes. I don't think I have this somewhere else. I gotta be careful I don't, oops, delete the one and only. I mean, frankly, for this one too, it's like, if it is the one and only, then maybe that makes sense, but this is not, I don't think this is what I wanted. I think there's, yeah, several of these. They are fixed height, which is probably, I don't know if that's what I want. Man, I just need to get coding with something, I think, but, I mean, if I don't design out exactly the pages that I want to make, maybe that's kind of, you know, the guiding blueprint, but I haven't really decided exactly which pages are the best ones to start with. There's just a lot of, you know, potential paths I could go. Using Notion to try and publish stuff is actually a pretty smart way to do it. Maybe it's just a Notion path, and then I can import an entire Notion document at that URL. That would work, make sense. Can I just embed it like underneath the shell of the website? Because that would be the best. It could just be an iframe. Does Notion, like web publishing, allow iframes? I would hope so. I think so. Because in that case, it could actually just be this white area here laid out, you know, nicely on top of the thing. But then which Notion, do I use Notion full page and let it sprawl? Because then it doesn't collapse down on mobile very well. Or do I'd sort of have to create two of them if I wanted to do a mega layout, or it just doesn't work on mobile. Maybe that's the answer. It's kind of crazy that Notion's not mobile friendly by default. The columns in there are just a little wonky. I mean, having a column editor is kind of nice, but it's got to do all the things that you want it to do, so. Well, so could I design the home page and then think about, you know, starting with the home page is probably a good idea. like, I don't have much content yet, so doing some big grid system with a bunch of stuff, I mean, I could put these little memes all over the place, and so maybe that's, maybe there's like a recent tab or something. And this kind of sounds like a UI library. That is sort of what I want to do, like with, you know, just coding out all these UX things like tabs and whatnot. You know, I need a way to document them all and all the variations of them. And so you're essentially creating potentially infinite trees, like a recursive tree. That's basically what it is. A recursive tree of topics. Sort of topic. Yeah, I mean, I guess topic is a pretty good word to describe the, I don't know why this looks bad. It's way too much space here. Oh, it's better. There's probably not enough space, though. You have to drag this slide, look, to go from, here, let's go back to auto. This is absolutely crazy. This used to work, and then it broke, and then it was fixed, and now it's broken again. They keep going back and forth with how, it's like, you have to move your mouse so far to make such a tiny little adjustment. Maybe they want you to have to, like, you know, think about it and make this big adjustment. I don't know. It's really strange that, well, maybe they wanted it so that you can make those tiny little adjustments, but I think it's crazy. You shouldn't have to drag your mouse 4,000 pixels to go like 20%. Anyway, so recursive tree of topics, or it could just be called the tree of topics, and it's, you know, so creating notes about all the things. Do I want to write out my notes with my JavaScript framework? I mean, it is a quick way to get shit flowing, but it's also whoa, bro. It's a pretty time-consuming way to create notes, and so if I'm zooming around here in Notion and I'm pumping through a bunch of notes, I don't want to publish them all, but like if I had one page that I have set up to just pump content onto my homepage even, I don't know if that's the right way to do it. It could be a quick and easy way to do it right now, but I think having it as a separate URL makes just as much sense, and then you can just click to it if that's what you want to see. I don't know if, see, I don't think most people could handle my stream of consciousness. I don't think they'd, you know, most people can't follow it because it's just kind of quick and rambling, and, you know, it's pretty deep sometimes in terms of just the technical nonsense or whatever. And so there's all of those reasons. Where did the white banner ad thing go? Did I delete it? Jeez, man. Jeez, I think it was this one, wasn't it? How did I just delete that without having one? It should warn you before you delete something. Well, I don't know, maybe not. But how does it know, like, it's worth saving? Maybe there's, like, a design score for things. It'd be, yeah, how cool would that be if there's, like, a, I don't know, 1 through 10 or whatever, you get a number, and it would just look at, like, padding, spacing, coloring, text, you know, some of the things that the AI could do pretty easily. Well, you'd need to, like, first create a layout, image, like, layout kind of analyzer. That shouldn't be too hard. It basically just draws boxes, bounding boxes around all the different parts. It could try and identify text, like that OCR, you know, even font identification. A smart graphic design, like, image processor or recognizer or whatever. It's like Google Lens type shit. I think that'd be pretty cool, because then, well, if you could produce a decent design, like layout score, well, it could be an overall score, design score, but it could be broken into like layout and maybe composition things or whatever. Although layout and composition are kind of the same thing. Yeah, breaking down the classification of this has 0 padding. I must be clicking the wrapper. Okay. Let's no, let's not duplicate that. I don't know. I feel like these wrappers need to have a little padding on them until they don't, and then I delete it, but I'm tired of clicking on the wrong thing all the time. Let's see. So I don't have a lot of content yet. I don't think the I don't know if the tabs are a good idea. I was thinking about having a navigation bar, and I do think there is a potential for a tab-like feel. They probably do. Oh, did I already make these pretty big, right? 29. Yeah, being able to create these workspaces and like highly nestable, like multi-layered essentially. You know, for each page I could create, well, I could create various layouts for various pages. And so for each page, I could then decide, do I want it to have the stage thing going on and have like a kind of like a centered layout that pulls up into the space? Or do I want to have a, well, in this stage area, if you have this thing pulled up in there, it has to align differently so that it's, you know, it's kind of a tricky thing to do. It's kind of a fixed thing, and Ket wouldn't be able to. I don't know if you could have it like grow and work differently on different pages. Was that fixed height? No, it's HUD now. Well, yeah, I had this working responsive. It's kind of cool the way it wraps, right? We could put some spacing. No, not that one. Put some spacing on this one. Set to auto. That's actually probably what you need for it to properly wrap. It's just then, if the spacing is auto, there's no, well, you could put padding. You could put a frame on those things and then add padding to it so that they bump into each other sooner. Here it should center, right? Can we center? Why didn't that, whoops. I want this one, selecting the wrong one. Align center this way, but how come it doesn't center both ways? It doesn't even give me the option. It's because it's wrapping, I think, but like it still should be able to center them, right? I think so. Well, clearly those tabs down there are broken. So I could do the mobile menu thing there, but I think this is like step 2. I think I need to kind of slow down and figure out a reasonable home page. This one is nice, but it wouldn't work because it, you know, when it gets big, it breaks. And then, well, so what else could go there? Where'd that image go? I think it's, you know, just, I think maybe creating multi-column content, like a page with multi-columns to it, might not be a bad way to go. So more or less, it's kind of like this, but maybe instead of having the gap on it, it's kind of like invisible multi-column. So like this could be a note. Let's grab one of these maybe. I thought there's another one that, I guess any of these is fine. Right? Let's take the content of this without the paper, and that's always a pain in the butt. Take these 3, Control X, no, Control Copy. What am I doing? And then in here, this is definitely not going to work properly. We need to hug. No, we need to fill and hug. Wait, what? Auto layout, hug. 0 out all this padding and start from scratch. It should be fill. Okay, fill. Well, let's just duplicate that and then delete this one. Boom. So you can't even really tell that there's two cards right next to each other. You know, sort of just like one big card with two columns on it, and that's kind of the idea, especially if you get the padding set up so that it's a little bit more centralized. But having the padding is actually not a bad look. I don't know, with it pulled up over this, that looks kind of like teeth or something. That's not bad, but I don't know. I don't know if you have to have a... What the heck? Should I just be able to click up on this? If I click in one too many times, I think maybe I want to just Control-Shift-G, get rid of the extra layer, and then push up. Having one wide one, it could be more like a UI card that has like some layout to it. The way this is set up right now, I'm not sure why this is aligned the way it is. I think maybe there's some padding somewhere, like right here, controls that. This needs to be set to fill. That's obviously way too wide. Like for a mega monitor, having one card that goes all the way across, it would have to be very like intelligently responsive. And frankly, I think creating responsive cards that can do that shouldn't actually be that hard. In fact, that's sort of the essence of the whole problem, right? Like if you can't do it for a single card, you know, it's a similar idea. If you can do it for the whole site, you should be able to do it for a single card. Well, I'm kind of thinking about like button bars and like kind of just sections. You know, you could have columns essentially that chop off certain sections or rows or whatever. You could break up any kind of UI thing into different pieces. And essentially it's a 9 grid, right? It's just like it's an area that can have divisions, any number of divisions, but you know, the 9 grid is kind of gives you a starting point for thinking about all those situations. And it is sort of like, you know, you got to think about inside and outside of the container that you're in question, because there's always kind of this inside-outside dynamic where you can apply similar ideas to the 9 grid to the outside or the 9 grid to the inside, and depending on the background colors and, you know, chopping up the layouts it's pretty simple in essence, but it just, for whatever reason, there's like a lot of little kind of if this then that situations where you got to figure it out and make it work the right way. For example, you don't want a line of text that is 3,000 pixels wide. So, Michael Lewis, we're like getting closer to, you know, being a real person, but there's something not right here. I don't know. It's hard for me to put my finger on, but this shouldn't be so hard. And I don't know, the typography on these is already broken. I don't really like it. I'm just kind of playing with, you know, ideas. Well, it would have to wrap. Maybe this is kind of the thing that I mean, can you do like min-max widths on cards and then have them just automatically kind of jelly into place where it's... Well, yeah, so the idea of the wrap is, let's duplicate this section here and then duplicate this. So right now it's not set to wrap. If we turn on wrap, let's undo that first and then go to this and turn on wrapping. And so now instead of forcing it, whoops, it's not working. How about, these need to be fixed. These are set to fill. Hit enter, fix the height on all of these. Now we duplicate it and it'll wrap. And so that's cool, and it's also responsive a bit. And so that's kind of simulates what I'm thinking on, and these could be different heights, I think. No, not so easily in here. I could draw that out by taking, well, really two of these, Shift A, go vertical, and then adjust the height. Should probably adjust the height just by Control D-ing the content, and then we could duplicate that and put it underneath just to show some rhythm, and then we duplicate that and make another column, and then we push this up and then duplicate it and push it down. We're just staggering. Oh, these lined up here. Does that matter? There was a way to stagger this properly. Maybe, okay, maybe we just want this one up here and then this one maybe just one of these here. Figuring out the lengths for these, but okay, now you don't have any, kind of have like a brick-like thing. To have the brick effect going on, you have to stagger the bricks. Okay, so, and well, the idea is like, well, if you could get these to kind of rearrange themselves to fill the screen space, so that it's not just 3 columns all the time, but it's more columns on. I think the CSS grid is actually pretty decent at this in terms of getting a rhythm to the layout, like, or the sizing, the heights and the widths and whatever, and getting them to fill all the gaps properly. I haven't played around with that enough, but maybe that's something that I could do for the homepage. It's just like a big wall of, I used to have this link to this site. I think it was like AI generated art. What was it called? It was called like Scroller, I think. Let me see if I can find that. Scroller. Wasn't it just a... I thought that's what it was. But what's the URL? Maybe it's gone? It wasn't like a... I think maybe it was named something else. Scroller.co? I don't think that was it. It's not working. Bookmarks. Bookmark manager. Scroller. 3 L's, I think. Boom. Are there aliens? I think there are. Are we sure that's a distraction? Or is this what they want you to think? It's like counter misinformation. Join the community with premium. It's a Discord community. That's kind of what I was thinking. They got a pretty cool UI here. Is it mega responsive? Nope. They could just fix some CSS, I think, to get that to fill in. But it's kind of a cool, nicely designed. It is sort of like a social network app, right? Not sure exactly what they're going for. This looks like a pretty real image. Wait, what? Join the Discord community. I don't know. I just think building a better Discord is probably a smarter thing to do. Trying to get people back and forth is like, they sell premium. That's crazy. I'm not sure exactly. I don't even remember how I found this. I think a lot of this might be AI generated art, but some of it looks like it's photographs. I'm not sure where their stuff comes from, if it's all user contributed, and then what is their algorithm like? That's like obviously a big part of it. These like in-stream kind of they like promoting their own app, which is kind of cool, but they could sell advertising space. I think if it's clear that it's an ad, it's not terrible, but if it's too big and too much, like if every other well, here there's 1, 2, 3 in a row. If you're doing so many ads, then wish scroller was ad free. Who's this guy? Bird guy. He doesn't look terribly happy. Got videos on there. Yeah, a video sharing site would be cool. There's all kinds of user experiences that I'm trying to right click on the image and it says you can't. A premium only feature. That's kind of wild. I wonder if they made their own platform or if they're using some platform. These icons need more space. Well, they're spaced out way too far, so clicking on one or the next, it's like this, you gotta drive the mouse 5,000 miles away to get to the next one. But also they could be more vertical padding. I mean, I guess it takes up space, but they should be probably more centralized. I would guess this is a custom web page. They're like really have really invested in like their design, and they got these little videos that play, which is pretty badass because it's like very cohesive to the whole experience. Scroller Premium. But I don't see much of a community. Maybe it's like hiding in the comments or something. Looks like there's no comments. Can you see the number of comments while hovering? Chat now. Okay, let's chat now. Whoa. Yeah, I'm 18, but that's not what we're saying here. Do I want to accept the cookies? I don't think it really matters, but I guess they could be just logging your traffic. But I'm streaming. I don't think I'm allowed to do this, so I could get kicked off. So that's just like a very small amount of nudity, and we'll see if YouTube, let's go check on my stream and see if they've already red flagged it. This isn't live yet. It's probably still set at super low resolution, but can I manage to jump to that part on YouTube? I'm just wondering how strict their controls are for that kind of thing. Where was it? I just saw it a second ago. There it is. It's really low resolution, which is fine, but that's kind of crazy. I didn't know that site was like that, but I guess that's what communities like to work on. Well, I don't know. Is that a community activity? I guess people like sharing that stuff. Anyway, so that's interesting. Chat Now went to their adult kind of section. It says there's people online. You can chat now. That's crazy. First, I thought that was like a mirror effect because it looks so wide. I think that's a Wolverine, right? There's no American Badger. A badger is not a Wolverine. What does a Wolverine look like? More like small bears. Guess it's a similar type of a thing. Whoa. Don't really want to get my stream completely deleted, so we're gonna not do that right now. Well, let's just throw it over on the other screen. Oh wow, there's a stream going on there. Is this a adult streaming site? What the hell? That's crazy. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think I can show most of these on YouTube. Live cams. So the chat goes. Oh man, there's a link for tranny funny business on here. That's no bueno. Yeah, definitely some NSFW over here. And it's like an infinite list of models and cams. I'm not sure, was this really a cam site when I first clicked on it? I guess it was. I didn't really read the labels on it, but that's kind of crazy that their live chat button takes you to, or it said like chat now, and then it takes you to the cams. This is why I don't know, do you want your kids stumbling upon tranny porn? Probably not. Alright, going to minimize this. I should probably just close it, but I kind of am curious to check out how this is working because there's a lot of streams. I wonder if it says it's live, but I wonder if it's oh, is that their age after their name? I think it is. That's interesting. And then, is it actually live? That's the next question. Or are these just like pre-recorded? Because they could. It's actually not a bad idea. Like if you get one of these sites set up that allows people to submit like live streams, like, you know, why do they actually have to be live? Well, probably what people want, but. Alright, so that's interesting, but distracting as hell. So, where were we here? It's a pretty badass looking fur pattern or whatever. It's got kind of a like squished face. Ears on the side? Are those the ears? Where was I? Well, I was thinking about my website. I was thinking about... Whoa. I was thinking about... the layouts, how to get my notes in a way where I can present them in a layout that's like flexible enough to let me keep posting. Kind of, yeah, I mean, I think the homepage could just be like a wall of notes like this, but then that's not very organized. I could create sections. So what was the problem here? It's all right, so given the way I have this set up right now, if I width hug shift, no, not shift A, I think I can just add padding here. Yeah, there we go. And then give it, well, for example, a dark background. Now we have a section, and then you could have another section. So you could organize these things into, you know, till kingdom come any way that you want. And I do think, I think there's just a lot of complexity to, there's so many options, and there's no way you can decide. You can just pick like a perfect layout that's going to work for everything. Now the wrapping cards thing, you know, just having one big block of them and just chucking everything on the homepage, it's not the worst way to do it. It's just, I don't know. I've thought so much about this that if I just start running towards that objective, I mean, it would get me coding sooner, and I would be having to make a lot of those decisions. I kind of think spending a few more days or whatever it's going to take to get the design kind of not necessarily finalized, but maybe have like a better idea of what kind of pages I need. I mean, I'm made a lot of stuff, and it doesn't seem like I'm really getting any closer to deciding. But yeah, so I mean, I really need to focus. I need to figure out. I think the home page is probably something like this, you know, grid of things. And definitely can't have a full width one, so I do think it's just gonna be one of these. Let's nix this background and just throw this anywhere in here and delete this one. This one has 0 top and bottom padding, and can I delete this safely? I don't think I'm deleting anything major here. I think I have, well, this web/page thing was maybe worth keeping. Let's just throw this over here. So we can delete this section and then check out this layout real quick. I think we want to just get rid of all this padding. I think we want to fill. I think we want to center. I think we actually want, what? Enter? Yeah, these three. I think we want these things to fill. Do we want it to fill? They really more should wrap, but whatever. This is fine for now. It actually fits well. And I didn't set them to fill. Oh, they're centered, that's why, but it lines up perfectly right here. Anyway, so that could be the home page. And maybe it, well, maybe it says home. I don't know. I don't like that, especially that little booger in the middle there. But what's the objective here? The objective is to just try and move as quickly as possible to the finish line. And I do think getting something posted is the right way to go. Maybe even if it doesn't work, although, you know, coding something out that doesn't work, like a search bar that's just, we could just hide that thing. Boom. And why have a, whoops, why have a banner thing that doesn't work? I mean, that could be a home page. Just a grid of things. And frankly, doing the header and footer are a pretty good step in the right direction, so maybe I try and do that real quick. Okay, so I want to get the CSS set up with the colors properly. I think the layout, having a global like squeeze layout is one thing that I've often done so that they all kind of have the same, you establish like this margin thing at some spot on the page, and it's, you know, you try and hit that margin with a lot of things on both sides. Do we need a menu or something? Maybe not yet. Navigation from the home page, like the main navigation could just be a series of words like these. Let's duplicate this. No, this is Lotto. Do I want Lotto? Maybe. I don't mind Montserrat for that though. Let's go Montserrat, and make it dark and probably bold and bigger. Maybe hug it and do, I don't know, what link should be on the main area there, like about. Maybe it's capitalized. I don't actually know. I don't know anything. What am I doing here? Control D. Code. Why is this not the right layout anymore? Well, where were all those things? CPU? I don't think putting all the things on there is the right idea, but like, mastermind. I don't know. I don't think putting a bunch of things on the bar kind of precludes the preview word there. It's kind of cool though. It's almost like a path or something, but like I was just trying to think if these could be more like button-like or like little pills or something. When you click on one, then it goes to the, you know, the activated mode, becomes bigger and whatever. I mean, that is sort of a breadcrumb, right? And it's a back button or like an up button to the right level. The logo itself could be the home page that just flies out real quick and lets you jump anywhere. So that's what I was thinking earlier. The home page is a jump screen and not really the feed. What would that look like on a giant monitor though? It would probably be like a dashboard of widgets that you've, and then it would be like a grid, right? It would probably, you probably want them to stack up as best they can. What kind of widgets, like, all right, so thinking through the sizes, if you have bigger items, sometimes the grid will like figure it out and it doesn't suck, but sometimes it, you know, you get like these big weird wonky spots. Like if you just have a, you know, you get dead space. This is what you don't want. It doesn't look right. So you could figure out a grid system where it can appropriately not have dead space, essentially, is all that you're really looking for. And then you can have variable sized blocks. I think one way I was thinking that could happen is if you had, basically if one were 2 times the size of the next, and it might have to be both vertically and horizontally, but then you could just have 2 of these. It's not going to work when I let go, I don't think, but well, so what if we just make this taller? Do they not wrap down there? I don't think this is set up to do it, but more, well, okay, so let's shift, control D. It's not really what I wanted. I think this one, shift A. Let's actually just duplicate that and then get rid of the 5th one. And now we have this one and we change the direction. Okay, now we have the block of 4. This could then be that height. There, that looks pretty decent. So it's basically just, I made a 4 grid here that's just like in this flow. Ooh, that's interesting. It's actually, oh, yeah, it's jumping around a bit. I think the CSS grid works differently, which is, I don't know, whatever. I don't know which one's better. You can't drag and drop with the other one, so figuring out how it works is a little iffy. This doesn't work terribly, but who knows if I could even make sense of what's going on here, to be honest, right? Like, it's kind of cool though. So figuring out a kind of extensible workspace where I can chunk all the things into the right place. Maybe it's just a matter of designing it all out, and instead of like thinking about possibilities, I start actually coding out exactly what I want on the home page. Well, it's a whole bunch of random ideas, and I have some things for some of them, but they're all just kind of like empty, and I don't know if I want to start hard coding all these ideas. I think maybe using Notion as like a quick web content publisher and editor, it can add some structure. Like, you know, Notion is pretty structured. Figuring out exactly how to set that up, well, it's probably easier to just whip quick structure together. You don't have much flexibility over drawing it out and making it look a certain way, but I can at least think about I just think about M13 or MS14 or 13 or something. Isn't there a gang? Well, gang. Why does M42? Yeah, like M18. Isn't that a firecracker? Or is it 16? Or I don't know. Yeah, there's some fishy business going on here. I don't... This is just kind of a whole bunch of random shit. And... yeah, those are kind of fun, but I don't know if it's worth focusing on. I gotta make some money. Well, so obviously this one's not the right one, but well, what are the biggest things that I would focus on? Like sign-ups, emails, notifications, maybe, like getting the app notification system working, but it's sort of like a way to build and draw an audience to the site in real time. Build an audience and draw them to the site in real time. So that's the notifications. You get a little pop-up, you click the thing, you land on some page on the site, and presumably you're logged in, so you can chat and, you know, and all that cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think getting like just a comment system working would be a really huge task, but also a really nice UI, UX. I'd have to draw it all out. I'd have to think it all through. I know I'd go ham with it and just like, well, it's got to be nested. It's got to be, yeah, it's got to be done right. Part of me thinks, well, thinks like, should I draw this all out in Figma, or should I try and build an editor tool in HTML and just, instead of having to work with the Figma tool? But it's like, to think that I can do such a better job so quickly, I think is naive. Obviously, it would take potentially months of many people working together to build a Figma tool. And a lot of little things would have to work really well. But I think it could be better. But in the short term, do I want to try and design out a whole bunch of things? Well, I can do it. Like, I don't know exactly which thing is most important to work on. And then for any one of those things, there's a whole bunch of decisions about what it looks like, where things go, where you can click, you know, how you expand it from... Well, and the Giga layout thing is really kind of part of the dilemma here, is that most layouts don't work so well with that, or at least to even have a wrapping system that can stack up horizontally just as well as vertically, essentially like a two-dimensional grid like this. It's not easy to do, and all the pieces have to be either very uniform or at least the same width or something, or like, yeah, doing these types of columns and, you know, repeatedly, I don't know if the CSS grid can do that so well. Maybe it can, but then ordering them with like those numbers, I don't know. I'm not sure if just chucking a whole bunch of stuff in there is the best idea, but maybe it's okay. Maybe there's like a zoom level that, you know, you can set where it sets essentially the, I don't know, controlling the font size of the thing. I was just thinking, what if you want 3 up or 1 up or 10 up? You know, like zooming in and, you know, changing the size of the grid could be pretty easy. If you had a little slider control, or can you hijack the control mouse wheel zoom? Maybe you can. Maybe you can prevent default and change the kind of size level so that it jumps from, maybe it just cycles from the number of, well, I don't know if you want to do mathematically control the number of things that are up, or if you just want to set it like a min and max width, and then maybe you're cycling through min and max width settings. And so if you kick the mouse wheel enough, then you'll see an extra column rise or fall. Essentially, they get bigger or smaller to fit more or less on the screen at once. Okay. I should work on the header and footer. The header was essentially working. Don't know if I can. I mean, it's literally just a it's literally just a white bar with a logo on it. And putting links, I mean, honestly, just as like this first step of the website, getting it looking better than this shouldn't be that hard. It's just more, I'm trying to figure out how much I want to bite off in one step, because, well, going back and forth between design and development, and I mean, it is sort of an iterative process that I should just get used to, but it is also like, why not just get a decent plan? And so once I go into coding mode and I go and start putting CSS files and trying to think through all the layouts, and what I do really need to do is create a layout library. I need to create a tree, a tree of topics. I need to create a tree of layouts, and that is kind of a tricky thing. I also need previews. So like these grids are really the previews, right? I want to be able to dump a preview of something from another page onto the home page, and there could be all kinds of like secondary comments and UI type stuff for the page, that if you clicked on the page and went to that page, maybe that's just, that changes the URL and the view and you get all the extra stuff. I was thinking maybe it goes in line and you can do certain stuff without action, like more contextual in place editing or feedback or interaction, I guess is probably like, could you put a little pop-up toolbar on each thing so that you could interact with it, have a menu or whatever? Probably. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be that hard, but well, so from a utility standpoint, for making web experiment type stuff and running tests, really, could I design like the test page? So I do kind of like this idea of, well, do we want to, maybe I need a new space. Running into our other shit here. If we duplicate this and Shift A and add a little padding, and then we can delete the other one. Okay, I don't know if that was necessary, but test, and probably just delete this. I don't think it's really fooling anybody right now. And we probably don't need the banner on all the pages, because like this is just way simpler. It's a little flashy and loud, and so maybe the default layout is literally just like a squeeze. Ooh. And a page. Doesn't that look nice? Yeah, I mean, it's probably ditch the corner effect and just get some basic typography going. I don't know if I need like the whole intro paragraph thing. It's kind of fancy, but I don't know, it makes it look very, I don't know, it's like a transition between, and it's kind of highlights something that if you put the right words there, it could be useful. Probably isn't always necessary. You could just delete it if you didn't want it. Looks just as good without it, I think. So yeah, maybe, I mean, the simplest context here is just, this is /test/ thing. Well, really, the URL that system that I was going to use was more, well, it'd be like framework slash thing slash tests. Could be test or tests. This whole plurality thing with the naming is kind of annoying, but then this probably would be framework thing tests. I don't know if you want to render the URL into the heading of the page. It's kind of unnecessary, isn't it? Unless it's not really evident somewhere else. And also if each of the things then becomes like a clickable link. In fact, you could spread these all out so there's, you know, sometimes it's done like that, and then each one is like a clickable link. If you hover it, you get the underline and whatnot. And so if you want to jump around, kind of climbing back up through, I mean, that's just, it's a super simple way. It doesn't look bad. I think it's it might not stand the test of time. Might figure out a better way to do it, but it's not terrible. What I would like to do is be able to get robust tests. So like, as I'm working on things, as I'm testing things out, whether it's in Figma or in the browser, it goes into a spot that's like the right spot, and then there's like a log of everything, and it's, you know, because I lose so much stuff and have no idea where the things are that I've created because it's disorganized, because I don't have a system that works. I've never figured it out. To, you know, do you put layouts in a layout file? Do you put all the things in one file? How do you find it? How do you organize it? I haven't spent a huge amount of time doing it. I spent a fair amount of time thinking that I should do it and trying to figure out a way that makes sense, but haven't figured that out yet. Well, so having a white card like this inside of the header and footer is probably not a bad way to go. In fact, the header and footer can sort of just be the same thing, couldn't they? It's a pretty lazy way to do it, but let's make this the BG. But first I'm going to break these BGs and make them purple. Otherwise it's going to be a little harder to edit. So then I go and make the white background, which is this one, BG, and then the purple can then go to white or light gray or whatever. It's kind of big and bold and doesn't really need to be that big and bold. Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe I need to tone these back or find a better UI font or both. So now all these changes that like I kind of wanted on both of them, having so many font weights, if I have to load a new font for every font weight, it's like really annoying. It just bloats the site. I don't know. I was kind of just thinking for mobile, what if you had the thing right aligned and swapped, and so, and that it could even be sticky on mobile. Well, here, let's copy this, duplicate this down here, and then get rid of this one, and then change that to, oh my god, where am I clicking? Something like that. It doesn't work as well with the breadcrumbs there. Maybe it's just a button. But I was thinking it could be like a, on mobile, instead of just hanging out at the bottom, it could be a, whoops, it could be like a, well, it's the home page, it's the jump menu. Whenever you click that thing, it's sort of like go wherever you want, and it could be a sticky thing on the mobile, so that it's just always there and real easy to find. The problem is that you usually don't, I don't know, how often are you jumping from one part of a site to another? I mean, maybe, like if instead of creating a new tab and leaving the old thing open and going to another one, a lot of times you're just, you know, navigating from one page on the site to another page on the site. Now, right now, I don't have enough content that it's like that useful or that frequent of a task that it, you know, needs to be like right there at your thumb tip. So maybe it goes back the other way, and let's Control Z a couple times to get that back. And I lost this change I made here, which I don't know. I think maybe, well, this needs to go back over here, and so it's matching, and it doesn't look as much like a footer now. Maybe it needs to be bigger or bolder or something. I don't know. It's a little light. Like, it's also small compared to the, I think maybe something in between here. Just make it a little bit bigger so it's kind of less small compared to the logo. Can this go wide? It probably shouldn't. So the list of things that go in there, let's leave this here and think about, I don't know, just maybe the home page, which is sort of more like the tree of topics. Paste to replace. Will that even work? Why did it do that? Because I don't have the layout set up properly. I really want, well, is it this whole thing here? Or is it like sort of this whole thing here? Well, let's try this one actually. Maybe I just chuck it in there. Probably need to, well, how wide is this one? 1700. Let's go to like 3000-ish. And then this thing, these things are all just have way too much padding. And now they're all kind of misaligned, but I could figure that out later. I think maybe just scaling it down. Why is this not scaling? Scale the whole thing down, please. Oh, it had selected in a strange way. Whoa, what just happened there? I don't know. This needs to fill, and then maybe adjusting the width of the whole thing will fix it. No, I don't want to scale that. I want to resize it. Something like that, but why is it not hugging the height? And then why is this? This must have that weird negative spacing on there. Alright, so a lot of clicks to get to the place. Also, I was thinking, okay, let's zero out all this and this should have the same 100 padding on each side, and then this should have the same 100 padding, and so then you just have this nice margin, and then we can add whatever top padding I think looks nice. So this doesn't really fit there. It could fit in here, could it? I don't know. Why is that just jumping around? I'm dragging the wrong thing. The wrapper, not the... And if this... I think it's not at a fixed width right now. Yeah, so this is kind of... Oh, that's not bad. That's interesting. I think I would probably, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'd probably like put some small ones up here. How many can I fit up there? And then, so they don't, if I want 4 of them up there, I have to do so. I kind of want this one right here, but I don't think it's going to let me do that. I think the CSS grid might, but, and I could whip this together like manually, where I basically take should this work? And then we basically need these together, and then these together, and then go this way. Yeah, that's kind of the idea there. That's an interesting layout. You just kind of got these small blocks and big blocks. The problem is that then they can't really expand. Like, what happens when this happens? It's just, then it looks like crap. And everything's not always the same size, and so while it looks nice, it's sort of more for specialized layouts that are more fixed size, and then you don't have to, but you could center the content vertically so that it's, fits the area better. What to do? Well, I think in the very first stage, I think a good starting point would be getting the logo to link to the home page, and then, I mean, frankly, on the home page, just having what I've done in the past, which is really rough, but it works, is just taking a bunch of these blocks, like this almost, and just saying, like, view and test and app, my classes. I just create little links for each one, and it's a pretty quick and dirty way to just have a block to click on as like a navigational element. But I'm clearly trying to make it look better, and I could put some at the top like this. But if I have a home page, like, maybe that's the place to put the huge list of things rather than well, what if it is a tree of topics? What if it is like a more visual, interactive type thing? It has to be mobile friendly, so that's going to be tricky. What does a tree look like? Well, it's essentially just a list with nested things. And so, just making like a tree list of topics, it's not actually a bad way to go. In fact, if the preview for any page was essentially just the things, and Notion kind of does this. This gets tricky because it's not always like just a direct, So these previews here, these are like database views, which isn't exactly what I'm thinking. If you have a page that has, I think Fishy Business has some sub pages. It's not even clear which are nested. That's really, I think the Seth Rich one is the last one that's nested in the Fishy Business. But not entirely clear. I do think the icons are kind of interesting. I mean, I could try and find a decent icon library. I mean, there's the Google library. I don't think there was a way to get the names of all the icons and, like, have it be able to do a drop-down list system very easily to pick a icon quickly. Now, I could do it manually, but I think there's like thousands of them. I think maybe... I think actually I use the website to find the name of the icon and then have to type it in like as a CSS class, essentially, is how that interface or interaction works. And it's kind of bullshit because you got to go back. I have to find the right website and make sure I have the right settings selected and filter it. And the filtering for, finding the right label doesn't always work all that well. And then if you wanted to, create a UI to create a new page or a new icon item, like if you wanted to automate it or streamline it or whatever via your own app interface, like Notion kind of has this little icon picker, for example. Windows has a little icon picker. If you want to be able to pick the icon for the thing, then you need to be able to, well, it would take a while to code that out to make, make the whole UX work properly. And so there's a lot of advantages to using Notion. Maybe I just try and get a decent Notion flow where I can embed a Notion page on my site, and then I can just take advantage of Notion's editing tools. But if I, for example, use just a page like this and import it, can I get rid of this for more properties thing? What kind of layout controls do I have? Is it automatically going to render icon and cover and whatnot? Now, if it's mostly a white background and I put it on one of my little white background cards, maybe it looks great. I just haven't tested that out yet. And is it responsive? Like, is it hard to get the iframe, if that's what I use, to like flow? And then on the Notion content, I have full width Notion things like this workspace here, where I tried to make this really full width thing. Thankfully, this gallery here is actually nice and responsive. Otherwise, like, I could do like 4 text columns or whatever, but creating a full width layout in Notion is kind of tricky and doesn't really give you all the tools you need to like control how those columns. Well, I guess maybe the biggest problem with 4 column workspaces is the biggest problem with full width Notion is that it doesn't stack up on mobile. Feels not okay. So it's not like the end of the world, but do you want to invest in a tool that's just, inherently limited like that? Obviously, it's like either do it all exactly how you want and have to make all those decisions yourself, or import the things from the other thing. And I do think having a Notion, testing out the Notion system could be quick and cool, and so I could do that. In fact, I could have multiple pages. Like, that's definitely the way to do it. You would have you could have them nested under Notion, but maybe Notion is like kind of just a test page for Notion stuff. And maybe, so this is the Notion page, and it's just a way to test the things. I do kind of like having the slug or the path at the top there. It's just so simple. It's just like it's like the logo in one word, and it's exactly where you are. I think that works real well. I think we're gonna go with that. The breadcrumbs are going to then, maybe I create a different like appearance instead of using the slashes or whatever to make it look cooler, but it's not bad, and probably just simpler to do that for now. Do I get icon system in there? I don't know. Do I use Notion for all the stuff? Probably not. Like the home page. How do I create a workspace that I can kind of configure? Well, it's really about creating full width workspaces. And let me take some notes about this, because let me do it in Notion. I think Notion's better for slapping together notes. I kind of like the default view that then opens a new note in the side peak here. Just kind of makes it not as big and more accessible or whatever. So this is full width workspace. Trees, navigation, favorites, previews, lists, pages, sub pages, embedding, previewing. I already said that. So how do we get that to work? It's really about layout. It's like global layout, and then It's really cards, responsive cards. And those cards could either be fixed width, one column. Well, it's not really fixed width, it's just one column. Just multi-column. Well, so multi-column stuff is really kind of that, you know, obviously the single column stuff is pretty straightforward, but when it comes to the multi-column stuff, how everything works with other things, like part of it's just about how wide do you want each thing, but then each thing sort of has a minimum and maximum width, and so putting something that's not supposed to be really wide into a really wide area doesn't really work, sort of a thing. And so you basically just need wide layout cards, and essentially they don't always have to be wide, they just can go wide. And it's not always necessarily but like good to have a 4K short widget, like full width, short height, but sometimes it might be good. I haven't really messed with that enough. That's sort of like one of these stage areas across the top that you put some visual things on. It's sort of like this tab bar. It fills the horizontal space in like a short way, but is it responsive? How does it respond? How easy is that to set up? How does it look? What kind of spacing? What kind of, like, it's a big kind of question mark in terms of these horizontal layouts get tricky. I think they're good and useful, but they're tricky. I think I'll have to play with how to align the things and how many things and how they stack and whatever. Tabs are kind of similar. You run out of space when you start shrinking things down. There's a lot of work, a lot of brain work, and not a lot of code work, but I'm close. I'm just not quite feeling the homepage. I want to create a homepage and start putting stuff on there. If I have to hard code all of this, if I have to, like, you know exactly what it's going to look like and then go do it, then I kind of want to build a system that it's like, yep, I know exactly what's going to go where and how it's going to work, and have some level of confidence that it's actually going to work, rather than be like, well, everything's a different size, nothing lines up, I'm not sure where to put it. Now, if each page had a card to export like this, that was responsive, so like, part of me was just thinking, what if this card was smaller? Could it automatically like resize itself to make a nice preview? So like if you wanted to have a fixed height grid where you get only this much space to render your widget, I mean, that's a highly responsive system where either things would have to hide and you'd have to configure this like at a certain resolution. And I think like what comes to mind is element queries, where each element you'd have to write breakpoints for the size of that element. And I think that's a smart thing to do generally, but you'd have to make a lot of decisions about what kind of content stays and goes, and getting stuff to shrink down from like a really big size to a really small size and fitting all the useful things in there, that's not necessarily a automatable process. A lot of decisions. And not sure if that's a useful objective. I do think rendering some sort of preview, maybe just starting with single column stuff is the best. Maybe I'm confusing all this multi-column stuff. It's just I have an ultra-wide desktop, and it would be really nice, in my opinion, if I could flip this thing open like this to 4,000 pixels and have it kind of have a dashboard that works well. And these are the panel systems that I've been thinking about. Well, and so I really need to test the global layouts. I need to test the sidebars. I need to just kind of set them up and see what works. Should I have a sidebar? Well, maybe the sidebar flies out. Maybe that's what this does for now. Maybe when you click the logo, I could actually just save the whole homepage as the logo menu. That's actually a pretty quick and easy way to do it. And with just if I'm just going for pure functionality, then it's it doesn't even have to transition. I could just cut to it. So you just click it and you're instantly at the home page, and then you could click from there to anything else. Now, keeping a bunch of like pages, like rendering pages client side and keeping them open instead of, you know, clicking on links. Maybe it's just the home page that does that, and then everything else is a real link. So when you pop open the home page via the logo, it's just client side rendered. You're not actually going to the home page. It's just opening the menu, and maybe you can then close it and go back. I'm thinking way too far ahead of like all the different things that, you know, you might need to think through to get that working properly. I do think a sidebar could be nice, but it shouldn't always be there, should it? Should it be contextual to the page? Where is the sidebar that I had earlier? This one. So this sidebar does kind of look like it belongs to the thing. And it could be like a tree of things. This is a very functional setup that is useful. It's because it's like it gives you a mental framework, some structure to the ideas. It's like the root level idea, and then all the pages, and frankly, like whatever you're looking at is probably part of the structure thing. The problem with it is that creating nested menu system, like a tree of interactive things, it's like how deep can it go, and can you dig deeper? And it like kind of resets. Making it infinitely deep is actually, you know, it's how the file system works. You can have, there's really no limit to how deep you can go and how many folders and whatever. So that's definitely the idea here, is we want to create and it definitely requires the sidebar. I don't see a better way to do it. It's the right look. It's the right place. And so we need, essentially, back to the tropical layout, which is here, we need something like this, only in a systematic way. I do kind of like sucking in the title, or sucking in the titles. Now, having links in the sidebar to just, like, this is just simple and redundant and not even necessary, although it could be way more content, and these things could be pushed way down the page. But if you look at this overview and with these 4 headers here, it's almost the exact same thing as you see here. Overview and some headers. And so you could actually almost like just scale down these exact elements and just eliminate the content within it. So this could be like defined as a section title. The section title's text gets, you know, kind of re-rendered, and then the section's content, which is everything else besides the title, just gets eliminated, and therefore you have an automated table of contents preview. That sounds like a good way to do it. So let's write that down. Getting some direction here. So the sidebar is important. The sidebar nav. I'd say contextual for any page. Let's make this a codified page. Whoops. You might want to add a sidebar nav, which could be called the talk table of contents. I would say this would be most likely a JavaScript property of like the page. So you might have page.talk as a rendered part of the page. You drag and drop stuff in there potentially. You could just add items to it or buttons. Maybe there's a button bar on the top or something, and it's just like the left sidebar, but it's sort of part of the page. Maybe not part of the site. So like the sites, this is maybe where the home page is. Maybe it could even be the exact same typographic hierarchy of just, but maybe a slightly different background color. That could be interesting. So let's write this out. Home page and subpage talk could be the same typographic hierarchy with maybe subtle differences. How many levels do we need? I think creating a dynamic, let's just call it dynamic depth, like dynamic menu with infinite depth would be useful, but tricky. There's just a lot of implications with like the URLs and all that stuff. And it's harder to manage via code rather than via a UI, sort of. Like, it's just something that maybe I want to kick the can on. So how many levels? It's like, well, so we have root, we have level 1, level 2, level 3. That would be 3 levels, right? Well, it's really 4 levels, but I think the level 1 things are like level 1, and then, well, here, let's do an H1 for level 1, and then an H3 for level 2, and then text for level 3. It's hard to select and duplicate things in Notion. Control D. Yeah, and you can take these and, well, I'm going to do it with just the header because I think that's easier. Maybe I put this on this side. Then we need to re-nest these things. Essentially, it's kind of created these groups, and it's kind of cool, but it's kind of confusing. Columns and Notion are tricky. Okay. And then you could keep going, but you could also duplicate this whole thing. And so then you have a hierarchy. 3 levels of things, just little lists. That's what I'm missing, is it's like a pretty simple, and this could be easily responsive, and you just, now this is organized somewhat. It's top down, multi-level, doesn't need to go too crazy deep. Seeing a 3rd level of all the things is actually, well, I mean, I don't know if I need to put all the things on all the pages. In fact, if this is more of like a preview on the home page, then you're kind of doing recursive previews where, this is interesting. So recursive previews where level 1 has a bigger preview than level 2. I mean, not necessarily. You could make a level 3 be the biggest preview ever, but it's more like by default a level 1 could be a bigger preview than a level 2. Level 2 previews are rendered within level 1. You can see my text is wrapping because I'm inside the above columns rather than down here. Sometimes I will put a div. It is a div. No, not tab. Oh my god, where did I go? I don't even know. Slash div, enter. Okay, and then I can click this and alt drag and put them all over the place. I don't know if these are actually necessary, but it's kind of nice to see where you're at. so you know whether you're in or out of of the columns. So you have to go all the way down here, which means there's just some extra spacing there that doesn't need to be there. Okay. So let's see here. Oh yeah, level 2 previews are rendered within level 1. This basically means, like, you know, in other words, the level 1 preview is created is just a list of level 2 previews, which is just a list of level 3 previews. That's sort of the idea there. And you can see it, you know, like this could be it. Level 1 preview, you know, maybe it has a big title, but it's just like all the level 2 previews inside of it. I don't know what just happened there. And here's another level 1 preview. So this could be like web, and this could be like Java. Maybe it's just JS, CSS. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I kind of like the lowercase short form, but maybe spelling it out is better. Hard to say. I mean, yeah, I've thought about like all the like hair splitting you could do about how to name each page. Like, should there be a level 1 JavaScript page? Should it be JS? Whoa. Should this be JS? Or should it be JavaScript capitalized or lowercase? If it's like a path name, which it sort of is, and it's going to become, or it's going to go in the design right after the logo as either one of these bigger preview ones, or were they like this one? That's going to say JavaScript. These are lowercase, and I don't know if I want to make them uppercase because they kind of are more like the path that you're on. It's kind of an indicator of the section of the site, just to keep things all straight and narrow. And or it could be more like a smaller one, like not as big, and maybe continue with not just the first path but all the subpaths. That's also not a bad idea because it just gives like a nice place for the breadcrumbs, and it's about as simple as can be, and that's probably the way to do it. But then if I'm going to do all lowercase, well, clearly I'm not here. I'm doing some uppercase, so maybe some pages get an uppercase or get some capitalization to it. So maybe it's, you know, let's just throw this one up here and call it JavaScript. It's a little light though if this is like the heading, or and you don't really want to be redundant per se. Like this kind of makes sense, framework slash thing slash tests, and then thing tests here just kind of like makes that all clear and kind of very fitting. But if you had like some kind of duplicate, maybe the big banner is what's necessary there to, I don't know, but like you don't, then it's just kind of redundant. I guess you still kind of want that link there because, you know, you might, well, if you're on this page, should that then be underlined or something, or boldened or some, I don't know. But like in this one, would the last part here be bold? Whoops. Or black? To let you know that's the page you're on, but you'd always be on the last part of the page. But I guess like that is sort of the file that you're loading. Well, for my framework, I could even, just to help people, like if this was like the test framework in terms of learning how the whole web system works, this is index.js essentially, is where this content is coming from. But that could be, obviously doesn't necessarily have to be there. I was just thinking, like, to try and make it as visually clear exactly where you are and where things are coming from, making that bold is a little confusing because it's actually really this index, and if you know what you're doing, you'd figure that out. But just not making it bold, let's just rewind here. Let's control copy this, control Z. Oh my god. Holy smoke and Toledo's, is that right? I think that's right. And this thing pasted way over here, and we can't put it. This is, again, not correct. I think this can just go right here. There we go. Well, that's interesting, and you know, having a breadcrumb on the page isn't a terrible thing, but I don't know, I kind of think it fits well up at the top. And if you're ever trying to jump from one thing to the next, you can either just click on a parent thing or click the menu and get all the things. And so creating a tree of topics is basically this idea here. And I should work with this for a little bit. Well, we really need level 1, 2, and 3. So let's just write it down. Let's say this was level 1, biggest and boldest on a big screen, like size this is size 96 font. That's pretty big. Is it too big? Maybe. It doesn't need to be that big. Very few things do get this big, so maybe let's knock it down a level. Level 1. Level 2, I'm feeling should be like not as bold and even half the size, but maybe more, maybe like this. And then level 3 are really just like your body font, I think, like regular size 20. That's pretty small. Maybe 24 and medium or so. And then these are super duper wide. Let's try to duplicate this. Shift A. So we make a bunch of those. This one and this one, Shift A. So now we have a section. And we can have a bunch of those. And these two together, Shift A. And we can have a bunch of those. And these two together, Shift A, and then we have a bunch of those. That's pretty cool and very extensible. These could easily wrap so that if you had like hundreds of them. And frankly, rather than being just little lists of links, which they could and probably should in terms of just the path structure. This is sort of like the directory, right? The sitemap, as I've been thinking. Having like the quick jump, this is the jump menu. This is like all the things, get as close to the thing that you're looking for as possible. And it could be interactive, so it doesn't necessarily have to be all the things all at once like this, because there's a lot of things. And maybe that's just overwhelming and like you're never really sure where to go. I think it's better to have fewer things that are like more prominent, and so it's just, but sometimes you have a lot of things. If you have a system with a bunch of classes and you have 12 classes, then you need 12 sections for 12, like, you know, sometimes you have a lot of things. So this is kind of good. And I think combining these two ideas, it's really just about what I was saying earlier about the previews being kind of nested. So like any one of these blocks, you know, like this block this isn't a good system of just having these arbitrarily sized, both width-wise and height-wise. I think generally keeping things single columns seems like a good idea. So it's mobile friendly. So it's just simple layout. Just get familiar with the single column notes. This makes a lot of sense. And so for any item that could be a big fat page on its own like this, like this, you know, it could be composed of little guys like these. And I'm just going to scale this and then set it to fill and then enter and set these to fill. And then these can both get a little bit gray so that they are boxy. This thing feels like a fixed height. That's not right. All right, it's better. This is very tricky to put two columns into a single column page because it's just the sizing and spacing. It's like these are getting really big, and I don't think having, well, I don't know. Maybe you need to try and make this work. Basically having sub-content. It's like this thing and this thing is the same thing. It's like this recursive leveling system. Let me see if I can just, I don't know if this is like a level 1 thing, and these are level 2. This is kind of what the levels would be, but this could also be, there's the idea, level 3. So if you click on level 2 thing, you go to level 2, and then you see the level 3 things. That, my friend, is the ticket. And so maybe this little mock-up I have here is kind of pretty fundamental, or at least like, well, it's one way to do it. What I'm thinking here is that the width of all of these things is, like, you might want to shrink this down. The problem is then your two columns are getting so tight. And I mean, this could just go like this. This is actually probably way easier to do. Then you don't have to scale it so much. Then it's like a kind of similar scale. Clearly like subordinate or nested within. And yeah, this is it. It's like a call out box, but it's sort of like a page and can have a little preview to it. So, and it could even have like a little jump menu to it. So if like there's a specific part of this thing, because a lot of times that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to navigate, right? Like you're not even sure what you're looking for. You're just trying to find something that helps. And so at any topic page, if you see, like if you can see deeply into all the things, like all the main sections are like their own page, and each one of those sections has like, well, and maybe it matters what level, and there's a level in a different sense. I've been talking about the level of the menu in terms of like the hierarchy, whether it's a grandparent, a parent, or a child, or whatever. But your user level, essentially, your user topic level, if you're an expert, the type of preview for each topic might be considerably different than if you're a beginner, like more, but maybe not. Maybe like the main core subtopics are roughly the same. That's taking the whole content system to a whole nother level. Adjusting the spacing on these is like you can't just adjust one of these. You have to adjust all of them, just the way it's set up. It's trying to be consistent, and I mean that's actually a really fundamental problem to design that there's not really a great answer to it, because, well, you sort of need the perfect rule to just do it automatically. And that, you know, like with CSS, you try and figure out the interaction between this type of item and this type of item, and then fix the spacing like in a very precise way. But I don't know. I think getting a nice layout system, it's more important to do it in the browser, and so I try not to spend too much time perfecting the layout system in Figma, because I know that all the little spacing and all the, exactly what it looks like is going to be considerably different. There's just like a lot of little variations between Figma and the browser. I mean, Figma is Chrome, so essentially you should be able to do the same thing. The major difference is that this is a canvas rendering, and so it's like more like pixel data, or at least, I mean, it's vectors, it's like mathematical, but it's rendering to the canvas element, which is essentially creating pixels from all the vectors, and it's a different rendering engine than the browser. So that's interesting. I really do like this, though. This makes a lot of sense to me, where it's basically like that continuous flow from top to bottom, level 1 to level 2 to whatever. Now, the biggest challenge with this is the sidebar. It's not necessarily the biggest challenge, but getting the sidebar to look right. Can we just yoink the copy, paste? As you're jumping around from level 1 to level 2, you sort of, well, like sometimes you're clicking down here, sometimes you're clicking up here. Generally, I would say this title could and maybe should match this title, and maybe that should be more clear, like more activated, so that it's very clear that this is the one we're on and whatnot. But I mean, if they're the same letters, then you just read it and be like, yep, that's where we're at. And then the things that you can click on, like the sections, are actual like boxes. That gets a little crazy. I don't think you always want to box things up. Sometimes you do. It's like when you're eating out. Would you like a box to go? I think normal sections. Didn't I have like I had a different section look. Yeah, this one. Let's take this one. Control copy, paste. Control shift, send right bracket to send it to the top. These are the wrong font, so I think we're gonna say Control Alt C, Control Alt V. Did that work? Wait, what? Was this already? This is already Montserrat. This is not Montserrat. This is still Open Sans. So I think, well, so I didn't really think through all of these, but maybe it's just this. It's just kind of a little bit smaller. I did have it sort of going over here. This is Montserrat, right? I could try this one. And so that's like the level 2 standard section type shit. Maybe sections and pages look a little differently in there. That'd be kind of cool. In fact, I was just thinking, like, to kind of mimic the appearance so that it's sort of like a more tangible, like, preview. Let's put a wrapper on this, add a little padding, give it a background, boom. Now, this is white, and, like, this is gray. And so getting that to be, well, so if this whole thing, this is what I was sort of thinking a second ago, this whole thing becomes white. This layout is a little broken. I don't really want to mess with this too much. Why does this look like the oh, it's because this is white and this should be the same color as this. There we go. That's kind of, and this doesn't need to be red. This should probably just be the background color, I think. All right, and I could, mess with the spacing a little bit to get less kind of, maybe indent these 3 to kind of match the text alignment. But essentially here, what should be somewhat clear, I don't think this overview is part of this list up here, and so it should be more in line. Like getting the background, it's not going to work, but getting the background to probably actually overextend so that the O can align with all of those, just so it looks a little bit more in flow. You don't want it to jump around more than it needs to, but then once you select the overview here, should really be called level 1 to correspond with this. And then let's just call this first section. And this would be first section. So yeah, there you got your navigation going on. So you have like a little, and the reason why this one is gray is because it's more like a page, and maybe it gets that it's like a section. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's worth doing. That seems kind of complicating it. Also, just the appearance of it. Now we have like a lot of different colors and boxes going on, and so it gets kind of messy, and you need to like get rid of some or fix the padding. So you probably want these to stretch all the way to the edge, and like this gray area and this white area all get stretched all the way over. I think I could do that. This is a deep dive here. I think what we want is we want to enter. And do we need to wrap this? I think so. Let's shift. No, but we don't want to wrap this one. That's kind of wild. I think what we need is to wrap this one and then wrap the 3 of these and then select both of them and then add some padding to them, which I'm gonna fix in a second. And then when we nix all of this, then the white thing goes full width and we still have some padding on these that's uniform and matches. And then this one maybe needs to be how do you frame a selection? Control Alt G, Control Alt G. That's really awkward. Holy shit. That couldn't get more awkward. Try and do Control Alt G. Tell me which fingers you use. Oh my god. Anyway, Control Alt G. I'm probably just going to right click on the menu next time. Auto layout on, left padding greater than 0. Hit enter to select the one child and make sure it's set to fill here, which it's not. Then we're going to do something very similar to the, well, I think we actually want 0 spacing now on this and just get the spacing from the next one. All right, we also need this and this to be much heavier, probably just on the left padding to try and line that up with the level. The word level there. Can mess with those later. I don't think it's perfectly aligned. I don't know if I need to get out like a ruler, but there's just, it's feeling a little iffy with all of these alignments. I'm not sensing any clarity or confidence with that. Maybe we need, well, in this, can we do a top padding just to kind of like give this some room to breathe? Each one of these, when you would select it, would be in the click area on this isn't big enough. It needs to actually have the padding on this one individually. I think you want the click area to be bigger, like almost the whole area, and the hover region is, you know, same. You want it to be, I think. Anyway, this thing, both of these levels are kind of the same thing. It's almost like I could duplicate this inside and then start going with it rather than redo all those steps, but it's essentially the same thing. We want to take these. Do we want to Shift A these? This is already set up. Maybe I can just nix the padding on this and then add it to the other ones. Let's see. 0. Not 0. Now this should match these, but I don't care right now. Way too much spacing. Shift Enter. 0 out the spacer there. There should probably be bottom padding on this, I think. I don't know why it's so tight there. All right, and then controlling these, it's like the exact same thing. I need like this one and it's Shift A, and then these two Shift A, and then select both of them and give it some, well, try and align it essentially with its siblings. It's kind of weird. I don't know if these are spaced out differently too than, like, I don't know if I can fix that so easily. Maybe I just bump these up a little bit. It actually doesn't look bad. The question is well, part of the thought here is that this is a section and this is like a page. And so the section is, you know, just kind of part of the parent document, and this is actually something that you could click on. And, you know, that's the whole idea here. And that is maybe, I don't know, it's sort of the preview of the thing. You know, in Figma we have all these previews of our stuff. It's not like a full preview, it's just a one-line preview, but they try and give you as much information in the left sidebar to talk about this hierarchy of things. I mean, that's really like the major thing that's going on here is it's exploring a hierarchy, and we need to do this with files and layers and objects and pages and assets and all the things. So these tree menus are extremely important to figure out, and they need to look right, they need to be very clear what's going on, and they need to be highly configurable to, like, decide exactly what goes where and when and why and whatever. I think generally there's some better ways to do things, like some best practices would probably rise to the top, and then you just have a few variations that are essentially all the same, where it's, you know, just the coloring, it's sort of a preview. That's what I was saying earlier. Well, this being caps and this not being caps, maybe we blue level 1. Control Enter, find the caps thing and turn it off. But then I'd have to do that for all of these, and maybe I type them out with caps, so this might just completely backfire. Oh, nice. Some sloppy typing there. Way off on that. Holy shit, why is that so bad? Oh my god, I can't draw the often I'll draw a rectangle from the side of the screen to I just started a little bit too far over. What I want is this. Oh, they're actually not that bad. It's like an optical illusion. I felt like the eye was way further over. These weren't aligned, and they're a little off by like a pixel or two, but it's actually not that bad. Just once I step back and look at it again, it looks like the L is way further over here, but maybe it's not. It's kind of weird. I don't really like all this alignment. It's possible I just need to crank on it more. Like, for example, these could easily go way in here. But having the background color and not background color in the same, you know, kind of list is kind of tricky. I don't know if I've ever seen that. I've definitely seen a lot of variants of menus, just kind of studied them, but I don't think this layout is right. I don't know if this whole thing needs padding or this needs less padding. I think if I were to do this menu system properly, which I probably should, I've made these in JavaScript before. I've made infinitely recursive menus in JavaScript where it will just render, whenever you click on a thing, it'll just render like between 3 and 5, or I don't know, just I randomized it. It would just render some number of things underneath, and you could just keep going like deeper and deeper and deeper, and it would render them on demand. So it's not like it was just recursively blowing up your computer to render infinite number of things when you refresh the page automatically. It was like when you'd click it, then it would render the thing. So it's kind of cool. It just was simulating like an infinite menu system, and it looked like you could never get to the end of it because every time you clicked on one, the script said, you know, render another level. Now the layout wise was kind of part of what I was testing, is like you'd have to indent each one, and every time you'd go deeper and deeper, you'd essentially run out of room in your sidebar. Either your sidebar needs to grow or slide over is really the thing that I've been kind of sensing. So going from this one to this one, and this would be, in this case, controllers, I don't even know what controllers are. I think I copied those from some other UI I was looking at. Just needed some words and went with it. And so when you click on controllers, it kind of like activates that page, and then and because it's a sub of level 1 here, what is the name of the whole thing here, this introduction? That's a good question. It's like, what is the context? Maybe it's just this word here, this little heading here. Let's throw this one over here. Why not? Oh, no. Duplicate it up here, then try and get it to move into place. I feel like this should be different. All right, let's take this one and this one, Shift A. That one's not set up right. I think this one can fill, but honestly, it's got the corner thing on there, which I could just delete it. Probably should, but it's actually way easier just to make a completely new frame. Maybe I Control-Alt-C, Control-Alt-V, and then Enter, and then Shift-click on the, not Shift-click on the paper, Shift-click on everything but the paper, Control-Copy, Control-Paste. Click on this. The white background was coming from somewhere else, but essentially now I just Control-Cut, then click on this. Should I make a backup of this? I don't think so. I can always reverse this, but let's paste to replace. Boom. All right, now we take this and we fill it, and it won't look so off. This one is not part of the thing yet. Shift A. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this yet. Let's just make sure this is sort of working. Why don't we have a drop shadow? There is a drop shadow. I think maybe this needs to be stacking order first on top. Makes more sense. Yeah, these blocks are now just really standing out as being like not in the flow. But I do really like the sidebar and the white, and the doesn't have to be white up there, but this gray sidebar looks actually pretty badass. My other sidebar was white. Over here, that one's not bad. It could go either way. Like going from white onto this space here actually is kind of a nice effect. If you're like building a dashboard or an area or something, sort of like more like this type of a background. But or you could just go right on into the content. Now, for ultra wide, obviously that's bad. So I'm gonna have to think this through. I think just figuring out a multi-column kind of experience where instead of this one filling, it maxes out, and then you put something else there. You could just center these, but that looks weird. I mean, you could center the whole thing. Well, but yeah, it's just basically then you have a smaller website. So the whole point here is to fill the, use the space. But if you're going through like a single page, it actually probably should be not so big. And I don't really like these gray boxes here. They kind of stand out as just being out of place. The simpler way would just be to have no background, even for like these embedded things, but because maybe they have the same kind of title as this one. So that, I mean, if you could just turn these off real quick, and now that the alignment is off, the spacing is off, but you could fix that and make them just all uniform. That looks much cleaner. And it doesn't matter if they're like embedded preview or whatever. Probably not. And are these generated automatically? I think I could set that up where I could I might want to create a system of sections where each section is kind of registered almost, so that it can so that I could then easily render the table of contents. That makes sense. It'd be some extra work. You might need to add sections. Well, you could just create a section function, and when the section gets captured, it gets added to might need a hook or write a custom append hook or whatever. When a section gets added to a page, it looks for the page's table of contents, and then no, it would just add itself to a list of sections. So you just create like an array of sections, and then hopefully the section has a name. Maybe the section function that creates the section. So I have all these. Let me just write this down because before it leaves my brain. Section title. Does this work in the title field? No, it just disappears. Oh, let's write it here. Let's just copy and paste it. So like the H whatever gets auto created. Put whatever you want in there. Automatically add the section to the sections array. When rendering the TOC, just loop through sections to get the section title, which could be part of this process, and it's just the maybe it's actually just a string of text that goes into the H3 or whatever it is. So that wouldn't be that hard to set up. I think I could get that going. But I don't know. I'm torn between working on a sidebar system with varying depths. So this is just level 1, level 2 actually. We don't even have a level 3, and you could, and some sidebars try and do that. I don't mind the big white tabby effect. Like, this could be could this be part of the same drag and drop? How would you get that to work? I think it could work. I'm not sure. Yeah, like essentially you just want one of these for each of those. Or we duplicate this, delete these, and then we have what we want. Duplicate that, drag and drop. Whoa, bro. Delete this, and then I think we just delete this. Boom. I got out of order a little bit. What were they before? Where was this thing? I don't care. Fundamentals should come pretty soon after introduction. There's techniques like, last order business. Security. Should probably be whatever. It's a more advanced topic. But anyway, yeah. So then the idea here was like this. The open tab, wherever it is in the stack, it looks different, whether it's the top one. Does that look okay? Doesn't look bad. And it does look active as hell, right? It flows right into the thing. The red arrow to collapse it, I don't know, would you even want to do that? Probably not while you're on the page. Maybe you just get rid of that. Now twirling these down, so if you click over here, it probably activates that page, so you're jumping away from this page. If you click that down arrow, you get to see this stuff immediately inside of it. And then if you click on one of the sub ones, does that become the active one? This is the workflow that I've been kind of thinking about off and on. How does the activation work? Like, well, if you were to click on one of these subtopics, if it's a section, maybe it differs whether it's a section or whether it's a page. If it's a section, it probably is best viewed just in its flow, like in its context at the parent level, essentially. Like you could scroll to it, but it's more or less just. And frankly, these major sections, well, these are more like pages. I think you would imagine that each one of these level 1 items here flips this whole content page here. And so in a sense, well, if this were at the root of the website, then these would be like your level 1 paths. But if this were at a path, then these would be like level 2 paths. So that's interesting. It could go either way. I don't know if the same sidebar logic could work for the root or a subpage. That would be ideal, but you'd probably have to have some like switch logic in there to handle each case, just based on like the path names or the link generation for the URLs for all these things. I have to think that through, but I do like it. I do think the hierarchical sidebar is nice. I don't know if the white is too much. I think maybe we need to just let it breathe. We got a lot. It looks crammed in there, doesn't it? We got a lot of space here. We don't want too much just dead space, especially this one up here is kind of tricky because it's, I don't know, you could do that, but that's kind of weird. You could also do a drop shadow, not an inner shadow. This must be from a long time ago. Drop shadow. Crank up that blur. So I think this one needs to be first on top. Boom. And then we have a little shadow, and then we could move that shadow to the right with this one, and then blur the heck out of it, and then it doesn't really matter where it is, and then crank it down, maybe reduce the blur so it's not so leaky or whatever. I don't know. Actually, I do kind of think pushing it this way, reducing the blur, obviously will reduce the I'm looking at the shadow around all the other sides, which isn't as important, and this is going to work differently on the web anyway. Sometimes having a crisper shadow is a better effect because it's, when it gets kind of blurry like that, especially like this gray into the white, and it's just kind of like, it's not it's not entirely clear there's a shadow there. And this being so snugged up there, if there was a little bit more padding, it could be okay, but I don't like how that looks. I don't know, it could work. It's very compact. So I push this way over, right? And then I would need to push these equally over to there. It looks kind of crammed in, although it lines up with this real nice now. That's kind of cool. Didn't even do that on purpose. But yeah, this part is, you know, for the first section, should it be all wedged up in there? If I could get the shadow looking right, maybe it's not bad. I could also do negative spacing. Boom. That's kind of cool, actually. It's a little distracting or unclear because it's so similar in color. I thought the shadow might help. We could jack up the strength, but that's not really, I don't know if that's the thing. I think bringing down the blur, snugging it up a bit. So it's kind of a harder, shorter shadow. Probably is the way to go. I don't know, is this too light, or it looks a little weird jutting over there. It's kind of cool, but maybe we reverse that decision. For now, it would also be way harder to do with HTML, CSS. This looks a little iffy though. Oh, this thing should probably be fill, right? Height, fill, boom, okay. Should also be sticky. You know, this is like a preview of a long web page, and it doesn't, you know, the sidebar should follow you, right? Generally, I think that's useful. If there's nothing below it, why not? Scroll spy and all the features that you could add to this. This is so crammed up in here, and there's so much breathing room here. This looks imbalanced, and so I'd probably want to change that. as much as I feel like I'm wasting time, I do feel like this is a really useful layout and system, and getting this right could be very rewarding. Now, I would want to potentially have variance. Like, I don't think there's one right way to do it and all the other ways are wrong, and there's a lot of different little variations in terms of coloring, spacing, whatever. I think until you get it working in the browser and you can test it on mobile and you can test it like next to different types of content and like just the whole, until it's done, you don't really know what it's going to look or feel like, sort of a thing. I mean, you can kind of think it through, but maybe dealing with this too much in Figma is no bueno. The only problem is that it's not any faster to experiment with things in the browser. It's actually way harder. And now this doesn't flow so well. It actually looks like there's something weird going on. Why does that look so strange? Like, it doesn't look like a real effect or something. I mean, this could be just like a floating card, and these are the same colors, and this is at a different level, but it's, I guess that's sort of what it looks like, but it's just, I don't know, it looks weird. It almost looks like, I think it's because the shadow is so similar to this color. Can we make this either like way lighter? Maybe that helps, or way darker? I think way lighter. Does the shadow then, now the shadow is stronger than like the background there? I don't know. It's tricky. What do I think? I mean, I've always thought the idea of having the active tab turn the same background color as the tab thing so that it like matches. That's how the simple tabs work. Where are my simple tabs? I had them somewhere right here. You know, when the tab color, background color just flows right in, it works real well. I mean, those are obviously different, you know, the tabs go across the top horizontally rather than these are sort of like tabs that go vertically along the side, but it's a similar idea. And if you turn off this drop shadow, you get that flow, and so that's kind of cool and nice. It's a little bit like artificial, or I don't know, just ideal, or like it doesn't fully work because it's sort of like these things are different, and are these really connected? Is it really just one material that flows through the whole thing in this kind of strange nub shape? But maybe. And the shadow thing didn't seem to work all that much better. But the layout of all of these, I don't think it's great. I think I need to think it through and play around with it. But I don't know how much time I want to give to this right now. Actually, this should be, I think this should be kind of in line with this, right? Maybe not entirely, but maybe let's try and pull this one up. And maybe it's just got too much space. But then I'm thinking, like, if these kind of line up here, that looks kind of proper, right? It is a little weird. It's a little weird how what used to be like a tangible card, which has 4 distinct sides to it and a clear foreground background effect, now it's not so clear. It's not a perfect rectangle. It's got this thing, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I really want it to just look really natural and effortless and whatever. I don't want the brain to have to think about what's going on and question whether the right design decision was made. How else could it go? Well, it could be, you know, so I think I have a colorful one somewhere. The colorful, what? So I'm just looking at the colorful sidebar is this one. It's very bold. This is actually primary colored, so bam, that's way too much color. Like, it's just gonna melt your eyeballs. If it like were to fly out on occasion, maybe, but or if you had a subtler primary color, like Well, there you go. There's some tabs right there. Little tabby, bordery thingy. It's got a line there, which actually is not bad. That line kind of persists through the background, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I like it. I think this flows pretty well. It's very designer friendly, or like it's a designer look. It's like got this nice lead, nice, well, reasonably nice logo, cool textured background, nice colors that kind of jive with the active thing and the group. This dark group of notes here. Who knows why they're grouped differently than these and these? It's not entirely clear how, like, what all the visual indicators mean, but it could be useful for like a section. You put a section title in there or something. But then this part where you go from this gray column, well, and the nice thing about this is that it's already like mobile friendly, right? Like this is mobile screen 1, this is mobile screen 2, and this is mobile screen 3, and on desktop you just see them all. Bam, that's brilliant. So really I need a system that just you can dig down and then come back up. Now for my web stuff, do I really need many layers, and do I need to design them all out? Or it's really like at some point it can just repeat, right? Like then this one slides over here, and then it's like if you click on something in here that needs to expand to a 4th column, then column 3 could become column 2, and then column 3 moves to column 2, and then the 3rd column becomes what would have been the 4th column, but now is it literally could slide back and forth. This page slides over to the left, and so a new column appears, and when you're done with it, it could slide back. That's definitely the UX that I've been thinking about in the past, and makes a lot of sense. It's kind of a nice little tooltip here. Tooltips are always useful to make sure you're not clicking the wrong button. Flowcharts are pretty cool. Not even sure what I'm looking at there. Okay, so. Well, my primary color is way too bright for that. Well, I have a secondary color. How about that, Mr. Lewis? Let's see. How would that look? Let's just duplicate this. I'm probably going to run out of space here. Or maybe not. This is now going to be the background color. Now this is way too bright. How would a dark sidebar look on a white? Maybe I just go with the light gray. I think that works. The white isn't terrible. But the white on, with a white card right next to it, and this is only kind of one, well, it is sort of 2 levels, but is that how? So the question is all right, if it's a mobile, let me grab this so I have somewhere to type this frickin' out. Like, mobile column versus desktop only nav. It's kind of the question that I was just thinking. Like a sidebar like this, is this sufficient as a mobile screen? If you're going to think of a desktop layout, like any of these that I'm building, and think of it as this 3 mobile screens essentially, or 3 or more, or whatever, however many you wanted to show. A multi-column workspace. I could divide this 4,000 pixel monitor I have here into chunks, and then each one of those chunks is just one of these like mobile UIs, and essentially it's digging deeper and just saving your last screen. So you're kind of creating this like breadcrumb trail by activating another column. That idea makes a lot of sense to me. However, I was just thinking, is this actually, where was I? Is this actually This one looks better. Let's just change this back real quick. Whoops. Fine. Actually, okay. Matches over here. Is this actually a sufficient mobile UI? Like, would you be able to do that, like, this screen, one screen at a time, this screen and then this screen? Is that what you would want? It's sort of more of a jump menu than maybe you would just want to render the actual thing, and then you get to scroll it to find out where you want to go, unless you click a hamburger menu or something. So in that sense, the table of contents is more like a preview. In fact, maybe it is the frickin' preview. The frickin'. So instead of, this is crazy, but I'm gonna do it. Instead of this being here, this is like in here. Why is that fixed height? Holy fuck. This isn't fixed height. It is fill height. But when I put it in here, it went fixed? That's crazy. A lot of top padding, top and bottom padding. The layout in here is definitely right shifted so that it like hugs the page like that, and maybe doesn't need to. So, but the idea is, instead of having the actual content in the preview, which is sort of, defeats the purpose of, well, like the details can and probably should be nestled away, and then you just get this nice little jump menu. And it is the first, well, is it, if you were to click on, where do you click here? Where could you click? You could click on the main thing, which is not actually activated, to activate it. And then on mobile, you'd probably just have a rendering of this controller page with all the stuff on it, rather than, the table of contents would then be the menu for that page. That makes sense. Let me see if I can whip this out real quick, or just kind of document what I'm saying. Let's get a hamburger menu. I could just draw 3 lines, but a menu, yeah, something like that. And K2 enter, scale it up a bit. Shift A for auto layout, switch the direction, vertically align center, drag and drop, auto spacing to nudge that to the side. Boom. Again, this is a little wonky. Can we make this fill? Might help. Yeah, looking better already. And then, yeah, so up there, I think I just need to fix this a bit. This probably should just be full width and then nested in a container that just pads it out a bit so it looks better. But so to do that, we're essentially going to nix this and then fix these. Nix and fix. Nix and fix. Okay, so the controller doesn't mean anything. That's a filler word. The menu here, this is the menu. So I think it's Shift L. Let's jack this up to 3 or 4 to actually see the thing. This menu button, that's not clear there, goes to this, throws open this menu. And that wouldn't make sense right here, because it's sort of like this one. Should be. Let's just, well, I could K scale this, make it roughly the same size. Fill, change both of these to the BG color to soften it a bit, delete that. It's, you know, now I have two different title styles and it's not really what I wanted, but it's more like this goes here, or shows this menu. And it really actually shows this menu, probably. No need to kill the title, and then we don't actually have a menu on that one. Unless maybe there was one. Maybe open the menu to see the nav. This is more of just to jump through it. And maybe this thing should be in the bottom corner on mobile. Probably should, just so it's like a quick menu. And then maybe it turns into the home. That's actually a cool idea. Let's see if I can. I think we just want to get rid of this. So should I duplicate this? I think what I'm kind of meaning is on mobile, instead of this being up here, as it could on desktop, it goes down here. Let's just take this out of the flow and then throw it way down here. I'm just trying to like document an idea I have here. But essentially, the idea here is that let's use this one and make it darker, and maybe make it bold so I can see it. All right, so on mobile, the jump menu, which is the table of contents button, is handy. You could set it to left or right based on which hand you use, and then this launches the table of contents, and then the so let's throw one of these here, and then what I was thinking is what would be cool, so you don't have to jump up there, if you double tap that bottom right corner, essentially. First, it's this menu button kind of just sticks and floats in the bottom right corner. So as you scroll up and down, you just always have this menu button there near your right thumb if you're right-handed, or left thumb if you're left-handed. And then when you click it, I think it's this one. No. Resize to fit? That's not what I want. I want to remove, not remove auto layout. I want to remove it from the auto layout. Oh, it's this one. Ignore auto layout. Sheesh. All right, so this, we'll just make this fixed for now. No, let's not do that. Let's just increase the bottom padding. That's better. So this thing is just kind of then floating here, and getting that layout to not break or not have it cover stuff might be kind of tricky. I think we then can set this to bottom right so that this thing is now kind of responsive, but as you can see, it can like cover stuff up. But well, and if you had a long menu, it would definitely be, maybe it does cover stuff up, and so if you wanted to get to the stuff below hand, you got to scroll to it to get the menu button out of the way. But that's fine, I think. I'd have to play around with that, but might need to put like a background on it so it's not kind of clashing, not having this pixel kind of overlaying effect, or not. But I guess the point is that basically you could double tap the hamburger menu, and the second tap would always be right on this home button, which instantly launches the home screen, which is just a big jump menu like this, right? I mean, hell, on mobile, like, it's a pretty simple way to just start fleshing out content and pages and whatnot. And on desktop, you know, yeah, this is a pretty badass little menu. I'm not gonna lie. Just looking at this as like a mobile screen, it's like, yeah, that's there's a lot of potential there for just whipping shit together. Structured shit. Put your structured shit in the fucking structure. And yeah, like the mobile button being kind of accessible, I think is very useful. And being able to launch yourself back to the home page to basically go anywhere. Like you always just want that home page to be, you know, really accessible. Now, I was just thinking, should there be, generally speaking, a page that's client side activated, like you're just swapping the active page in and out, the scroll position is often remembered, I think. If you display none, it might forget the scroll position, but I don't actually know. That's a good question. I should try that out. It may or may not. And you could artificially remember the scroll position and reactivate it if you really wanted to. I'm just trying to think, would you want to be in this? Like, let's say you were on the home page and you jumped to, you know, especially on mobile, when the home page might be an extremely long list of come on, there we go. Maybe it's more like, whoops. Let's Shift A these and Control D, and then set this to hug, and then fix the spacing, make the spacing a lot more. And then you just have, you know, like if you have a bunch of stuff, obviously these aren't all activated and probably collapsed. It's probably more, well, so why don't we delete all of them but one, and go in here, and honestly we just delete this. Boom. Maybe there's some that don't have, well, let's just duplicate it. Some that don't have an arrow and some that do. It's pretty simple. The alignment here is now off, but if you wanted to twirl them down and get one of those back, maybe it's okay, or maybe I fix it and it goes off the side more. I don't know. Think about that later, but I was thinking, you know, the homepage might be kind of like this with a bunch of topics, or let's zero out all of these because there's so much spacing in there. It looks a little better. And so, you know, to scroll through and find something, let's say you came looking for something or whatever, or maybe you didn't know where it was and you were digging and you finally found it. You're drilling down through these menus. Should it remember all the state of all the open and closed menus? That probably is not so important, although if you happen to twirl open half of these menus and then you're off on another page, and then when you click back to the home page, it just remember. Oh no, so the way that I'm thinking it's going to work now is that when you go to any one of these pages, it actually loads a real page request and kind of refreshes the browser state. Doing the client side routing and doing like kind of the dynamic page loading is it's tricky. It's kind of useful, can make it fast, and we're going to do a little bit of that, I think, for the home page. But I think trying to do that for the other pages, it might be useful just to click the link. And then once you click the link, then it loses all the context and scroll positions and whatnot. So if you click the home page again, fortunately, you'd go back to the top. I was kind of thinking maybe it'd be nice if it would retain your position. So if you happen to, you know, if you come down here to like the 12th section and click on something, and then you go to that page, and then from that page, if you were kind of like, I'm not sure if this is what I'm looking for, and you click, maybe you have to double tap. I don't know, maybe just put the logo in the bottom right corner, and that activates. I don't know. I've got to think this through. Why is this off-centered? What did I do here? I just fixed this a second ago. Why is this centered? It's because the spacing is set to auto. Yeah, that's weird. Well, yeah. So yeah, the point was getting back to the same menu in the same spot you left it is sometimes not a bad idea, because then, although these aren't going to be very visual, I don't think they could be. you could potentially have like illustrations and make a very kind of like familiar type icons or little illustrations or whatever. That's actually not a bad idea. Like imagine a minimal or like a banner, like a horizontal space that's has imagery with it that could help you anchor and just familiarize yourself with the menu. So as you're scrolling through it, you kind of have seen these things before and you know what's there. Also, if you haven't seen them before, then you're like, ooh, what is that? That's kind of interesting. So that's kind of a cool thing, I think. But to begin with, let's just stick with some text, simple structures. Think about all those extra details later. I like to think things through early on because once you get there and you're coding it and you're kind of exhausted and you're like just trying to get it done, trying to make those decisions can actually just be like really depressing and like that you just feel like you're never going to finish because you're trying to think something through at a point where you just don't really have any mental capacity to think it through, and so you're just not sure what to do and it doesn't feel good and either way feels bad, and then you're just like, fuck, I just don't want to do this anymore. So yeah, this would be like the home page essentially. It's super simple, obviously, but and then on like a desktop, it could be, are these like white cards that are all just stacked up? Sort of what it looks like. But kind of getting back to like this type of thing. So rendering out the previews differently for different sizes. That's tricky. Like, you're not usually going to be switching. If you're on a desktop, like resizing the browser to a really small size, I'm just thinking, do I detect if it's a browser or if it's a desktop or if it's a mobile, and then render it differently? I mean, usually you just use the screen resolution because even if you're on a giant desktop, if you have, if you resize it, you probably want it to fit the best on the smaller screen. But another thing I'm thinking, once you zoom out, you can get a different perspective on these things. I don't know if this is responsive. Let's see. It is. Nice. This just felt way too big. Like the amount of space in between the words and the edge over here, there's just a lot of space there. It does offer for longer things, and you don't want it too short or else you cut everything off, but definitely depends on the content, I think. Okay, so kind of like this, how like full it is, and this is kind of like could just be very responsive. It's kind of just a single column. It gets bigger on desktop, but it can only get so big because you don't want it to get so huge that you can only see like, yeah, the scale of the text just gets giant, then it's too big. So this is about 100%. That's actually pretty good reading. This is a nice 20 pixel body font. I think that's looking pretty good. The sidebar issue is definitely a little tricky. Getting it mobile friendly, definitely a little tricky, but I'm in the right direction. I think in time this is going to be a badass web system, and I could actually sell a lot more websites if I had this kind of badass documentation system. Is essentially what it is. It's sort of like a Firebase, like Google Docs is like some pretty decent structure. I mean, they can just pack endless amounts of content in there, which isn't really a good idea, but it is single column and it is probably responsive, so it does seem like they probably thought this through pretty well. They got a lot of smart people working for them. I think it could be fixed up and made a lot better, cleaner, like less content, or at least better navigation to what you need. But you at least want to know exactly where you are, and it's not entirely clear all the different parts. That's what we're trying to work with here today, folks. We're trying to figure out how to make it look very systematic and nice. I have too many pieces here. These are basically the same thing. I was trying to make this dark, wasn't I? It's not a bad idea, but I think it might be It might be better for like a homepage sidebar. And the homepage sidebar might even be a little bigger or different so that it's like, so if you're on the homepage, if this is actually like not JavaScript and this actually is homepage, maybe there's just nothing up there. Or maybe there's not even a bar on the homepage. But, well, what is there? It's like a grid on big desktops. It's a grid of previews. And on mobile, it's still sort of a grid of previews, but maybe a little bit different, like condensed form, because you don't want to be scrolling all day. What time is it? It's already 3:10. Holy shite. Whew. So I'm getting a lot closer. I do think I'm in the right headspace. I think I need to get definitely focus on single column content. I think definitely focus on, the big layouts and the small layouts. I mean, I could just copy this over here, but let me just think about this for a second. What kind of system would be required to get... Well, I mean, in a sense, this is all that you need, like, on these guys. And so, right? It's just like a little system with a title and some, basically just links. It's not entirely clear these are links. Every section, like every header, a header doesn't necessarily link to something. In fact, usually it doesn't. Now, if you have a little list of words, it's much more likely that they link somewhere, because why else are they there? Especially if there's little arrows. It's not entirely clear that you can click on the thing and it goes to a different place than if you were to twirl down and click on one of the things. That's always a little bit confusing, but it's super clean. I do kind of think lining those up better is probably a useful idea. Shift enter, enter 0. That seems to work. Almost seems too far off. Like, can we nudge this C over a little bit? But whatever. After you look at it for a while, it like recalibrates your idea of what's aligned. This is aligned. It's actually way less padding than like this. I don't know what's going on here. Why did the padding change? Maybe I did that, but whatever. That's maybe part of the problem. But that looks kind of nice. It's like a little jump menu. It's like a little widget. Put whatever you want in there. It's a preview of something. So like, is it clear that you could click on, you could potentially click anywhere on the card that's not one of the submenus and go to the controllers page? So, because like the controllers page could be a whole thing, but if you were going to do that, where's my button at? I need the chevron from the button. I need the chevron from the button. Duplicate. Okay. Big. Copy. Could just cut. Control X to cut. Where was I? Where was I? That was down here. Paste. Where did that go? Right here. Boom. No. Can I not have that, please? Can I please have my chevron? Where is it even? That looks cool. I've had these before. These little arrows at the next to the documents. It is kind of like a pager UI. Well, so I was thinking this would be background color, obviously way smaller. Let's get it. And I think down here, and K, scale down. Let's do that Control Alt G, which is really awkward, but we're gonna then make that fill, and then I think actually auto layout. Hopefully it keeps the fill, and then we right align it. Boom, that's way too big. The chevron's right here, by the way, and it's cutting it off because I don't know why. Let's just not clip this and not clip. Shift Enter. Yeah. No. What's clipping it? Clip, 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 clip. Nothing is. Oh, they're not clipped anymore. Whatever. All right, scale this down. It's competing with these other chevrons, but the idea was, yeah, that doesn't look right, but the idea is this whole card is a clickable thing. And so you could either select one of the sub items, and so maybe boxing those up is better, but then you'd probably want to unbox this whole thing. So you could easily have the same kind of a thing without the box, and then you could have let's just add a fill to these. Now we need to go back and add some of this, and then we need to shift enter and excuse me, shift enter, I think. I don't know why there's padding up there and down there, but then I don't know, we could add a spacer. I guess we wouldn't have to, but so let's zero these out. Is that the right spacer? No, there's a separate spacer here. This chevron's getting cut off. I don't really know why. Misclicked, misspoke. This is no longer needed, right? Like it's no longer like a big box that you click on. It's more just, yeah, so that's weird. Maybe, I don't know how to get this to look so that it's very clear where you click and, you know, well, number one, that it is clickable. And number two, how to click things inside. These look kind of cool. I've done a bunch of the spacing stuff before. Part of me thinks that there shouldn't be any space between those, that it looks, you know, better, just less noisy. And I definitely think there's something to that. I do think these little titles and categories when creating dashboards are definitely useful and definitely missing. Just throwing a bunch of cards in there is a little bit too willy-nilly. But if like, if you put, you know, a heading, whoops, in and around them, maybe it would help or something. I don't know. It's obviously not flowing right, but I kind of need a break, mental break, but don't really want to have to like stop and restart the stream for obvious reasons. It's not easy to restart the stream, so I just let it go. And I definitely think just some breathing room on this because it's so small compared to this, although that's kind of what you want. It's just when you zoom way in, it is pretty small. Definitely still the layout's broken there. Not sure I want to fart with that right now. What's the big thing that's still missing here? It's basically how, well, it's sort of like the preview system, I think. I'm not 100% sure how to create, well, frankly, these deep systems. So like, well, at the JavaScript page, we might want to have this, let's just call it a knowledge base, a tree of subtopics, right? That's really what it is here. Okay. So, well, and there's a couple ways you could do this. You could, let me take some notes. When the ideas start flowing so fast, I'm like, I can't think it fast enough. Can't grasp the idea fast enough, and it's kind of fading away already. All the pages, where do they go? Well, right now, I'm just going to create them with the file system, I think. I'd like to automate that so it's not as much file, you know, using a code editor to create stuff, but more like clicking and name typing, or even just fully keyboard based, you know, go to the website and just with keyboard only, just start punching away and get shit done. I don't know, like probably need a mouse at some point, especially for doing drawing type shit, but I was thinking the 3-level hierarchy, call it a sidebar. Sidebar. It's actually a really cool word. It'd be a great name for a bar. Obviously just called sidebar. Could be like a brand of a bar that just pops up all over the place, and you know, really a bar doesn't have to do that much to be successful. It just has to not suck. And and ideally there's cool people there to hang out with or meet or events or whatever. Like you want, it sucks going to a bar and not knowing what to do or like just being bored. I guess it depends on who you're going with, but if you're, yeah, sometimes you've been to bars trying to, you know, meet people, and that's kind of weird because most people who go to bars are going there with people to hang out and not to meet people. So I think the type of bar actually matters. Like, but anyway, back to real life. 3-level sidebar. For the bar dock. The bar dock is this crazy idea I have for a yacht-based bar. Like, shouldn't you have a waterside bar? Like, a lot of yachts have all these like swim platforms and like hidden doors that can open up and let you like a swimming dock. But they're not. It's not a bar. Like, if you were the yacht owner and you wanted to like throw a party in the bay or whatever, and a bunch of other boat people come and you're all swimming around and you got your ship opened up and your swimming platform, well, why not throw up a little bar? I mean, frankly, if you I mean, it could be a whole industry of sort of like a food truck, but it's a bar dock. Well, it's like a boat bar, but a dock is like a platform, a swimming platform. So you could mosey around and set up shop wherever you want, and people could buy drinks or whatever, or just hang out. That'd be cool. And frankly, like, that could take on so many different forms. Like, you could go on I've thought about these people who cruise the world and just live on the water and explore, and it's crazy. Like SV Delos. I mean, that's the good life, right? Like, that's, well, I mean, I'm sure it has its challenges. Raising a kid on a boat's probably not so fun. That kid's gonna be a boat person for the rest of their life, probably. They probably feel more comfortable on a boat, even though boats can be kind of claustrophobic and shit. Anyway, depends on how big your boat is. All the pages, where do they go? 3-level sidebar. Homepage main sidebar versus per page sidebar. So, like, does the homepage main sidebar have just the root level things? And do I want to manage this whole thing separately, or is it just the... So I do like the idea of having the logo launch a mobile... well, this could work on desktop too, but it could work differently on desktop or mobile. But the idea is the logo launches a mobile menu. The logo launches a mobile menu. Let's just call it the mobile jump menu. It's basically like that sidebar, the 3-level. Well, it's a hierarchical menu system, and it could be essentially just pre-rendered and ready to go on every page, so that when you click the logo, it just instantly jumps up, and then you can. And so you'd probably want to think through like the above the fold. It could be a long scrollable menu with tons of stuff in it, so you can just get to whatever you need to quickly. But you could also think through what goes where, so that, you know, if you wanted to fix it up and make it like little bit more useful. And so that could be like your kind of go-to, you know, just it's almost like a start menu or a home screen or something. But the idea that it is the home page is a little bit confusing. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It could, but if you click the logo, you usually go to the home page, and then it's like, well, what's on the home page? Is the home page like the main screen that has all the stuff? But I think the idea of the jump menu is that it's more of just the navigation only. That there's not like any content or even sub. Well, maybe it's limited in the depth that it goes. Maybe it's only one level deeper than the level you're on, or 2 levels deeper, or whatever. And so it's then, if it's the home menu, then it only goes like root level and then maybe 1 level deeper. That's actually 2 levels deep from home. Home plus 2 levels is probably more than enough. So the home page plus mobile jump menu, which are basically the same thing, could be the same thing and just a list of first level things and then second level sub things, and each page could control its own preview in that regard, which is basically just a list of section titles to make a jump menu. Well, I mean, you could have different types of previews and or just have the preview be not just maybe it's more like a toolbar or but where does the preview go, and is it going to work properly in all the places? Does it need some sort of access to the context that it's in order to, if it's a modular thing? These are all questions that I don't 100% have clear yet, but the home page and mobile jump menu could be the same thing, and just a list of first level things and then second level sub things. So 2 levels is all you need. Well, at least for like 80% of the navigation, right? I mean, if I had all the first and second level things on the website properly like listed, that would be badass, and I could start then cranking shit out and it all just go into the right place. Well, what does that look like? Let's see if we can find out. So here's 3 levels, and so I guess that's overkill, right? So here it is. Either one of these. Level 1, level 2. Now, introduction and like the sections of a single page probably don't need to go on the home page, because that's not navigation. That's like, well, I guess it could be. Well, I was just thinking if every article has like introduction, related topics, like basics, like these very generic titles of different of the sections, then you're just going to have, well, I guess if it's a jump menu and you want to jump directly to that thing, it just seems to me that the jumping to a specific section is less important. Maybe seeing what sections are there is useful, just to see like a list of the things. And frankly, I don't even know what I'm talking about just yet, and so it's going to depend on case by case. Is this even Montserrat? I think we went back to the other font again. Open Sans. Yeah. But it kind of I kind of like it. It kind of works. I don't think I want 2 fonts though, so maybe do I need to just ditch the Montserrat? I do really like it, and it's I don't know if Open Sans is the best. I don't really like that. Oh, whoops. Oh, it just went away. I don't really like how the other title looked. I think Figma sometimes just makes decisions for me that it thinks are best or something. I'm not sure why that thing undid itself. That was weird. Open Sans. Definitely like this one better, but maybe this for a body font for all these type things. I mean, either one could have worked fine there, but I actually don't mind that. It looks pretty legit. It's pretty standard and a little boring, but I don't know, the controller, the Montserrat is just very round and kind of fat, which isn't a problem per se. I think it's kind of tight. It's like there's a little too much letter spacing here, and I could yoink that down, and that kind of looks better, but I'm not sure if that's actually what you'd want to do, because I'm not sure how well that works on the web. I don't know if you want to count on that to work properly, but this is generally level 1, level 2, and so after all this, like, you know, run around of trying to figure out what goes where, maybe it's as easy as just a list of these little blocks instead of having all these cards, that it's more like you know, just a whole list of these controllers. It's a little menu system, right? So I'm kind of feeling like I should create a new page and start trying to organize these down to like a smaller subset of usable things, but I definitely don't have, it's far from done, and so maybe I should keep just chunking through until I can at least identify those minimal things and then make them a little bit better. So I do think the menu system and the layout here is important, trying to think through how many wrappers for everything. And right now it seems like everything's got way too many wrappers. It's like triple wrapped. And so the layout just becomes much more confusing. And then you got to think about the icons and the button or the click areas, and like these little menus, definitely important. And I think if I wanted to create a nice website, if I could put these little menus in there properly for navigation, but also just for testing shit and just for navigating, digging, creating structure, and well, and then navigation, obviously, like once you have a whole menu of things and you can click through them. So this is sort of a directory, right? Like, the files, the directories on, you know, all the pages are basically, each directory is a page, and all of the, it could be automatically loaded in, and frankly, it wouldn't be that hard, especially if I'm running a custom instance, a virtual machine. Then it could actually just be like the node service that does it in real time, so I don't actually have to do any directorizing bullshit, or I just do the directorized thing where it caches it out and then it just relies on static hosting to read from the JSON file the directory info. But essentially the idea here is that if I had a nice little printout of what those directories looked like, I think that'd be a big step in the right direction. And changing font is maybe not what I want to do. I just do kind of like the way these titles turned out. What would they look like if they were, if we revert them back? Let's take this, Control Alt C, Control Alt V. What just happened there, guys? That was not what should have happened, but I guess. And then this one, this one, this one, this, not this one, this one, and this one. Montserrat. It's not a bad font. It's just very round. Okay, so I mean, I could use them both. I don't mind having a second font. In fact, for, you know, for titles, I could use that one. maybe even intro text, but then for that body font, go with Open Sans. Hard to say. Tree of topics. That's what we're going for, right? Well, not all the things necessarily need to display the same. So having an automatic directorization to pull in all of these things isn't necessarily what I want. It is going to be a pain in the butt to manually import things to the home page every time. Well, it's not really even the home page. It's more like the app. The app should have all the things imported on all page loads. Maybe not, but maybe the preview of it, the index of it, is the index. Well, so right now the index renders the damn thing. Let's think this through. I might need to do a fundamental change in my framework if this actually makes sense. Should the index be importable? Should the app import all pages so it can render the main jump menu, basically the home screen? Well, so then, if that were the case, the index for any path could just export some meta. Instead of importing all the content. I mean, most of them are going to be pretty lightweight, and they're just going to be small functions that have a little bit of content and may or may not need to run, and so like just pulling in the whole thing to keep things easier is probably better. Creating a bunch of files when you could have just created one file is not necessarily a better idea. It slows you down. So but the idea here is that this idea I'm wrestling with is the auto directorization of the home page. It would work somewhat well. It could help like visualize all the pages quickly, and if this grows into a big thing, then you know, maybe that's good. I don't know, but not all pages, well, not all root level pages are topics, and so not all things might be previewed equally. Also, probably want control over homepage sections, let's just say. Well, and what does the jump menu do on desktop? If it's mobile and the little cursor goes to the bottom corner, or the menu button goes to the bottom corner, and launches this kind of like jump menu, should that also maybe, well, so naturally you click the logo on a website and it goes to the home page, but what it could do is fly out like the site-wide navigation, the same jump menu essentially. Maybe the sidebar is like a fixed width thing, and each page, not all pages need one, but each page could have a sidebar, and when the site-wide one flies out, it just covers that one. That'd be kind of confusing though, because this one kind of interacts with this one, and it's it could just be a full screen thing. But on desktop, rendering the whole homepage screen could be like just doubling the workload of the browser. Maybe it only renders once you click it. Well, so yeah, this is kind of like the general idea is that each of the sub pages could have a preview, and you could just dump all those previews into the home page. And exactly which layout, I still don't exactly know yet. You know, creating a system for either columns or rows or grid or wrap or not. The size of the preview. Do you have like a big preview and a small preview? An inline preview, like a link basically with an icon and a name only. Like these are all little things that I could spin my wheels on for months. So I think I need to try and expedite the results so that I can get something decent live before I give up, before I try and perfect it. But it does need to be mobile friendly. I don't like this idea of having just half of my screen used on at a large resolution. I don't like the idea of zooming in too far. There's really not a lot you could do there. I mean, you could potentially make this sidebar like really big, but instead of doing that, you could it's essentially just centering these. I think I tried that a second. Yeah, it was down here or something. Well, and then the idea was you could stretch this out without stretching. You could basically just fill in this area. Well, in fact, what if we just did this whole area in this color? Boom, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Ooh, doesn't that look nice? Okay. Okay. That, I think, works. I mean, it's a big waste of space, but for now, maybe it's the way to go. You could always add an invisible sidebar on either side, or even create these like connective tissues that, you know, splice off. Sort of like a tab type thing, but you know, like if you wanted to create some little widget type thing that's just a white area that connects, or even slides out from behind. That's kind of what I was thinking before. I've definitely played around with those visuals where, you know, it's like a sidebar, a right sidebar. It feels like, what size was this Firebase screenshot? This is really small. Did I only screenshot half of it? Why is this 1300 pixels? Maybe I just had maybe it's a half screen. No, because my screen's larger than double that. I'm not really sure why this screenshot is so small. Because what I was thinking, and I'm sure I can find this thing in here somewhere. No. What I was thinking, yep, is that, yeah, so this is how they handle the giant monitor. They just have all this white space here, and it's not bad, but like getting from this side of the screen to this side of the screen is kind of crazy. Well, what else would you do? I mean, there's not really much else you can do. If the user's trying to fill their screen, then, you know, you got to draw something somewhere. And if you got a giant screen, it could zoom in, or it could, if it's a multi-column workflow, you could just kind of at least kind of block out the available space and make it seem, you know, more intuitive what could go where. Like, you know, just if I wanted to like click on something here and do a bunch of multi-column stuff. I mean, here we have these sidebars. It's not entirely clear how this whole system works. That's going to take a while, but it is kind of the thing that I'm missing, or part of the thing that I'm missing anyway. These white cards are kind of cool. They're a little, I don't know, they're tricky. Different styles of call-out boxes. I don't know, I think I'm burning out. My wheels are spinning. I'm not really getting anywhere with this. I really do want to get something coded out, but like I want to know what what layouts to use and not spend a bunch of time coding something that's then like, yeah, well, that's okay, but I'm just going to throw it all away because it's not great and I need to redo it. And then I go back to the drawing board, and it's getting there. I do think, the simple structures are important. The navigation, super important. The just general flow of ideas from higher level to lower level. I mean, this is already looking a hell of a lot better than it was today. Putting the sidebar on there is a really nice touch. Thinking through this whole path thing up here. Is this breadcrumbs? Should we put a footer on this thing? Why can't it go in there? Let's just put this here for a second. Maybe because it's too wide. Sometimes it doesn't like wide things. Throw this down and then set it to fill. I don't know, the footer doesn't actually look all that great there. I don't know why. Is it because it's running into it down here and it just looks kind of like it's cutting it off? I mean, I could put some bottom spacing here. It's actually not terrible. I don't know if I like, maybe then it just needs top spacing too. It's actually not terrible either. The sidebar is now kind of floating here. It's not entirely clear if this is like a heading for this thing or if this is actually a clickable thing. I think maybe that needs to be worked on or something. But I don't know, the top and bottom padding doesn't actually look bad. And now we have just one kind of central thing in the middle. How wide is this? It's only 1200 pixels. It's got a ton of padding on it too. This could actually be quite a bit bigger, I think. 1400 pixels with a bunch of padding means that the actual content's only 1000 pixels. I mean, that's pretty big for like 20 pixel font. Maybe that's too wide. Maybe people prefer it smaller. I don't know. Especially if you're doing multi-column. Can we just Control D this? Whoo! I'll make both of these smaller. That's crazy, man. Let's just get rid of this. And that's kind of crazy. Kids are home. Let's duplicate this up here so I don't completely lose everything. Now this is wild. This is multi-column. This looks actually kind of badass. Everything's just kind of floating there, but laid out somewhat well. The right sidebar tabby thing here is just floating there, kind of confused, but it's just a big space for something. And now it looks like this is just ready for blast off. I mean, part of me is thinking if you could get like, well, so like if this were, I'm not going to try and do this. It doesn't, well, it actually does work. Now it won't. That was weird. It did for a second. All right, now it does. Boom, right there. If I could get this, well, so we don't have these things anymore. This is controllers. Why isn't this hug? What is, I deleted it from the wrong spot. Now that's weird. This should be top oriented, right? But maybe we just need an invisible frame. No, wait. Maybe? I just want to nudge this down a little bit. Wait, what happened? Did it? Oh, it removed it from the flow. Let's put it back in the flow, and then this thing needs to go this way, and then this spacer needs to go to the top. There we go. Just an invisible spacer to make it offset a little bit because it's kind of level 2, and this could scale down a bit. So this could, I don't know if I want to scale this up, but just be bigger, and then this one could scale down just, I don't know how much. Could play around with those. And similar, like spacer thing. Oops. Enter, delete. Is this fixed? Am I scaling? Jeez. Oh yeah, I think we want this to then fill. The spacer thing is not ideal, but it kind of, that is weird. We want this, is this the right rectangle? We want this to fill, right? Okay, there we go. That's even more interesting. But okay, so the idea here was, and this is now not going to work at all, but especially because this is down here. But what if this wasn't so far down here? What if this, are these together? I think they are together, and they don't have to be. But part of the idea I was just thinking is if this could flow from this, it's sort of like the active tab type shit, and I'm not really feeling it, but I think if somebody could massage these colors around a bit and try and get it to look nice and like just right, just the right amount of gray. That's probably really the thing. We just select all three of these and lighten that up a bit. It's hard to see on the white and hard to read. I mean, obviously the intro text here is so light that it's hard to even read, but you could easily boost that, or you could make it like transparent so it automatically adjusts, which is probably better. But those aren't, I don't know, it does kind of look like it's activated. Does that look like it's flowing in, and can you just swap between these? Hard to say. I think it sort of works. The multi-column workflow is definitely a big trick for software. You want to be able to move things from one side to the next, and it's not entirely clear exactly how you store everything and how, like, where everything goes and how it's loaded, and creating this, you know, highly structured stuff, especially if it's kind of recursively, you know, this is sort of what my notes are missing. Being able to create sidebars, and I don't know if, no, this wouldn't be terribly hard to do. Are these really just pages? Like this is, you know, first level path and this is second level path. And if you wanted to create, a new idea, you would kind of you would create a new, you know, like a new page like this. I mean, this is a big block with a lot of preview on there. Maybe it's just like this. Maybe you don't need anything else. Or maybe you have a little paragraph just as like a, what the heck is it kind of a thing. But frankly, well, it's like, look at this section. This is a section that's in place and there's a bunch of content below it. But let's put some water in my mouth. I've also thought that like the focus factor, the focus kind of property, like if you, well, first you want like hover, you know, like if you hover from this page to this page and back, like there could be some just subtle effect, and then it could, like that kind of hovered page could grab the hotkeys. I don't know, or maybe you have to select it. Maybe it's the white page is the um, maybe the white page is the active one. It's not like these are too light. It's not necessarily obvious. Like maybe you gotta darken everything a bit more to make it more clear that this one is active, or you could do like maybe put it on top, a single stroke on only the top. That's maybe like big enough to be clearly seen, and actually even, I don't know, the red's kind of jarring, but that'd be the idea, is that if you, whichever one you selected could light up in a way that you know that it's active. And so that could have an effect on hotkeys when you're, you know, using control shift whatever, and you know it's doing something to the content. But actually that's definitely more of like an editor type thing, and in that case, like if you go in, so there's two different modes. There's navigate mode and edit mode, and frankly this might be like an edit mode indicator that you're editing it. The red is very jarring. It's like caution, error. That looks okay. And that could swap from one to the next to let you know which one's active. I'm not sure that's terribly important just yet. But yeah, so all these styles and whatnot. If I don't lock it in, and I mean, I think playing around with it in Figma is better than trying to just start coding, because if I start coding all these different styles like as they are now, I don't have like a good mental framework for all of it yet. It's all just kind of a bit washy. There's kind of stuff everywhere, and I think it needs work, but not 100% sure which part of it to kind of like start playing around with next. I kind of need to redo the sidebar and rethink that. And this might take days, I think. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, I don't think this is going to happen overnight. But from where I was yesterday, I don't really remember exactly. I think I made these today. I think I made this dark one, was the last one yesterday, or maybe this one, I don't really remember, but made a bunch of these yesterday. And these are cool, but kind of complex and not necessarily as immediately useful. Also, the big problem that I was struggling with even all day is like the big wide layouts and how to get these bricks to flow, or multi-column it. The multi-column here actually looks really nice. I think that could be fun to build multi-column apps. Multi-column workflows are just so powerful because it's like you can literally put anything in either column. In fact, you could, not only can you do, these are kind of like a subordinate, you know, subpage type shit, but you could do, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull this off easily, because these are some big complex layouts. I'm getting nervous just trying to do this. I was trying to do a split screen. I don't even know what that would look like per se. I mean, generally, what if I just cook this and this and this and duplicate this and then put some space between it? I mean, frankly, that's that's a split screen right there. It's about as split screen as you can get, right? They're identical things, so that doesn't make any sense. But you like put any two things next to each other. I don't even know how I would do that in a script sense. I think I would need, this would probably need to be like some sort of file name, and or session or something, and then this is like a workspace that you're building out, and you definitely need a whole UI to, toolbars and whatnot, or contacts buttons to click on, a bunch of stuff to, this looks like more presentational, like you're gonna hard code this thing next to that thing. But, and I don't know, maybe that's not terrible. In fact, I was just saying you could kind of use an iframe to put whatever you want next to each other. I could create a bunch of things that could go next to each other, and you could just kind of like either click a random button and it pulls in two random things, or maybe there's like a list of. So sometimes when you put two different things next to each other, and you just think about like their connection or their, like. There's like certain kind of crazy things that are just, when you put them next to each other, they're both kind of crazier. Hey Penny, can you say hi to my microphone? Hi microphone.
Hi, Mr. Microphone.
How was your day?
Good.
Good.
Can I play on your computer?
Did you do your homework? Don't pull on the cord. If you pull the cord out, the microphone actually stops working. So you don't want to pull on that. Make sure you do your homework first. Please. You got homework squares you can do. Make sure you've emptied your backpack of anything. Like, we don't want to just come home and start playing video games right away, right? Gotta do your work stuff first. Well, I think this is kind of nice, but well, I mean, if I were to, start creating some nice structured content like this, and then create a video about it, and then, reference people to the website, be like, this is all available at my website. You can go check it out. And that could get me some website traffic. I think it looks nice, and then it's when you have something that looks nice like that, well, and frankly, I don't think it's going to be that hard to set it up in the code. And so once the framework is flowing, unfortunately, you got to write the content using my little functions, and that's not a great experience right now. But it's not terribly far away from just JSON only content where it's just all stored into a file system, or you just generate the modules or like the actual JavaScript functions, like code gen basically, rather than say, well, but then it's not as editable. I don't know. I think maybe storing as JSON is probably the best way to go. Let me think. I do have to say that putting things in the header and footer frame, like, just make it seem way more official. And the white header and the dark footer and the light gray in between definitely just has like a timeless look to it. Unfortunately, I don't think I don't think one page on a mega desktop is looks right. This is not wide enough. This is only 3,000 pixels. Mine is like 3,400, I think. And so this is 1200 pixels. It's not terrible. I mean, this is 100%, so it's actually pretty big. Even though it's not very heavily padded. Could definitely have less padding. I don't know why it has a unique number for each side. Let's zero this out and redo it. I don't know if that looks better. I actually kind of think extra padding is good. And making the bottom more than the top by a little bit is good. I mean, on the giant resolution, going is this a frame? This should be a frame, right? Is this padding on these? Probably don't need so much. Whoa, what is that? Really? Is it maybe because this is fixed height and it should be hug? Is this fixed and this should be hug? And this has big gap there. That these are kind of interesting. This big, like, it's like a little link, only it's a big link. And there's like a nav block, like a clickable thing. Put a little chevron on that end and bam. But yeah, going bigger up to like 1600 pixels, for example, it's not terrible, but I almost think, and do you really want to scale this up anymore? So I'm designing at 38% zoom right now, and so making it bigger actually feels right, but when you go into 100% and it's like, whoa, that's big. Scaling that up more, maybe not such a good idea. And then all the font sizes get all wonky. This is now 22 font size. I'm not sure if before I started scaling if that was actually, okay, this now it's back to 20. So maybe this is a good scale. I haven't really, yeah, these are all wonky. Definitely more padding, I think, on such a big, if there's so much space, you know, no need to cram it in. It doesn't look terrible. Maybe I should just start here, make a welcome page or something, and it's too wide. This is like wider than it should be, but you know, also on a smaller monitor it could scale down and shrink. You know, it's got to get down to mobile at some point. And just creating like basic headers, paragraphs, lists. Getting that little checkbox thing working could be kind of tricky. Maybe I do the checkboxes in SVG, which actually has, you know, the two layers, the check mark and the square behind it, as separate colorizable things. So I can, but I do remember messing with the, I don't know if you can, I don't remember if you can use CSS to style the SVG or if you have to use, like, edit the, well, is it an SVG file? And do you edit the file or do you embed it in the HTML or you can embed it in the JavaScript? SVGs are kind of crazy and not really sure I understand the best practices in that regard. Man, I feel tired. I just feel so zonked right now. Do not feel like doing anything. But World War III is coming, and if we don't stop it, we're all toast. No, we're all jam. That shit melts your face off real quick. That's the grand finale, right? Is that the rapture that they're looking for? If we fail to find peace, we get to decay slowly as our skin falls off. Oh man, but these are good. I like it. They're not actually that much different than where I started, but the multi-column thing gives it some nice structure. The navigation gives it some structure. The navigation is a tad redundant, is it even necessary? Well, I think the longer the thing is, well, the more content you have, like if these 5 sections were actually, let's put these maybe in here, and then duplicate this whole thing. So now it's more necessary because like you're scrolling through and there's this big long page. I don't like that kind of content though on the web. Like I'd prefer to have it broken out into separate sections. I mean, the top to bottom scroll on a web page, you could try and minimize that to like one screen-ish. Like obviously if you need a couple more sections or whatever, do it if it fits there. But if we have, well, so this is level 1. This is like one page of a page system. That is essentially what is going on there based on the title. This could also be a scroll spy. It could work both ways. So this, clicking on and activating a different tab, which you could kind of simulate just by dragging this around. It's, you know, not exactly what, but it's sort of similar to what would visually happen. Clicking on a different tab could, well, here I think like the main ones, it would switch to that page. Like it would, this whole thing would switch, and likely any subcontext would switch with it, would disappear, and you'd just get like, well, you'd be activating a new page of this page system. Or if this were like, you know, the title of this whole page, like JavaScript, and then each one of these, like introduction, were one of these guys, and then maybe inside each one there's subheadings, then you'd need maybe one more layer of headings here. But it's possible that it's possible that this is more like a scroll spy. So rather than this being like, if this matches the top here, there's no space for anything above it. So the only way to get here would be to switch to a different page, essentially. So, you know, but these could be sections rather than pages, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So as you scroll through, you know, this section would be like somewhere in the middle of the page, and this sidebar would stick to the, you know, your screen so it wouldn't disappear. And as you got through each section, it would kind of light up when you were in that section. I think that's actually kind of a cool way to do it. Either way could work equally as well. Maybe part of it's a matter of how much content you have, but maybe they should look a little bit different. I don't even know how to describe this problem to myself in the future, so let's take a stab at it. Sidebar nav is a pager or a scroll spy. I was just thinking a scroll spy could be pretty cool. The section you're on lights up or otherwise activates when you get there, so you always see your spot in the bigger picture. Gives you an entirely new page, more space. And frankly, you could have it both. You could have pages and the subsections are spies. I sort of feel like getting a protein bar or two. I think I'm gonna do that. So, well, this could be maybe worth writing down. Life bad? Is life designed to be bad? Well, it's like too hard, tricky, tempting, trap. Seems like it.
Yeah.
Hello? Really?
Mama said.
You already had one this week. You know you already had one this week, because I know you already had one this week. Kidding me?
Mama would have led us one way or another today.
You know, protein bars are better for you.
But they're warm.
They're what?
But they're warm.
They're not. The chocolate would be melty if it was warm. They're not warm. They're not cold. There's 10 grams of protein in there.
Ooh.
I had a banana earlier. So, let's see here. I could try and simplify this. Try and think through how to structure all the. Well, so suppose, have you done your homework?
Yeah.
Well, to render these sidebars, you have to like think about, you know, the scroll location, and it's not necessarily easy. It's almost would be better to have like an actual drawer that just flies out from the side and is like fixed. Some sites will do that. A lot of times they're just way too big and awkward. Like Google Ads has one that sort of works, but it's like jarring. It's like it's not entirely clear where you are and where you're going. It definitely overlays their main interface, which is, I think if you have like a responsive system where you can you know, if the space shrinks, then the sidebar disappears and it's all just kind of fits nicely. Not a bad way to go, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It's like there's so many possibilities. There's so many different ways to think about it. Well, so the sidebar thing, I think, is still a little broken. I kind of like the white background for the active part, but I don't know. I mean, it is sort of a summary. The sidebar is sort of a summary of the content. Kind of have an idea of how I would do it with that whole section creator function. And I think that it could be fine to just have one. I don't want to have to mess with it like size wise or anything going from this to that. This is 1200 and this is 1600. I mean, as long as you just, you just let it stretch out a little bit more essentially. And there's no sidebar here. Not every page needs a sidebar, right? Like I was saying earlier, it's either one really long page and the sidebar, the root level of the sidebar are like the sections of the page. So in this case, you know, like level 1 would really be like a section way down here. Or they're pages. And again, I don't think it really matters per se. I think it sort of matters because you need everything to line up and, like, you know, basically either it's recursive or it's not. Like either you can just kind of plug anything in anywhere and it works, or you have like one level and then it's just done. And I like the idea of having deep menus, but it could potentially work where you just have kind of a multi-sidebar kind of a thing. I mean, I think isn't that how the file system does it? Maybe not. The file system has a sidebar. I think maybe the Finder on Apple does that, where it's sort of like multi-columns, where you can kind of go digging for the path that you want, and I don't think that's absolutely necessary here to see multiple parts. But part of what I've thought in the past is that the difference between the sidebar and the actual content is actually not that much. And if you think about it from like a workflow standpoint, and especially like a mobile friendly workflow standpoint, you can potentially go from like one column to the next, to the next, to the next, etc. But yeah, I mean, I'm not getting the clarity I need to like finalize that and run with it. I don't think I have the energy today to start coding this out, so I might just fizzle out here and not do anything. But I kind of want to think these things through, and I kind of want to think these things through and maybe make some progress towards it. Let's see. How about okay, so how would one of these menu systems be recursive? like, well, in terms of a normal menu, let me just start over with like this style and I don't know, maybe even size 20. Maybe this should be more let's one thing at a time. Styling and then content. I think if I go to that content reel, I can get like I mean, some of these are just wait, what? The length of these are all over the place. Getting for design purposes, getting similarly length things is often good unless you want to deal with that. If you just want it to look kind of nice, then well, so this could be any number of things spaced out however, and then the sub things. And so a sub thing is basically just, well, it's kind of like this whole thing here, right? Only nested. Add some padding. So, I mean, sometimes I just duplicate something and like scale it down or whatever and be like, oh, well, there's your sub thing. That's not really gonna work here. But essentially, well, let's just shift enter, enter, apply all, and then that's a lot of A's. Shift A to group these, and then like I did before, just throw some left padding on there to nudge it in. That's one way to do it. These could actually then just be like bigger or semi-bold or even bold. And that's kind of the right idea. I think maybe you would go this and this, shift A, and zero out that spacing just to kind of tighten it up a bit so they don't look so separate. And that is, you know, a hierarchy. You could, well, we could then duplicate this a couple times and then let's actually just delete these. Enter. Enter. Can I just enter again? Ooh, it kept all the text. That's interesting. Apply all. Boom. Nice. Space these out a little bit more. And maybe add some space to that there just a little bit to let it breathe. And so these are the This is a basic hierarchy, level 1, 2, and 3, right? Now, it doesn't have to actually be indented because it's hierarchical, just the boldness, and maybe if you indent it, then it needs, what? 0, enter. Then maybe these need to be bigger. But now this one probably needs to be bigger. Something like that. I don't know. And this all is like now just so big that the scale and spacing and whatever. Kind of like the first one better in some ways, because the use of the indentation is just a little bit more, I don't know, interesting. But having them all lined up can be nice sometimes, so either way. But how do you go recursive on these? So I've done recursive trees before, and the idea is that there's just no end to it, but the problem with the visualization is you can't just reuse the same scheme unless it's the same layout like this. And this is sort of the same layout. Like if you took this, copied it, and you go here and you say paste to replace, boom. that fits right in. It's bold. It doesn't need to be. And then you could go in here to this one. Well, let's just copy this one. Shift Enter, Control C, paste to replace. Boom. Now we're creating a tree, but now we're getting a little bit lost in like nesting land, and the indentation gets kind of crazy, and you run out of space. We actually have a lot of space here because the heading's so big, and you know, we just aren't running out of space. But a lot of times on a sidebar, it's like if you start indenting more than 3 or 4 times, you run out of space, especially for longer names. You know, you're using up a lot of space just for that spacing. So infinitely recursive trees have a lot of challenges, you know, just inherent challenges. They're kind of simple and they're not that hard to deal with, but I've been thinking about a menu system that can essentially adapt properly and in a clear way, where it's like you see exactly what's happening. There's no confusion about where to click to go up or down or whatever. I think that's kind of what, you know, software engineers and designers do. They're constantly like trying to find better ways to do things. I'm trying to find an acceptable way. I could just look at the file system here and kind of study this one. It's got a lot of stuff going on here. Don't even know what these pins do. Scrollable lists, little icons, configurable views. It's a pretty sophisticated system. It is a tree of trees. It only shows one level at a time, but you can keep digging. You can see the breadcrumbs up here. Like, what is the name of the folder I'm in right now? Oh, I guess it's up here on the top left. This is kind of hiding. It is right here too, but it's like, it's not entirely clear which folder I'm in. I mean, I can go up and it's still selected, which helps you see that which one you had clicked on, but it's not entirely clear that that's the name of the folder. I feel like that should be much bigger and more prominent, like at the top of this thing that we're looking at. I mean, frankly, putting an icon in here that blue one's kind of cool. I'm tempted to just jack it. And K5. And then we have 2 colors here. What I'm thinking is, I don't know if we can do our little, yeah, no, let's go this and then this, but we can add, yeah, it could get darker, I guess. Or could it get lighter? And then even less noticeable than that. I don't know which one looks better. I mean, part of me thinks the shadow should be on the inside, but part of me thinks that it actually looked better when this was black or darker on the outside. Hard to say. Either way, I don't know. Why does this look better? Maybe because the light is shining in it, and this is kind of like the downside. Maybe. It's kind of a cool shape. It's just a very simple vector shape. I do like it. Way better than these funky looking things. I don't even know what's going on there. Okay, so I was going to put that next to like, this is pretty big, but this is pretty small. Little icon items. If this goes to the same color, that definitely makes it way better. This is not Gladys, this was like IDX. That's what I was just looking at in the file system. This could be Hug or whatever. I don't think it's what. It's this one. It needs to be maybe like this. This should probably be set to fill. That's all, whatever. That is kind of cool though. But then there, you have like all the files inside of it. Designing a file system, I've made a couple stabs at it. It didn't come out that great, so I kind of haven't. There's a lot of decisions to be made in that regard. It is a very similar problem to this whole hierarchy list menu business that I'm going around on. It's kind of crazy that, like, to make a website, you gotta think these things through from scratch. I mean, you don't really. Like, there's lots. Let's see if we can find some interactive menu systems. Well, frankly, it's not. The problem is it's not just the menu. It's the menu is like, you know, pretty distinctive UI where you have a nested list of lists essentially, but let's ask ChatGPT, like, if you had, okay, in web development, if you have deeply structured content with a sidebar navigation I guess that's it. I was going to say both. There's like left sidebars and right sidebars, but let's just say with a sidebar navigation. What is this system called? The best thing I can think of is a wiki, but documentation site, docs layout, nested navigation, sidebar navigation system, tree navigation. Yeah, see, I don't even know what it would be called. I mean, this site I have somewhere, is this Code Drops? Yeah. Code Drops has a lot of great stuff. What happened here? Did they stop? Or is it just email based? Or maybe they're just down here. God, there's so much stuff on the internet. It needs to be organized and like merged together so people can actually make money with their side projects. Like it's such a big problem that you can't like understate how big of a problem this is. It's like every week it looks like they roll out a collection of crazy new internet projects where people are building stuff. And so we have like half the planet building crazy internet features that never get published for money. Like they never see the light of day essentially because it's so hard to just get the basic features in the right spot and working properly. But anyway, I think I can search this. Let's see. Documentation maybe? I don't know if they... How to write exceptional documentation. Open. Are these posts like blog posts? I think there's some interesting ads. Wix Studio. These are like direct sponsorships. It looks like. I don't think they're using some sort of ad platform. Well, so read the docs is one. Can we see documentation? There we go. So hierarchical list. So you can't click on this. That's interesting. It's not entirely clear what all these things. Like this seems like the same thing, but it's not entirely clear exactly what it is. There's like these little anchor link things. You can link to this heading. Could be kind of cool. I don't know how often it's used. Look at how long this thing is. Holy smoke and Toledo's. I don't think this is a good way to list all your sections. Looks like that. So these just match up to these. They should be the same color, shouldn't they? The closer you can make these things, there's a lot more over here than even here. That's kind of crazy. So they must be managing both of these separately. Clearly, having one list source of truth is better than having to manage two lists. But I also think having it, well, so this is obviously redundant. It's like the same stuff, but sort of the same. It shouldn't be so similar, and yet just this duplicates. It's like two different documentations that are 80% the same, but slightly different. That's interesting. It's rendering out. You can render out all the sub pages. I wonder if it's fetching that on demand. There's no way it auto fetches all this. It does look like it's kind of snapping into view a little bit, or at least the images were maybe loading a second later. It's hard to say. I could look at the network traffic and see if I mean, this is a perfect example of how shit just goes crazy complex. You know, they're talking about signing in. And it's like, how hard is it to just create a simple sign-in website? Just a button to sign in. That's all you need. And it's really about that email address, right? Obviously. The typography is nice. The hierarchy is very, like, systematic. This one does seem bigger than this one because it is the H1. These are kind of weird. It's like, okay, let's inspect. H1, what on earth are these H's? DTs, definition something. I thought definition list, DT and DD. I forget what that is. Title and definition, maybe. But like, why have so many different section title content styles? Like, when is it appropriate to use this one versus this one? Hard to say. I'm sure they thought through what goes where. Okay, first time here, some helpful stuff. I'm not saying this is bad, but and so down here by this point, now we're just strictly repetitive formatting. Well, it's consistent formatting. It could have a little more space in between each section just to kind of chunk those out visually, but basically it's like boom, boom, these are the sections, and there's like 2 or 3 things. Here's a couple more things. Here's 3 things. Business hosting. There's where the sign-on comes in. But I mean, so to read the docs with sign-on and hosting and all this stuff, it's almost like a website builder, but they're doing something very specific that's only making a website that looks exactly like this, that works exactly like this. Let's click through a few things, like build process overview. And by the way, if we close our developer tools, we see that this is just a third of my screen. There's a button way over here that's just kind of out of place. That's kind of interesting. Looks like it's a version control UI. Thank God this is stable documentation. What the heck does that mean? Stable? Platform / stable? Is that the branch name? Kind of confusing. It's here and there, and there's nothing else to choose, so why have this? The versions. I don't know. Whoa. I just jumped. Okay, so alright, let's go back here. When we click on this one, it scrolls to that place in this list, which is a little bit jumpy. I think generally speaking, you don't want to jump if you don't have to. It's just you lose your spot, right? Like, you might not have even noticed that now it's up here, the thing you just clicked on. You can figure it out. And then the coloring changed which is now we have this white flow here. Kind of cool. I'm sure this one. Wait, what? Canceling. I thought these would for sure activate as you scrolled through or clicked through. There is no scroll spy, it seems. The hover previews are badass. That's probably not actually terribly hard to do, but I mean this isn't actually a preview. This is a full render in hover mode. I kind of feel like you should just click on this and it should pop up in a second column, a little more stable. Like, you know, you don't want to be like bumping your mouse and losing your, you know, you're reading through this and you accidentally like bump your mouse and it unhovers, or if you scroll down, does it remembers your scroll position? That's probably a good thing. But I don't know, it covers up some of the stuff underneath it. I have the space to put it over here. Just put it right there. Second column, bam. But they didn't. Next and previous is kind of interesting. Definitely a lot of content boxes here. I think the content boxes get overwhelming. They just stop being so useful. But frankly, here's the thing about documentation. Who wants to spend their time reading through loads of documentation? Like, nobody. I mean, if you can have some very specific things that are like code examples that are like self-explanatory, perfect. Have a list of them, have like if they render something, show what it render, you know, if it's self-evident documentation and you can zip through it and find exactly what you're looking for and it doesn't take any time to interpret it, it's like a picture book or something that's just like a pleasure to use. But when you have text upon text upon text and you have just all these labels and words and terms and sections and processes and whatever, it gets so just gives you a headache. Nobody wants to, if you're forced to do that. Build.os. What is build.os? A Docker image used for building the docs. I mean, it seems like why rebuild the wheel, why reinvent the wheel when you have a full, you know, documentation package right here? Well, this isn't what I want my website to look like. I wanted to be able to have control over exactly what it looks like, clearly. But I mean, it is kind of that whole question I was asking earlier about, should you use a tool or build your own tool? I think I like to build my own. But when every other paragraph is a tip or a note, they kind of lose their stuff. I do think, I don't know, I don't know if it's not terrible that it's not clickable, because you click on it and you realize it, but if it had a hover effect and it was kind of clearly an actual menu button, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think part of the problem is that what would you put on the page? You don't necessarily want a page with content. But the big thing that's standing out to me is like you want to try and have a visual grasp of what the thing is, what kind of things are in there. Like, what are we even talking about, first of all? And so at the high level, you want like illustrations that just show as much as you can about how this thing fits in. What other things does it connect to? When do you need to know this? Like, kind of that contextual type shit. And then inside there, and you have all these sections, it should be generally clear what everything is, and they should be like nice big chunks, maybe like navigation blocks with a little illustration or icon for like the main things. And maybe one of those is, you know, documentation, for example, that's more verbose and dense and whatever, or well, it's really like API references. A lot of times documentation is separate from the API reference, which is, you know, more technical. I would say API references are documentation. That's sort of same thing. But Or I was thinking you could have an advanced or like section just for. You really just want to take as much of the verbose blah 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 and put it behind like the proper data structure that is easier to learn and digest. So in your first, hour or so of using it, you kind of just get everything. There's not much to not get. It's really when you start digging, then you might find some blah 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 bullshit because like life can be hard sometimes and you need to document it. But at the beginning, it shouldn't be so. Well, I'm sure the people who write the documentation are so familiar with the stuff because they've written it all that they know exactly what they're talking about and they think that they've explained it perfectly and that it's all great. And maybe they have. I haven't actually read it, but I don't want to read it. Okay, so that's one. Read the docs versus ChatGPT read the docs is an example. Do you know of any other examples that are? I think Getbook was a similar thing. Getbook.com. Build docs as a product, not an afterthought. And there's another one. I don't know. I usually throw these in UI. Let's scroll down to UI. Wasn't there something? When I first got here, there's something like this. What was it that looked a lot like this? I think it was one of my UI things, and it actually might have been one of these. This is like a weird. I don't even remember. This has something to do with Unity, but this is it. It's like I remember coming across this site and just saying like, "Wow, that's." I mean, look at these bullet points. Those are snazzy. I'm sure it's some sort of theme, and the spacing down here looks broken, but it's not perfect or anything. But it's those bullet points are kind of wild. You see stuff like this all the time on the internet where somebody clearly just slapped a theme together and they didn't really, either they broke something or I don't know. But the structure of the content is, there's a lot of content and it is pretty structured. It's not exactly clear what's going on. I was trying to figure out, like, did this guy make this site himself? Possible. Got paging going on here. That's crazy. What is this loader? And why is page 2 called a reverse? Huh. Well, that's crazy. So, yeah, structured documentation. What was the one? Getbook. Let's look at these. It is just, it's basic navigation, but when you have nested navigation, it gets trickier because you need to figure out, like, you don't always want all the subsections or subpages automatically. If you auto build a tree, like a navigation menu tree, then you're going to run into issues where you either want to add something new that's not part of the standard thing, or you want to hide something that's being auto-generated that, in this case, it's just, you don't want it there or whatever, I think. So having control over it is kind of tricky. These little lines here are kind of nice. The icons are very colorful. And I don't really like the line icons. I think solid icons just pack a better punch. It's more like a bullet point than what is an open API spec? I think I know what that is. Global search helps users find the information they need faster. So this is like a website builder, right? That's kind of crazy. Now, you always got to go look at pricing, because this is probably, the free tier can't get you up and running, and the next tier isn't, like, reasonable. It's a lot of money. Well, maybe it's worth it. People must be paying it, But like, oh my god, does this UI just, holy shit. We got the background and a second background and a third background and these things on top of that, and that is wild. If we were to add up how much time was spent designing pricing schemes for businesses and compare it to like just making the product better, the pricing is so goddamn complicated on nearly every website you'll find on planet Earth. Multiple tiers, feature comparison charts. If you ever find a feature comparison chart on a website, just don't use that product. That would be my advice. So, clicky closey. Well, I'm sure Read the Docs also has pricing charts. I guess it would be business. Jesus Christ, no way, dude. That's wild. It's crazy expensive. And a feature comparison chart. Now this one thankfully is, well, okay, now it gets complicated. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, guys. How many tiers do you need? How much time do you spend thinking this through and deciding what goes where? Like, I can barely tie my shoes these days. I'm having a hard time just getting anything done, and these guys are running laps around the pricing page. Like, whew, got icons for each thing. They probably already have those somewhere else or whatever, but so my suggestion for pricing is have a free tier that just gets you from 0 to hero and lets you make money. And then once you're making money, then the, paid tier is just like a minimal gas fee essentially that's not cost prohibitive, and yeah, maybe it scales based on users and then caps off at a certain point, so it's like, or maybe it doesn't cap off. I don't know. It's like, figure out a way to make your money, but simply just give away your product for free for like, most people until you get a certain amount of traffic or whatever. Now, I do believe in creating some sort of web coin where we don't actually just want people using everything for free. Making everything free means like, it's just missing the point. You want to fund pennies for views. If you want to use it a little bit, pay a couple bucks just to, just as like this isn't really like a licensing fee where you need people to sign up for an account and put in their credit card information, whatever. It's more just like an automated like web credit type system where maybe sometimes for certain things you have to spend a token to unlock something, and is literally like a penny or a tenth of a penny or a hundredth of a penny, or maybe it's a variable amount that each person sets for themselves. It's sort of like a voluntary tip, and a basic tip is just like, so minimal that you could tip 1,000 per day and it doesn't really matter. It's more just like a very small, like, high five, sort of what it is. And then you could have like a bigger tip that's 100 of those or something, that if you really want to. And I think they could be relative to the person, because like if I were rich, I would be willing to have a bigger like kind of just tipping budget essentially. And then I do think when it comes to business things, if you can make money with it and you wanted to like support the thing, then but if something, this is cost prohibitive, like I just couldn't even consider doing this. So might look at your product to see how it works and build my own, but you see, and now their entire documentation system is split in two because they have two different systems with two different sets. Sometimes that's, you know, unavoidable or even good, but I don't know. Every time a certain variable will deviate the entire, split the entire system into two, every time you go to think through any kind of feature, you have to then ask, wait, does it matter if we're here or there, or does it not matter? And even that question is just exhausting, because it's like, sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't matter. Does it matter in this case? I don't know. What does that even mean again? Let me think this through. It just slows you down so much. Every time you have even a single drop of complexity, just ruins things. Absolutely ruins things. But you need complexity. You need sections and subsections and whatever. I think I gotta just take a break. I've been streaming for 7 hours today. Is that a record? Let's go look at my videos. It's a Pokemon character. Your videos live 5 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours and 7 minutes. Ooh, we're 7 hours and 12 minutes. I win the longest stream of my whole life. It's been actually terrible, and it's all recorded. But I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are living similar experiences. It's just, I don't get it. I really don't get it. All right, future me. I'm gonna turn this off because my brain hurts.